There we go, baby. Let's go. All right, my friends, I will be right back. That we can watch, and I guarantee. Okay. Oh man. All right. Well, we're gonna have to use my camera microphone for a minute. That's unfortunate. Hopefully everything looks good. It sounds good. We're just getting things started. I don't have a team, so it's just how it has to be.
This Sextus. I'm gonna see if I get it. I can get it for you. I'll get the actual article because I have it. Here it is. The Julius is with a U, I believe. Yeah, Julius is J
So
U L I U.
this guy
That
Yeah,
that's
I
him.
don't. I'm not familiar with the
I don't
individual,
need
so
to
I'm
read
just
the
asking in good
Yeah,
faith.
that's what I was
what
asking you.
exactly is going
So
Hmm.
on.
he wrote what he wrote was the epistle to the Aristides,
It's
Okay.
hilarious.
and in that epistle, he broke down.
So
I
this
have it
guy
here
is
if
a
you ever
black
need it.
Hebrew
He broke
Israelite.
down um,
If that makes
the
any
reason
sense at
why
all.
Matthew says Jacob and Luke says Heli. And I'll read this little summary for you.
Okay.
Um it says
It's
Mathan descended from
ridiculous.
Solomon begat Jacob, Mathan dying Melchi descending from Nathan begat Heli by the same wife.
Let
Therefore,
my microphone
Heli
torch
and
for a second,
Jacob
then I'll
were
get my
uterine
audio set up.
brothers. Heli
We're gonna lay
dying
the rest of this
childless,
file and see
Jacob
what we can do with
gave
the plumbing.
seed to him and begat Joseph
Hmm.
by his own son
Yeah.
by
So
nature.
Julius is set as a chronographer. That's true, but he's not a
This is
saint in the
hilarious, this
church.
debate, and Andrew
So I'm not
Wilson
sure.
demolishes
I'm
it.
not sure that we would cite. I'm not sure
It
that we
doesn't
would
take a whole
cite this
lot,
source
just logic.
as being one that I would consider to be the
Cite-
one that's credible on this topic.
Would you cite ecclesiastical history?
Yeah, ecclesiology. It depends on how we're going through ecclesiology, though, or
So,
ecclesiastical history.
what I'm saying is, I'm just downloading. I'm gonna read this for you because
Mhm.
Eusebius, who is a church father, he wrote. Let me read the name of this book. It's called Ecclesiastical History, Eusebius Pamphlets, translated from the original Historical View. And in this,
Mhm.
he quotes Eusebius as having established, because the discrepancy in the church was Matthew and Luke with the lineages. And
Help me
so
out here. Did
mhm,
Sextus Julius Africanus believe that Joseph had sex with Mary?
I can't speak on that because
I
I haven't
can't
read
speak
if
on
he
that,
does. That's why
but
I'm
he'll
not
cite
Well,
making
that
no.
don't you
guy's
think?
name.
Well, don't you think
He'll cite
though
his name
that
constantly.
if this guy
These
who you're
black Hebrew
sorting or who
Israelites,
you're citing as
they
being the
just
one
go
that you're going to
based
put the
on what
lineage
their
of the line of
interpretation of the
David
Bible
on
is.
as the chronological
Whatever it
source,
is,
shouldn't he agree with you that
it's
this
whatever they
couldn't be
say
the
it
Holy
is.
Spirit then, and had
It's
to actually
funny as
be
hell, actually.
Joseph who had sex with her, right? He would have to agree with that, wouldn't he?
So he doesn't have to agree with.
He doesn't. Then how do we get to the line then?
I'm gonna tell you,
Okay.
because the argument that you're making and other
We're giving
Christians
you
try
a
to make to
completely
substantiate Mary
different
is to
take
say
on the
that
political
Mary is
commentary.
from the house
We're
of David. You
building,
can't read
renovating, and tearing
nowhere in
down
the New
while we
Testament.
give
So
political take.
Christians just hypothesize that. So whether Africanus believes that
This is
God made Mary
top tier
pregnant or
content,
Joseph
if I say
made
so
Mary
myself.
pregnant is irrelevant
So we
to
do a
It's
say that
project
relevant.
Mary.
together,
I'll
and
explain
we
why it's
listen to
relevant.
crazy
So if
shit.
Africanus says the line of David could only have come from Joseph, we're sorting it this way, right? We're saying that the line of
If you want to
Joseph is
critique
only
our
David.
style,
Then if
critique
he
our style.
believed that there
Critique
was
how we
still
do
a
things.
virgin
That's fine.
birth, then how would that be reconciled
I believe that
exactly?
there's a virgin birth.
But this
What?
floor looks pretty fucking good. I'm gonna say it.
I believe that
I'll
there's a
let you guys
virgin
see
birth.
it here in just a
I
minute.
don't
I gotta
disbelieve
lay
in virgin birth. We
about
So
just
four
wait,
don't
so
more
have a
how did
tiles.
they
disagreement on
how
what
is
a
he the
virgin is.
father? So how's he the father of Jesus Christ?
And
I thought
this
he had
guy,
A
sex with
virgin,
Mary.
got you. So a virgin in the
he says
Bible
that Joseph was
is
Jesus' father
not a woman
through
that never
conception,
had sex. It's a young woman.
mortal
So if you take
conception,
a
not
45-year-old woman that's never had sex,
divine,
you're not calling her a virgin. She's just an old woman. But if you take
immaculate
that
conception.
20-year-old,
It's
you're gonna say if she has
it's
sex, you're
insane.
not gonna stop calling her a young woman. So Isaiah 7 and 14, I'm pretty sure you're familiar with the verse that says, Behold, a virgin shall conceive, right?
Uh-huh.
Now that scripture is twofold because that scripture is talking about Isaiah's wife and it's talking about Mary. But when it's spoken about Isaiah's wife, that's her second son. So she's being called a virgin, even though she's had sex already.
So
It's,
what did they mean when they said virgin?
Virgin
Andrew
is just
Wilson
young
can't even
woman.
take this
The
guy
word is
Okay.
seriously.
Alma. In the
Okay.
It's
in the
hilarious.
Hebrew, the word is just so what it really should say, behold, a young woman shall conceive.
Got it. So then what you're saying that all virgin means then in this context to you is that Mary is a young woman. So
Yes.
when you say virgin birth, you just mean a young woman
Right.
gave birth. Okay,
Right.
that's fine. I contextually understand your view, but none of that
But it's
actually
wrong.
demonstrates that Joseph had sex with her. One
Well,
and two, when we're talking about Africanus, if he believed in a virgin birth, that would actually refute your point of looking at him for the chronology here. And three, there's no good reason for me to accept Africanus as an authority on these matters. He's not a saint in our church, right? And in church history, he's not a saint in any church that I'm aware of. So the thing
so
is why is it that I'm supposed to appeal to him instead of the various
Well,
other church
because
fathers
this
who
guy
claim that when they
claims that
say
he
virgin,
is a
untouched,
priest and a
they
saint
claim
and a
no
deacon,
sex. They claim that there was
but he's
no
not
sex. Why
ordained.
are they wrong?
It's interesting.
so
And by interesting, I
when
mean
you say
fucking wrong.
Julius Africanus, you don't have to respect him. His peers did. So
Yeah,
that's why
his
he's in
people
ecclesiastical
respected
history
Charlie
section.
Manson,
Yeah, but there's no
defend him.
reason that we need to utilize him as
No,
some sole authority.
Right.
he is the closest that you can have that can explain. And here's what I mean.
But
Whether he
hey,
believes, he
What?
can still believe. The whole point
he may be
of
a crazy son
Christians.
of a
So
bitch.
let's say Sextus Eusebius yourself
But
are
this is
Christians that believe that
unique
God made
content
Mary
if I do
pregnant.
say so myself.
They
Hmm.
all know that they still need Joseph because the lineage that they're tying to Christ says Joseph. It doesn't say
Yeah,
Mary.
but Matthew 125 is specifically saying that Joseph didn't have sex with Mary. It's
Let me ask you a question.
specifically saying that.
Let me ask you a question. In Matthew
Okay.
chapter 1, verse 1, it says, this is the book of the generations of Jesus Christ, the son of Abraham, the son of David, right? And when you read that, whose generational line is that? Is it Mary's or Joseph's?
From the genealogy,
Yes.
yeah, I think that the perspective on that was Joseph, but I'm not sure
And I
about good
started the
faith.
No, it
stream a
is.
little behind,
So
but this
that's
guy
how the
just
steps
affirmed
are,
that
right?
Mary was
Yeah, but
So
of the
all that
line
that
of
would
David.
demonstrate is that they're
So
both of the same line.
he
there's no
refutes his
verse that
own
says
points
Mary's from that
constantly.
line.
Yeah, no, no, that Joseph and Jesus would be from the same line. That doesn't mean that Joseph sired him, though.
Yes, it
That's the
does.
no, it
Because
doesn't. It doesn't
listen,
demonstrate that he
as you're
sired him.
reading, you know, Mary is not even the only woman in that chapter.
What
Ruth
does
is
that
in
have to
that
do with
chapter.
anything? It
I'm gonna
doesn't
tell you. Let me answer.
demonstrate that he sired him. You have to
Let me
demonstrate that.
let me just answer.
And by the way, what does any of this even have to do with polygyny in the
With
West
anything.
anyway?
Because
What
you
does any of
asked.
this even have to do with it?
So what you asked was for me to show you in the New Testament where that took place of just having
It didn't
sex.
take
Made
place.
it
It did
did.
no, they didn't have sex and then they were married.
You
That
know how
What
didn't
does
you
that
take
know
have
he
to
was
do with
place.
cut?
anything?
You know how you know he was cut?
The
What does
debate,
this
as
have
you
to
saw
do
in the
with you
title,
proving
is
that
polygyny in
anywhere
the
in the New
West.
Testament
And that
when a man
this
had sex with a woman, that became his
black
wife?
Hebrew
You have
Israelite is
not
saying
demonstrated
that
that. All
the
you have been
Bible
claiming is
says
that Joseph
polygyny is
must have
okay, or
sired
polygamy,
Jesus,
however you want to say
right?
it.
It's like
Okay, so
you
now
haven't
here's my
demonstrated that either. All you did
here's my
was
last
refute
statement.
yourself. Hang on, with Matthew
He refutes
125, it
himself
refutes
over
everything
and
that you're saying
over
right
and
now.
over.
Everything.
So
And I
here's
let and here's the thing. I
mhm,
let you in good faith. I followed along everything you asked me to pull up. I
mhm.
And
followed
it
along
is
everything you asked me. Now
retarded.
it's my turn to
Wait, but
do a
you
Yep.
little
asked me
cross.
to
Oh,
pull
Yeah,
up.
Andrew's
no, no, it's
about
my
to
turn now to do some
demolish.
cross
He's about to be
examination.
It's 30
demolished.
Bro, then
seconds.
give me your word. Give me your word after that. I get a cross examination.
It'll
Your
take 30
word. I want
seconds.
your word.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not after
All
30
right.
seconds, you
All
can
right.
ask
Go ahead. Go ahead.
no problem. So now,
No problem.
what I want to demonstrate is that in verse
No problem.
19, when it says Mary, so the birth of Christ was on this wise, they was espoused. Was he agreed? They was not husband and wife. And then the very next verse, it says, then Joseph, her husband, he asked me to show how sex made you married. You can't go from engaged to husband without having sex. You have the floor.
I mean, that literally doesn't demonstrate that. But that aside, now on my cross examination, as I went in good faith through everything that you presented, hang on, went through all of
Hmm.
it, answered your questions. Now it's my turn. I just want some answers to my questions, please, just like I answered yours,
Hmm.
in as good a faith as you can possibly
That's
do it.
about as straight
Now,
as it's
I
gonna
want to know
get.
specifically, what are the terms in which in Hebrew
Yes.
Israelite church or whatever it is you're a part of, how is it that a man can divorce from a woman? What are the ways in which that can happen?
It needs to
Okay.
be moved
As I answer
back.
this question, I just want to make sure that this is on the record. I was being cross examined, not him. It
What?
just flipped that way because we got here because
What?
I'm about to tell you, you told me to demonstrate in the New Testament where a man and woman had sex and they was married.
I don't
That's how
care.
we
This is
started.
meta conversation. Just answer
Damn.
my question, dude.
No, I'm just making sure that's
Yeah,
Okay,
clear.
yeah,
Cap. No,
fine,
you,
whatever.
Cap. You were cross-examining him, but it's
Yeah.
okay, man. Let's
But
just
yeah,
answer
Terms
the
is
you
bad.
questions.
I don't have a
I'm
problem with the
just not
term
I'm not interested in the meta. Let's just go to the question.
this ain't meta. This is alpha. Just putting you in your
No,
place. So
do you
now,
know
what
what a
the
meta
term is divorce.
conversation means? We're
What the term
conversation
is
about the
divorce.
conversation.
I'm just
So,
We
doing
need to
what an
move
alpha is.
yeah, okay,
this one
The
whatever.
back.
term is divorce in our paradigm
Mhm.
is if a woman commits adultery.
or
That's
murder.
what the term. Well, I don't know if that in the Bible, and I don't know if that in real life to entertain your insane way of thinking. But our thought process and what Christ said rather, is that if a woman commits fornication, aka adultery, you
Hmm.
can divorce her.
Okay, but you said that you would divorce a woman based on if she killed one of your children.
I answered your crazy question, yes, and I said yes.
There's nothing crazy about it. Here's why it's not crazy. I demonstrated to you that just by in lieu of you having people who are not a biological parent inside of the household, right? The chances of a child getting hurt or injured by this other person who's not a biological parent drastically go up. I can give you all of the data on this if you'd like it. I can
Can
link
you
it
say
to
that one
you.
more time?
Whew, we
Yes,
got it
if it is the
closer.
case that you live in a
That one was
household
not
with
laid
non-biological
properly.
parents, your chances of injury drastically increase.
And we'll have the mic pick
Drastically
up in a
increase.
second.
So if the state has custody of you, drastically increase. You have a stepdad, it increases. Stepmom, it increases. And in polygamous homes where there's multiple wives, the chances of a child getting hurt increase by the
This debate
non
is
blooded parent.
fucking
They
hilarious.
increase. That is
Are
in
these
fact, hang
Israelites
on,
or are
hang
these?
on, hang on. Is that is in fact the case when you study
I started it
polygamy.
before I
So
started the live
the
stream,
thing
but we're
is that why it
multi-streaming
is pertinent is
on
because your
YouTube,
chances would increase of one of your wives hurting
YouTube,
one of your
Kick,
children that's not one of
and
your
X.
biological
And
offspring.
praise God in
So
heaven,
it's pertinent for me to ask
the
inside
one
of your
that we
religion,
all
could you
believe in,
leave her? You said yes. And then you said the only
not
way
the
for
one
you to
that
leave a person
says
or divorce them,
the
separate
crazy
yourself
shit
from
this
them,
guy's.
is actually through fornication. This is a P not P contradiction. It's a literal P not P. So you have to reconcile this contradiction. How can you divorce your wife if she murders one of your children? How can you do that?
Because in the Bible, when David was dancing. He just united excuse me, he just united all 12 tribes.
Okay.
Dancing on a dance floor, getting busy. And as he dancing,
What the
I guess
fuck?
his skirt or his garment or whatever showed a little bit.
Tazaryak Yawada.
Ladies was going wild.
That's not his original name.
And then one of his wives complained about it. And he said, I'll get my glory from them rather, that you did not give me. And he put her up in a tower, turned her into Rumpelstiltskin, never had kids with her, never did anything.
Turned her into
Okay, can you answer my
Rumpelstiltskin.
question now?
This is answering your question. So the reason why I can push her
You
away
guys are in for a
is
Uh-huh.
treat.
because of
This
the
is fun.
heinous act in your
This is
scenario
funny
Okay.
as
that
shit.
she did.
Can you
In
put
real, wait, why can't I finish?
Black Hebrew Israelites.
okay,
In
well,
real
how
time,
long are you going to
These
filibuster,
people
dude? I just
never
want to get through the
fail to
questions.
disappoint.
The answer is yes, you
Or they
can, right?
never
You
disappoint. They
can
never
divorce her
fail to make
yeah, I can.
for
absent
excellent
fornication.
watching and great content.
In a normal environment, no. In the absurd environment that you say,
I
no.
knew he was going to blame him for
What?
make absurd
Can you
environment.
divorce her or not?
Sorry, I said that wrong. In the
Because he's
absurd
talking about
environment that you
monogamy.
created,
That's all he's talking about.
yes.
Andrew's
Okay,
In
whole
the
so
point
then
normal
is
environment,
monogamy.
can you divorce her if
That's
she
it.
diddles one of them?
yes. If she
Okay,
did
so
when you
The
say diddle,
whole debate
when you
is
say
about
diddle, you talk
molest
about
them.
another
Yeah,
polygamy,
another
molest them.
woman.
polygyny,
Yeah, a woman's molesting one of your
or
children.
monogamy.
Can you divorce her for that?
Yeah, I don't
Is it
understand these
okay to
weird
be
questions right
polygamous?
here, man.
They're super
Yeah, you a
pertinent.
freak. You might have been with
Yeah, this
Epstein.
is not
It's
freakish.
hilarious.
When you open up by talking about how the Catholic priest molests children, that's perfectly relevant.
But then
When
when
I
you go
talk
in
about
your
abuse,
mind
but when I
and
talk
you
about
say this
abuse and
freaky stuff
polygyny,
you think
that's
you
not relevant. It's like, what are you
you
talking
definitely
about?
with Epstein. You
Yeah,
was with
whatever. Yeah,
Epstein.
okay, yeah, Epstein. So
Epstein.
Hey,
anyway,
Cap, it's relevant. Just
it's
answer the
totally
questions,
it's
man.
And he
not only
said,
is it
yeah, yeah,
totally
okay.
relevant.
Why he can talk about my language? I couldn't read a word, but when I do something to
J-
him, you got to say something,
You can
cool.
Yo,
attack me. I
Cap,
don't
I
care.
was
Like,
totally fair,
look,
Cap.
I
He's
don't
I've
give
been
a shit.
chilling.
I
Go
don't
ahead.
care about any of your insults. I just want the
the
questions
victim.
answered.
The
So it's
victim
the case
complex.
then that you can
That's
divorce
fucking
outside of
funny.
fornication,
The
outside of your
victim
wife cheating
complex.
with another man.
In your Epstein-minded view, I would not stay with
His is the
anybody that's
dude.
molesting a
This
kid
black Hebrew
Uh-huh.
or
Israelite's got the
unaliving a kid,
Epstein.
Yes.
nor would they be a part of our community because you cannot molest
Unreal.
kids and be amongst us.
Yeah, but like that's so
Unreal.
stupid. There's no way for you to notate that to know that this will be the case or not the case. If you had like six wives and they all lived in a household with you, right? One of them could kill feasibly
What's
one of your
funnier, my
other
camera
children.
falling
They could do
or
that. They could just have postpartum depression and
this
drown them.
stupid ass
Just drown them
argument
in a
that's
tub.
happening?
They get angry one day and do that. Like that shit happens. It's not a joke. I don't know
Uh,
why you think that this is Epstein Island conspiratorial tinfoil hat stuff. That could happen. And if it does, I just want you to say that yes, you can leave her for that.
I said it already though.
Okay, then if
That's my
that's the case, you're in a performative contradiction because you
I'm not.
believe it's only
hmm
under the idea of fornication
Excellent
that
point.
you can leave your wife, and that's it. And yet here you say, no, you can leave her for other extenuating circumstances as well. How about this? Okay, is it the case that if you found out that your wife was robbing everybody else in your family, okay, and was also an addict, could you leave her then?
No,
No.
no,
You couldn't leave her then?
no.
No.
I wouldn't. I would fix her.
Okay. And then what if it's the case that you found out that your wife, before you met her, right, had a multitude of sexual partners that you were unaware of and had contracted HIV? Could you leave her then?
I would know that before I got with her.
Yeah, it didn't show up on the tests, the
I,
HIV, and she hit her pass. She hit it. She hit it from you.
I get the part about the sex, but how is HIV hitting? They
Well,
got a
but
weight
yeah,
chart.
you go down, you get a
HIV
test.
be
Let's
hitting.
just say you go down to get a test.
HIV
The
be
HIV
hitting,
doesn't show
bro.
up on the test for whatever reason. There's some, mistake at the lab, perhaps something like this. You find out she has HIV. You found out that she had tons of sexual partners before you that she did not disclose to you, and you married her anyway. Can you leave her then?
Yeah, I
Man, that
wouldn't
would be
be
a
with her no more.
fucked
Okay,
up
yeah, so you
life.
can leave her then. So there's all kinds of so there's
Imagine
all
having
sorts of
HIV
ways
Battle.
in which you can leave your wife even if
because
she's
you
not
fucked a
cheating on
guy
you with
who
somebody.
was
So you're just
fucking
lying.
dudes.
You're lying to us, you're
If
lying
you're
to
a woman,
everybody
of
who's
course.
listening. You lied about whether how it is that you're able to separate yourself from your wife. You are caught in a performative contradiction. You lied, sir. And not only that, let's
What
point this out. Let's point
is
this
the
out.
white women?
How could it be the case that polygyny under this especially under your
Hey,
idealism of polygyny, how's that going to help the
if
west?
you're watching
How's that
this, put in the
actually going to
chat.
help the
We got
west?
any good content
When
to
you say
watch?
under my
As you
ideal,
can
can you
see,
explain
my
that to
hands are
me?
Yeah,
tied at the
whatever
moment.
you think the rules
I
are
need to
when it
find
comes to
some good
polygyny, like
content to
for
watch
instance,
while I do
can your
this.
wives have sex with each other?
No,
Can you have sex with them at the same time?
no.
Okay, can you ejaculate halfway in one and then the rest of the way in another?
That's the same. This the Epstein portion of the battle, y'all. Because
It's
that
important. It's important to make
Y'all,
these
I
he
distinctions.
understand
says
you
y'all
can
like
have
he's
sex with
talking
them at
to
the
a.
same time,
Well,
but
I
how
guess
does
he
the
does have a
mind
chat
say
that he's
Could you
talking
have
to.
sex?
ejaculate in one and
Could
ejaculate
you have
in
could
the
you because
other?
they're different questions. Could you have sex with one of them in the same bed, another one sleeping in?
That's fornication. No,
Well, how is that fornication? You're not sleeping with
because they
her.
can't see each other's nakedness.
Okay, so
What?
in your view,
Mm.
when it comes to
Epstein files.
yeah, when it comes to this,
Truly, this some weird questions, bro.
what is correct
No,
for
there.
you under
This
polygyny
is a
is
good line
that
of questioning,
you can have as many wives as
actually,
you sleep
because it
with
points out the
becomes your
many
wife,
fallacies in this
right?
guy's
You have to
argument.
take care of those women. Is that
Have as many.
what's that?
You cannot have as many.
Well, you're going to have as
And
many
he
as you sleep
says
with,
that he
right?
believes in polygymy
What I
and he
mean
can
by
have
that is
sex
that's
with
why I reference Deuteronomy
as
17
many
and
wives as he
17 when it
wants,
says, "Do
which
not
is
multiply
do what you
wives
want.
to yourselves, that it tempt
But
your
he's making a
heart to
biblical
what it."
argument.
Yeah, but if somebody decided to go ahead and sleep with 30 women, under your view, he's married to all
Yeah.
30 of those women, right?
Yes. Oh,
Yes,
I left
And
out
he
the
needs to
part. He
take care of
says
all
that
of those
if
women as
you
though they were his
have
wife,
sex with
right?
someone, you're married to them.
And he needs to
That's
take care of all those women as though
there. I
they
guess
they
there's an
were his
argument
wife,
to be
right?
made about
what
that, but
manager would?
every
Okay,
woman you
yes.
have
So
sex
if this
with
so if this is the
is
case,
your
what
wife,
would be the
is
enforcement
his
order
argument.
here to make sure
Effectively.
that these men take care of all the women that they have sex with? How would you enforce that in the
That's,
West?
Yeah.
that's actually a good question. And what I want to say is,
All
all
right.
of this
We
weird
should be
shit
good
that
on the
they
mic
said from
situation.
Epstein Island, monogamous people do all the time.
No, monogamous people don't come in one woman and then come in another. They're not monogamous
They
definitionally.
ejaculate in one, put it in another,
No, they
Jeez.
don't.
other
That would
people.
be definitionally not monogamy.
Yes, they do.
No, that
Yes,
wouldn't be
they do.
monogamy.
So
But
now,
anyway, who cares?
answer.
Answer the question, please.
So to answer your question,
Cooley,
Hmm.
and
don't
here's the
fucking
beautiful
copyright
part about
strike this,
us
please.
as Israelites, the way that we teach it.
Hmm.
America is a cesspool of fornication,
Yeah,
monogamous or polygamous. They don't do it right. That's why even why
can't
he
argue
asks me
with
these
that.
weird questions. He's asking me these weird questions because there are people like Neo, for example, the entertainer
Can you
Neo.
just
Neo.
answer the question, dude?
This is the answer. Why y'all in your feelings, man?
I just
I
want
got
you
a
to
time limit or
answer.
something.
How would you
This
enforce
guy
this?
projects like
I'm
crazy.
answering. We would
You're not
enforce
going to
it
answer it.
by
Okay.
He'll ask
re-educating
100 questions.
our men and women the value of sex itself. The whole reason why we say sex is marriage because the world does not believe that. Andrew and I do agree that the paper means nothing as far as marriage goes, but the
Yeah,
world does not. The world believes that as long as I don't have that paper marriage, I can have sex with whoever I want to have sex with.
there we go.
So
Damn, that
when
took a
we come and
long
teach,
ass time to
we
get that
actually
laid.
put the
Now we get a
value
cut.
on sex by re-educating and saying,
Get a
no,
cut this
you don't
one.
sow your oats and sleep with every woman. You don't have sex with every man. If you have sex with that woman, you got to keep her. And then what does that do? What does that do?
Ah, he didn't put a
That
spacer under
forces you
there.
to
Fuck.
find out about her past,
Yeah.
his
What about
past.
enforcement, though? Can we get to that part? How do you enforce
And
it?
we teach it. We don't force any. See, white people will say force because that's what y'all do.
White
Y'all
people.
Yes.
rape, enslave, and pillage.
Yes.
So
Well,
you
you're going to
should
have to
really
use.
ask. You should
Well,
ask
wait
your
wait a
people.
second. You are going to have to use force necessarily because if somebody
Why?
wants says that they're a part of your church and they want to be a part of your church, and you
Mhm.
say no, you can't be a part of our church, you're going to enforce that, right?
No, when
You're
you
not,
say enforce, it means stop them. Like if you tried to come into my school, I would say no, you can't.
right? So they're going to
And then
use
if you tried
enforcement.
to force you, but you would have to
All right.
force your way, and
Yes.
we would be defending ourselves.
We
Yes,
gotta
you would
have
be
three
you would be using
cuts,
force to defend yourself, right?
Right, and
that
that and
cut,
that's yes.
Yeah. So
and
So
when we're
we
one
don't
talking,
really
go
weird
out
cut
and
right here.
force
yeah, yeah,
people.
I get it, I get it. You're just talking
Okay,
Shit.
about basic force
We're gonna have to
doctrine,
make a
right?
weird
So
cut
the
there
idea
too. I
here,
shouldn't
though,
have.
is
you
that
y'all force. Your people force.
yeah, yeah, whatever it is, you're saying defense is
Your
still
people.
force. Defense
Man,
is
he
force. You
No,
says
agree?
no.
No, you
Defense
don't
is
agree.
defense.
Defense is force.
I'm
he
gonna show
makes
you,
white
brother.
people a monolith.
Defense is defending.
Racism
Yes,
only
but it's using
exists
force.
if you're white.
Offense is force.
Because this
No,
fucking
defense
guy
is
right
also
here,
can be
he
used as force.
constantly
Yes,
brings in race.
both are
He
force.
can't make a statement
You could say enforce might be a different word.
that
Force is
relates
the
to
word for it.
Andrew's
Enforce.
arguments without making it about race.
Enforce would
He
usually be the
constantly
aggressor.
says
I
white,
typed this defense
your
force and it
people,
says yes,
makes an
because
argument about,
defense
he
force can
tries to
refer
say
to the
something about
national
Andrew's
military. So
argument,
I
and
don't
it's
know if you be
always brought
understanding.
back to
I'm gonna
Yeah,
show you.
his
yeah.
skin
Okay,
color.
well, if you're defending yourself by
It's like,
punching
all
a
right,
person
we'll
in the
lose the
face, you're
argument.
using force, right?
You're losing the debate
So,
if it has
okay,
to come
yeah.
Well,
So
back to
then
so you know
defense
why
race,
I'm saying
unless
defense
you
is
are
also
making a
force
factual
and
statement,
offense is force. They're
like
both force
black people have
in this situation
a higher
that
I
we're
wouldn't
talking about.
necessarily put them in the same category,
or
but let me
more
do you first.
I would
likely per
agree that
capita to
intent.
Argument.
commit crime.
Okay.
I'm gonna agree with you for that.
The
That's
Yeah,
an
yeah.
crime
easy one. It's
Okay,
statistics
so when we're talking about
prove it.
enforcement,
But that's a
right? You
factual
don't want to
statement,
actually have any sort of
not a
enforcement
subjective
at the
one based
governmental
on your
level, at
emotional
the
or
ecclesial.
the
So
appeal
you
to
don't want your
emotion to blame white
ecclesiology
people
to
for
be enforced at the government level, right?
your problems or to make them a monolith.
no, I do actually. I think that
Okay, you
people actually.
do. So
I
you
think if you.
actually want to use force, then,
No, I
don't
don't
you?
want. No,
Well, then
you
And
have
this
how?
to.
is
I don't understand.
Andrew's
How could the
favorite argument.
government enforce it without force?
And it's hard
I'm
to
gonna give
deny
you what I
his
want. What I
point,
would
but he does
prefer if
default
we
to this
lived
argument
according to
frequently.
God's laws. Absolutely.
And
Is
that
it to
is
force or tell the
the appeal to
government by
force.
force we got to do that? No.
And the appeal to
Let's
force
go
is
look at
saying
Christ
you don't really
before
have
Christ did what
rights
he did
outside
before.
of
Wait.
what force
That's not what I'm
can
asking. I'm not asking if you would
allow
force a
for,
government. I'm asking if you would like for the
is what
government
our
to
rights.
enforce your worldview.
Yep.
No.
No,
I
okay.
would just no, I wouldn't like no, I
No,
would not. Because
no.
if they get let me answer. If they
Hmm.
get to enforcing, somehow blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians gonna be the one enforced while y'all free. I don't want y'all to force nothing. Y'all history of force, black people, Hispanic people suffer.
Okay, so then in your view of your ecclesiology, you don't want that at the government top down level promoting your ecclesiology, right? You don't want the government doing
Are
that?
you kidding?
Not by force, no.
Then
I
what
don't
the
see that in
fuck
the
is the
Bible.
difference between the system you're advocating for in the West and the one we already
There we
have
go.
where you can already do the shit you're doing? What's the difference? It's the same
Because
system. The system here is the liberal system of You can do whatever you want as long as you're not hurting somebody else. The system that you're advocating, you can do whatever you want as long as you're not hurting anybody
No,
else. You don't want
no,
any enforcement of your ecclesiology at the
that's not the
national level.
system I'm
Hang on,
advocating.
you literally said this. I don't want any of my ecclesiastical authority enforced at the national level or the government level, period. You don't want that. So, how is it that right this second, we don't already have what you want? Right this second, you can be a polygynist. Right this second, we can do exactly what anybody can do exactly what you're doing. You can go fuck a chick and say, now you're my wife. And she goes, oh, I agree. And so both of you, hang on, both of you now are married according to you.
You
You
just
can
saw
do
how
this.
ignorant you are.
Hey, hang on, you can do this right this second. What are you bringing? What are you bringing to the table here that's changing any of this? What are you bringing to the table here?
So to get into this guy, first I want to show how nasty he is because he brought
How
up the
nasty.
fact with the chicken. That's Epstein.
Chick. No, I said a chick.
A
A
chick.
Not a
chick.
fucking chicken. I say you go bang a
I know you
chick.
said chicken.
A
A chicken.
See,
So
A
now,
chick. No,
gosh,
how?
it's
How that
just
wouldn't even make sense in
real
context. You can go bang a chicken
inauthentic,
and now you're married.
argumentative
Like, that wouldn't even make
devices,
sense.
that's what it sounds like.
argumentation
That don't even
devices
make no
that
sense.
don't make
Instead of a
fucking
chick,
sense.
really? Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
a
sounds like
chick.
maybe he was talking too fast.
Okay.
Shit.
Shit.
Anyway, so yeah, what are you bringing to the table here that changes anything? It's just
Okay,
the
so in
same
this
shit.
title, well, first of all,
Yeah.
Yeah.
problems in the West
Excellent
Excellent
have
point.
nothing
I
to
agree.
do
All
with
right. I gotta
monogamy
get
Gotta
this
get this
cut.
cut.
or polygamy. Has nothing to do with that.
Oh,
It's
okay.
the
So then
moral.
it's not good. Polygyny isn't good for the West then?
Well, when you're talking about saving the West,
Yeah, it's not going to
right?
save the West.
All
All
right.
right.
Well, monogamy.
Here's the
Here's the
point.
point.
So
So
there's
there's
this
this
argument
argument
that
that
people
people
love
love
to
to
make
make
who
who
are
are
secular in
secular
their
in their
beliefs.
beliefs.
They
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 don't
don't
understand
understand
that
that
Christian
Christian
values
values
are
are
the
the
ones
ones
that
that
inherently
inherently
are
are
going to be
going
the
to be the
ones that
ones that
save the
save the
West
West
because
because
you're
you're
to
to practice monogamy,
you're
you're
to
to
practice
practice
traditional
traditional
values,
values,
you're
you are
to
to
be
be
an
an
upstanding
upstanding
citizen.
citizen.
That
That
is
is
the
the
premise
premise
of
of
Christianity.
Christianity.
So
So
you
you
follow the
follow the
Ten
Ten
Commandments.
Commandments.
Let's
Let's
just
just
go
go
back to
back to
kindergarten. You
kindergarten. You
follow
follow
the
the
golden
golden
rule,
rule,
for
for
example.
example.
Well,
Well,
society
society
as
as
a
a
whole
whole
is
is
better.
better.
And if
And
you
if you
follow
follow
Christian
Christian
values,
values,
you
you
go to
go to
church, you
church,
put
you
your
put your
kids in
kids in
church, you
church,
have
you
more
have more
upstanding
upstanding
citizens,
citizens,
you
you
reproduce,
reproduce,
you
you
have a
have a
whole
whole
household
household
with
with
a
a
mother and
mother and
father
father
who,
who,
through
through
better
better
or
or
worse,
worse,
through
through
thick and
thick and
thin, through
thin, through
sickness and
sickness and
health,
health,
take
take
care of
care
their
of their
child
child
and
and
put
put
the
the
child
child
first.
first.
Put
Put
God
God
in
in
the
the
household.
household.
You
You
don't
don't
fall
fall
victim
victim
to
to
emotional
emotional
folly,
folly,
let's just say, so
so
that
that
you
you
can
can
take
take
care
care
of
of
another
another
human
human
who's going to
who's
be
going
a
to be a
contributing
contributing
citizen
citizen
in our
in our
society
society
who will
who will
have the
have the
same
same
values.
values.
So
So
a
a
generational
generational
effect is
effect
going
is
to
going to
happen. And
happen. And
society as
society
a
as a
whole is
whole is
better
better
because
because
Western
Western
values
values
are
are
inherently
inherently
Christian
Christian
values.
values.
And
And they are
because
because
we
we
have
have
a
a
less and
less and
less
less
moral
moral
society
society
over the
over the
last
last
200
200
years.
years.
But
But
for the
for the
most
most
part,
part,
Christian
Christian
values are
values
what
are
we
what we
follow.
follow.
And if
And
you
if you
go,
go,
we need
we
to
need to
stop
stop
turning the
turning
other
the other
cheek. But
cheek.
if
But
you
if
go
you go
overseas,
overseas, you're going to see
some
some
real
real
heinous
heinous
shit.
shit.
Look at the
Stories
stories
from
from Afghanistan,
Afghanistan,
the
the
Middle
Middle
East,
East,
and
and
how
how
Muslims
Muslims
and
and
people
people
or
or
radicals
radicals
in
in
Islam,
Islam,
similar
similar
to
to
how
how
Jews
Jews
follow
follow
the
the
Talmud,
Talmud,
have
have
real,
real,
real
real
serious
serious
issues with
issues with
their
their
morality
morality
as
as
it
it
relates to
relates to
sexuality.
sexuality.
And
And
you
you
look
look
up
up
the
the
boys
boys
in
in
Afghanistan,
Afghanistan, what
what happens
happens
to
to
them.
them.
So we're
So
going
we're
to
going to
make
make
a
a
7-inch
7-inch
cut
cut.
here. And that
And that
tangent
tangent
is
is
finished.
finished.
We'll
We'll
get
get
back
back
to
to
the
the
video.
video.
All right.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll
I'll
go
go
on
on
100
100
tirades,
tirades,
but
but
this
this
conversation
conversation
about
about
is the
is the
West
West
inherently Christian.
Yes,
Yes,
it
it is.
is.
Christian
Christian
values
values
are
are
what
what
made
made
Oh,
our
save
our
the West.
country
country
Yeah, I'm asking
and
how
the
is
and the
it
West
West
great.
great.
That's
That's
what
what
made
made
us
us
great.
great.
Look to
Look
the
to the
Middle
Middle
East,
East,
where the
where the
predominant
predominant
religion is
religion is
Islam.
Islam.
You
You
don't
don't
have
have
sky. You got. I mean,
I mean,
look at
look at
Dubai. You
Dubai.
got
You got
skyscrapers, but
skyscrapers,
you don't
but you
have
don't have
skyscrapers. You
skyscrapers.
still
You
got
still got
primitive
primitive
technology.
technology.
You've
You've
got
got
primitive
primitive
architecture.
architecture.
You
You
go
go
to
to
Africa,
Africa,
where
where
there's
there's
all
all
sorts of
sorts of
religion
religion
and
and
polytheistic
polytheistic
religions.
religions.
You
You
don't
don't
have
have
modern
modern
Western
Western
society, and
society, and
for
for
that
that
there are
there are
downsides
downsides
because you
because
have
you
more
have more
freedom.
freedom.
You have
You have
more
more
ability to
ability to
do
do
hedonistic
hedonistic
activities.
activities.
However,
However,
Christianity is
Christianity
what
is
built
what
the
built the
West.
West.
Disagree
Disagree
with it?
with it?
Agree
Agree
with it?
with it?
I don't
I don't
really
really
give a
give a
fuck.
fuck.
It's a
It's a
fact.
fact.
Now we
Don't
Now we
gotta
change
back
the
gotta
up.
topic. Don't change the subject.
I'm got
How is polygyny gonna save the West, and what is your system bringing to the table
our
that's any
version of
fucking different than
polygyny,
what we have right now? What?
our version of marriage
Yeah.
would absolutely save the West because there would be no
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
because
polygamy
polygamy
is
is
gonna
gonna
save the
save the
West.
West.
in America.
No, that's not true. You can't. You just said you wouldn't enforce your system.
Polygamy
Polygamy
is
is
gonna
gonna
save the
save the
West.
West.
Oh
Oh
my
my
God, I've
God,
heard
I've
it
heard
all.
it all.
That's
That's
No.
funny
funny
as
as
fuck.
fuck.
Save the
No.
West. That's what
Polygamy
Polygamy
is
is
gonna
gonna
save
How?
the West.
How can you do
Polygamy.
it without enforcement from the top down?
Okay, you got to add that part. You got to
Bring
add
in
Bring
the
that.
in the
Yeah, it couldn't
enforcement
do
enforcement
part,
it.
part,
It
and
couldn't
Okay,
do
his
it.
his
There's
argument
not
argument
now
crumbles
listen.
crumbles
in
in
half.
half.
Wait.
Excellent.
Excellent.
Let me ask you a question, right?
No. Answer my
Let
question.
me
Let me
ask
First.
you a
ask you a
question.
How?
question.
How is it that
No.
absent
No.
enforcement, you're bringing any fucking thing to the table for anything to do with the
Mm-hmm.
West?
Mm-hmm.
And literally everybody can do exactly what you're doing right now. They can just
Mm-hmm.
have sex with a chick,
Okay.
and then they're married as long as the chick agrees
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
it. What
Can-
is
That
it
was
That
his
was his
that you
argument.
are
argument.
bringing that's changed?
Okay. I want to ask you a question after I answer
Oh
that.
my
Fair
God.
enough?
Okay.
It's
It's
funny.
funny.
Yes.
So now, what I
Let me
Let me
ask you a
ask you a
question.
question.
is actual value to sex.
I'm just making sure the
The
audio is
problem
working.
Yeah.
with America
Yeah.
is they
It
don't
is.
value sex. So I will go to the American
Well,
government and say, why is OnlyFans allowed?
But
Why
that's
is
force.
prostitutes strip
That's
clubs
force.
That's
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 force,
allowed?
bro.
I would
That's
ask that.
force. That's
So now,
force.
so now I have a question for
No,
you.
no, no,
On
no,
the
no.
flip-
That's
I want
force.
to
I want
see
to
how
You
see how
he
can
he
see that
brings us
that's
back.
force.
Force.
You going to the government and saying you can't, you need to make sure OnlyFans isn't allowed is you advocating for force of your
Ah.
worldview.
I
Yes.
see what you're saying.
Yes, I agree.
Okay,
That's force. I
then
agree.
you
Can I
lied to
ask you
me
a question?
again when you said, no, I don't want the government to enforce my worldview. You do. You do. Don't
No,
you?
I don't. I
Then how are
disagree.
they going to get rid of OnlyFans without force, bro?
Mm-hmm.
How?
It's a
It's a
great
great
point.
point.
I disagreed with you.
Yeah, how are
I
they going to get rid of OnlyFans without force, bro? How?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
just tell only you just make it illegal. Oh,
Oh,
you can't
and
say
so
make it
and what
illegal
happens?
because
That's
What
still
happens
force.
if
There's an
people?
enforcement
And what
arm.
happens if people do something that's illegal?
go to jail.
Oh, so then force.
So
Of
force.
course.
Got it. So
That's-
you're saying that you want to use the force of
I'm
the
not
state.
saying I want to do that.
Yeah, yes, you just
I
said it,
never
bro.
said I want to do that.
You just said it twice.
You asked a question that said,
Sorry,
how would
bro.
my world? No,
That's the end of the debate. That's it.
no, it's not.
Yes, it
No, it's
is.
not.
You just
No,
did
it's
it to
not.
yourself. You did it to
No, it's
yourself.
not.
You want to use force of the government to
I
enforce
don't
your
want to use
worldview.
force.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
what
I
you just
don't.
said.
I don't even
Then,
want to talk to the government.
okay, then tell me, how is it that the government's going to get rid of OnlyFans
How do
How
you
do
again?
you
argue
argue
with
with
All
that?
you done in your so-called interrogation of me is
Uh-huh.
ask
Alright.
the
We
weirdest,
keep the
Keep the
video
video
going,
going.
questions,
and
And
then you
you
want
get
you
my
me
get my
to
commentary.
You
commentary,
got
but I gotta
Epstein
make
Island once. You just lied
then you
again.
want me to
You just
We're gonna
lied
make a
again.
cut
cut
7
enforce the
inches,
government after I said
and it's
and it's
I
gonna
gonna
will
go
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 right
to the
right
government.
there.
there.
So in your
You just contradicted yourself again. You
in
said you
your
would.
hypothetical question, I answered it. So I do have a
No,
question.
you didn't actually answer it. And so the thing is like, here's the thing
I
that's so
would
interesting.
government.
You're saying you
We're almost
again,
done.
performative contradiction.
It's
So
gonna
you want to
look
use force
absolutely
to
fire.
impose your worldview using the government? No.
No.
I want the government to
But
get rid of
you need
OnlyFans. That would be an imposition of your worldview using force. And how did I demonstrate that? Hang on. How did I demonstrate that? Hang on. How did I demonstrate that?
Yep.
I proved it by saying, how is it that they could get rid of OnlyFans without force? You said making it illegal. What happens to people do illegal things? They go to jail. That's force. That's the entailment of the position. You lost, sir. That's the end of that. Your imposition of your worldview that you don't want to impose due to force is actually you wanting to impose your worldview by force. Do you realize you contradicted yourself?
Okay,
Yeah,
I just want to
that's
respond,
crazy.
and then I
Okay.
want to ask you a question.
Okay.
My initial
And
answer,
that question has to be
I
asked.
do not want to force the government to do anything. And then I said, I prefer that the government lives according to God's law.
It's gonna be loud. Sorry.
And then, same way you asked me a specific question about one of my wives
This is just a debate right now, I promise. Go ahead.
interrupting.
No, I just want to show you. You're gonna finish the debate right now. Go ahead.
Same way you asked a hypothetical question that never will happen about my wife. You ask another hypothetical question that never will happen.
The government can't get rid of OnlyFans.
Correct. So now my question to
Well,
you.
wait.
Sorry.
Hang on. So then I'll
Gotta
follow up
use
with
the
this
child
last
phone.
one. Last one.
Can't help
So
it.
then, what is it if you're unwilling to use force for your worldview and approach the government for any top-down policies whatsoever? What is it that you're bringing to the table that we don't already have in this degenerate ass fucking West? What is it that you're bringing to the table since everybody can already do what you do? They already can. Is it just your position that you're just going to go educate the masses? You're just going to educate them into everyone they fuck? They then
He
become
says he's a
married to them?
prophet.
Or did you have some teeth behind that? Did you have something you were going to
He says
legislate
he
or
is a
move
prophet.
towards? Did you have something like that? Or is it just you're just going to go out and word salad them to death?
I'm actually great at what I do, and polygamous and monogamous people.
Hey, if you're watching this, share the strength.
Now,
That's right.
I will never.
We'll
The
have
West is still
good
degenerate.
content
So
rolling
about
on.
to get interrupted. Who's the child?
The West
just
is still
trying to respond.
degenerate, bro.
We'll
The
play the
West
game of talking
is
over each other.
degenerate
Yeah, go ahead.
because
go
of
ahead.
free will
I'll let
and
you
lack
finish.
of
I'll let you
force
finish. Go ahead.
to implement
Yeah,
religious
yeah.
values.
But go ahead.
Andrew yielded.
That's
Go
a
ahead.
double-edged sword, though.
So now, I will never force the government to obey God because the government will never obey God. So your hypothetical question
No,
was answered, but it wasn't my answer. It's your hypothetical
no.
question. What I do is exactly what you said. It's what Christ did. Christ
Not
didn't
valid.
force no government to follow him. He taught, and he was good at it. That's why the disciples
He
did it.
taught
So
until
I
he
teach
had
the same
to
thing. I
completely
teach to my
demolish
the value of
the
sex.
temple.
No force. And you know what? I'm
And
good
he
at
was
it.
born by
I don't have to
immaculate
force
conception,
nobody.
not
So
because marrying just
So
had
now,
sex.
hang on.
This
Wait,
guy's
I'm just gonna let you
got
go.
everything.
I'm just gonna respond. I'm just gonna respond. You can ask your question. So here's my response. Very
Yes,
simple.
he
Right?
is way
I
off.
asked you this question. What are you doing any different
Mhm.
than what's already being practiced in the West? And you know what you just told me? Nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing. You are not offering anybody anything new. The same shit. You're promising them that the government's going to continue to fuck them over, going to continue to force degeneracy. It's going to continue to do all these horrible things under your system.
Excellent
Because
point.
you ain't got the balls to use force. You ain't got the balls to make any legislative changes. Nothing. You're just going to speak them to death.
Dynamite.
The reason
Right
that
there,
you lost
that
the
hit.
debate is because when you say polygyny in the West is what's going to save the West, we already have mass polygyny in the West. We already have the same shit. We have people banging everybody all over the fucking place. We already have that. It's not saving shit, right? And you are not offering anybody anything new. You're literally offering the status quo. You're offering them the status quo. You get
And
exactly
polygamy
the
is
same shit
polygamy,
you always
whatever.
govern under your worldview.
It's supposed
And
to.
that's why you, sir, and polygyny is not going to save the West, and neither are Hebrew Israelites. You got nothing.
Oh shit.
Okay.
Yeah, the Hebrew
Ask me a
Israelite
question
thing is
after I
fucking
respond to it.
retarded.
The bullshit that he's saying about polygamy. Polygamy
It's stupid.
is
That's not gonna save the West.
existed, but it's low key. But monogamy
Low key.
has existed forever. So the downfall of the West is not polygamy.
The
The
downfall
downfall
of
of
the
the
West
West
is
is
heathenism.
heathenism
Polygamy, the prostitution, and all the whole shit
And the
that you
and
do.
the
constant
the
constant
constant
When you
search
say
search
for
for
instant
instant
polygamy
gratification.
gratification.
won't save the West, show me how.
That's the
That's the
problem with
problem
the
with the
West.
Hypothetical,
West.
I
hypothetical.
will show you
Not
how.
this is not a question.
That's the
That's the
problem.
problem with the
Monogamy
West.
never did anything because America didn't rule
Instant
the
Instant
West by
gratification.
gratification.
monogamy.
That's
That's
the
Yes, it
the
did.
problem.
problem.
America ruled the West by force because America still rules the West. Last I checked, America is still the number one superpower unless you ask Israel.
The West is
Israel
dying.
do what you
Oh,
want.
The West is
Israel do what
dying.
you
The
want.
West
I just want
can't
to
eat,
finish. I didn't
bro.
interrupt you the whole time you fucking talked. I let you
Okay,
oh,
talk.
Getting a
getting a
little
little
When
angry
you
angry
let me
already.
already.
talk, when,
okay,
I
fine.
ain't
But I get a
interrupted no
response
matter
after
what you
this. Then
said.
I get a response after this.
I
Yeah,
Go
you
ahead.
get a
never
response.
said.
Go ahead, Cap. It's yours. Go ahead.
I always gotta cuss
Mm.
before I get my moderator Cooley to step in. So again,
No,
No,
make a
make a
America is
valid
valid
still
point.
a
point.
number one fucking power, even
Shit.
Shit.
though morally they're fucked up. So you can't blame
Make an
me
Make an
for
actual
actual
point.
point.
polygamy because when monogamy existed, they was raping their wives. That's why it was unlawful. Excuse me, raping their wives. That's why it only became in law in 1993. That's why when you go to post
Monogamy
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 made
made
industrialism,
men
men
rape
you know
rape
their
what
their
they had more
wives.
wives.
kids because they was raping the wives, raping the
See,
wives, having sex with them, producing the kids, got the woman in the house, and then they
See,
let
this
the
this
guy
woman
guy
just
run
just
makes
wild.
makes
shit
shit
up.
That
up.
bro said, I ain't never coming back.
Literally.
Literally.
I
It's
ain't never
fucking
coming
Fucking
back.
funny.
funny.
I ain't having no more of your kids. I ain't doing none of that. So we
It's
can't
It's
act
funny as
like
funny.
shit.
Shit.
monogamy or polygamy makes the West good or bad because the West is
Funny as
still
Funny as
hell.
hell.
great. Now
Yes.
my
No,
question,
sorry.
my
No. I get a response.
no, I
I get
no,
a
no,
No, Cap.
response.
He gets to
stop.
I
respond.
get a
That's what we
No,
agreed
response.
to.
Cooley, that's
Join
not
Join
fair.
live
live
and
Hang on,
and
you
watch.
just
We
watch.
literally
agreed.
just
Yeah, I get a
agreed to that.
response. I
What?
get
Go
a
ahead, Andrew.
response. I get a
Cap.
response. So
You're not
yeah. So here's
Renovating
Renovating
my
my
no,
bathroom
no,
bathroom
while
no,
while
it's really
watching.
no. You're
simple,
not
right?
doing that
Yeah,
because
I
I
get a
said
yeah, and we'll
I
get to your
wanted to
question
ask
after my response.
Real quick,
We,
both of y'all. Real quick. I'm just mute both of y'all real quick. Listen, Cap.
Commenting
Commenting
on
We
on
literally just walked it through like
current
one
current
A
events.
events.
to Z. A to Z walked it through.
Period.
Period.
You gave your little rebuttal, and now
Up
Up
in.
Andrew
in.
gets a response. This is why he was like. This is why Andrew yielded.
Fire
Fire
emoji.
You
emoji.
get what I'm saying? So just let him get his response, and then you can ask a question. I don't think Andrew Wilson is asking a
This is
This is
question.
funny.
He's just
funny.
going to
I'm
I'm
telling you,
telling
respond
you,
this has
this has
been a
been
respond
a
to
great
all
great
the
debate.
things
debate.
that you said.
Only
So
Only
go ahead.
because
because
it's
it's
hard.
before Andrew goes. This has been this back and forth while I've been trying to ask this one question has
He
gone
hadn't
He
on
hadn't
asked
asked
one
one
question.
now.
question.
He's
Now
He's
made a
I
made a
bunch of
bunch of
responded.
shit
shit
up
up
and
and
then
then
said
I responded.
said he
said he
asked a
I
asked a
question. He
responded.
question.
I
didn't
said when I
he didn't
asked the
ask a
question
question.
afterwards, he says he got to respond. Can I ask the wait? Listen,
No,
It's
no, that's not what happened. You're lying about the course of
ain't
events.
nothing.
Real
Yeah, I
quick,
said
real
I'll
quick, Cap.
respond.
I,
I said I'll respond, and
Yeah,
yeah,
I got you real quick,
seriously.
Andrew.
It
and
completely
completely
It's
wrong.
real
wrong.
simple, Cap. Once Andrew responds, instead of you responding to Andrew, ask your question.
He
He
hasn't
Just
hasn't
ask the
asked.
question, and you'll be good. So
He
as
He
might
Andrew
have
might have
asked
starts to
asked
one
one
respond
question this
question
after
whole
this whole
Andrew's
debate.
debate.
finished, ask your question, Cap.
So before he
In
goes,
In
his
my
his
argumentation
argumentation,
argumentation,
I
is
can't
as
is as
respond to
stupid
what
stupid
he
as
as
said.
his
his
I just have to
what
ask
he
a
what he
calls
calls
question
himself,
himself.
that has to be the
Black
same
Hebrew
across
Hebrew
the board.
Israelite.
Israelite.
He
It's like
can't
Like
saying
saying
I'm
I'm
a
respond
a
to nothing I say
white
until I
white
ask him a
Caucasian,
Caucasian.
question. Go ahead, then.
yeah,
or
definitely a
Or
question. So yeah, this is everything he just said was a lie. When
I'm
he's
an
I'm an
talking about
English
English
American,
abortion
American,
I
laws,
I
guess
with
guess
would
would
be
be
by the way, major feminist talking
the
point,
equivalent.
major black eye of
Would
the Hebrew
be
Israelites
basically
on
the
this
same.
one. Okay, you did go to jail for battering and abusing your wife. In fact, you weren't even allowed
Oh
to
Oh
step
shit!
shit.
out. You weren't allowed to leave your wife. You weren't even allowed to do that because the
Oh,
state would enforce. The state would come in and be like, "Nah, man." They look up coverture laws. Any of you watching this, you can look them up for yourself, right? Men had an obligation. Women couldn't even go into debt. And by the way, just a few short years ago, we're talking only 60, 70 years ago, you're looking at
I'm
as
telling
far
you,
as
telling you,
this
this
is
is
monogamy
super
goes,
interesting.
most men were marrying virgin women. They were marrying virgins on their
Because
wedding
because
night.
women
women
weren't
I'm
weren't
not
going
going
kidding,
and
right?
empowered
empowered
to
to
Monogamy,
fuck
fuck
a
a
as
bunch
bunch
of
I,
of
I
dudes.
showed
dudes.
you all of the
It
various
has
benefits,
Has
right? It's most reasonable thing you can
repercussions.
do for the American family. We've strayed away from that,
It
and
has
it
that's
has
repercussions
caused
on
repercussions
men
on
men to
to
men to
fuck a
abuse
fuck a
bunch
their
of
bunch of
different
wives
different
with
women.
women.
degeneracy. In
It's
fact,
just
this guy's
there's a
willfully
fact. It's a
degenerate,
fact.
right? He's just saying, hey, If you bang
That's
a
not
woman,
even something
you married
It's
to
not
her.
even
Great.
controversial.
Well, how do you enforce that? We don't. We're just going to talk at them. Hey, did you know you're married? No, I'm not. The woman says, no, I'm not. That's the end of that. There's no enforcement mechanism whatsoever. He doesn't want the state to do anything. He doesn't want any movement in society towards anything new. How are you going to save the West when you just want the status quo? It's the same West. He
If
wants
you're
the
You're
just
same
not
just not
status
joining
joining
quo that
in,
we
in.
have
yeah,
today,
Yeah,
okay.
where
okay. What's up,
everybody can
guys?
do
If
whatever
you're
they
If you're
not
not
want,
joining
joining
in,
in,
right? And you can,
I'll
they
I'll
can
pause
pause
the
the
say,
video
video
in
in
a
a
hey,
second.
second
I'll
man,
and I'll
explain
you're
explain
why.
married
what's
as
going
long as we
on
have
here.
sex
It's
with a chick. We're
Interesting to
married
say
to
the
you.
least.
You have sex with a chick. You're married to her. Those people say, no, we're not. You're out of your fucking mind. Go about their business. And that's business as usual. There's no enforcement of any of this. No legislative. They have no legislative plan for anything. They have no plan for anything. It's just more of the same shit. He's literally offering you more of the same. And when I ask him, how's that going to save the West? He doesn't know.
Excellent
Excellent
He has
point.
point.
no idea. He gave you nothing. He just said monogamy somehow was the better status quo than most men marrying virgins on their wedding night just
And,
60
every
Every
70
argument
years
argument
he's
he's
ago.
made
made
is
in
Like
that,
how's this even rational? None of this is even
it makes
rational.
no
And so
no
no,
sense.
sense.
clearly
And he's
And
monogamy
he's
doesn't
so
so
work. They
convincing.
got
convincing.
no plan at all for anything. Nothing. Zero.
Nothing.
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 Why? Y'all can hear
All
me,
right,
right?
All
we'll
right,
let
we'll
him
let him
respond, and
respond, and
I'll
I'll
give you
give
a
you a
detailed
detailed
description of
description of
what
what
Okay.
this
this
debate's
debate's
going to
Why
be
do
about.
about.
white people enjoy to
It's
force
so
people
So
fucking
to
fucking
do
stupid.
stupid.
things so much?
It's
It's
entertaining.
entertaining.
Well, wait a second. Everybody enjoys enforcing their worldview on everybody. That includes Asians, black people, Hispanics, whites, any race that you can
Well,
point
I'm not.
to has the state as a use of force. The state always has the use
But
of
I'm
force.
asking you, why do white people? Can you just answer my question
It's not
directly?
true. I reject it.
Why?
I reject it as a loaded question.
Why? Well, when you say a loaded question, you just
It
talk
presupposes the
to me.
answer.
You just talk to me
Yeah.
Yeah.
about force so much that I agreed to answer your hypothetical
He
He
should
question
should
about
agree
agree
force.
with
with
what
You
what
his
said
his
defensive
solution
solution
force.
is,
is.
You said don't I have to force
but
my
he
But he
man? I
made
said
made
I wouldn't go to the government. You
an
create
an
a
assertion
assertion
hypothetical.
without
without
If I
having a
do
having a
go to the
solution,
solution.
government, wouldn't it be force?
and he
And
And he
just
now
said
just
when
said,
I ask you, why do white people enjoy to force people to do things so much? You say I'm being dishonest, and I'm not. I want to know because so
This is
and it
and it
almost
always
comes
comes
back to
back to
25
racism.
racism.
Yeah, I'll
for the
answer.
past
It
It
really
25
really
to
does.
does.
30 minutes,
I'll answer.
you have talked to me that we got to force, even in your soliloquy that you just did, you said, I'm not going to force nobody to
I'm
do
gonna
I'm gonna
fix the
anything,
fix
but
the
camera
you
for
camera
you
want
for
to
you
guys so
force.
guys
you
so
can
you
So
can
see
see
it.
why
it.
do white people
Yeah.
enjoy forcing people to do things
Yeah,
so
so
much?
I'll answer the question.
And real quick, Andrew, right before you answer that, we're gonna do 15 more minutes of open format discussions, and then right after the 15 minutes is up, we're gonna go ahead and bring some people up and to ask some questions.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Go ahead.
I'll
I'll
fix
fix
that
that
too.
too.
Really easy. The reason that this is a loaded question is because it
Yeah.
assumes that only why do white people okay, why do black people enjoy murdering each other so much? I don't you see how that's a loaded question? Not only that, let's
Yeah.
point this out and we'll make this really simple. The objective reality of the world is that all states and all systems come down to use of force. And I don't care what system you have, it's going to come down to a use of force of men. It's always the case in
And
every
it's
It's
system
true.
that you can
true.
point to in all historic standards everywhere on planet Earth at all times without exception. The world objectively runs on force and enforcement. And the truth
Well,
is,
and
Well,
that's
and
the
that's
the
the
only
only
way
only
way
that
way
to
that
use
you
to
you
utilize
can.
your
can.
worldview with
Yeah.
Yeah.
enforcement, your worldview is worthless
And
because
it's
the
an
It's an
government
argument
can
that
argument
you
that you
can't
ignore
can't
you,
refute.
walk about, do whatever they want, and all you can do is shake your finger
You're
at
not
them and say
answering the
you
question.
shouldn't have done that. That's why.
You're
That
not,
you know
you're not
why?
answering the
Because it
question.
works. Here's why white people like to do it so
It's an
much.
It's an
argument
Because
you
argument
it
you
can't
can't
works and
refute.
There
it's
you
refute.
go.
sane. There you
There
go.
you go.
Does that answer your
Thank you.
question?
Yes, thank you for being honest.
Yeah, because it works and
So
it's sane.
now, is that in the Bible to do it by force?
Yes, the
Well,
divine
Well,
yeah, it
yeah,
kings,
it
is
is
actually.
actually.
divine kings, the right of kings.
Show me where you have to enforce it by force.
Yeah, the state itself, including a monarchy, necessarily entails that you have to have force for any edict of the nation or the kingdom. There always will
Now,
be a
how
force.
are you going to
Always.
enforce your monogamy in the West?
This is great. You know what I would do? The
I'm
same thing
interested to
Interested
hear
to
that
hear
this.
this.
we used to do, which is I would take over, try to at least, win every possible election to put people with my worldview in charge so that I would legislate that polygamy be outlawed. I would
Oh,
legislate that if you were going to do divorce, that would be governed by the church
now
and not governed by the state. I would actually have enforcement
that would be
behind what it was that I wanted to do because, I actually want to save the West. I don't want the
Yeah.
yeah,
status
okay.
quo, right? You won't even petition the government to get rid
If
of
the
The
objective
OnlyFans.
is to
That's
save
how
the
save the
weak you're
West,
West
positioning. You want to because
via
somehow
means
via
that's
means
going
of
to
of
benefit
force,
force.
the
that
That
would
would
white
be
be
the
the
people too
solution.
much or
solution.
something. That's like
But
such a
that
That
doesn't
brilliant
doesn't
mean
mean
you
position
you
to
are
are
going
do.
to
adhere
adhere
to
to
the
the
rules of
rules
the
of
How are you
monogamy.
monogamy,
doing
maybe in
that
a
to
generation or two.
enforce it?
Well, so here's what you do. You
No,
start
so what are
and
you doing?
yeah, so what I do is I start at a cooperative level. So what I start with is
Shit.
this.
Gotta
We
get it.
need to move into local jurisdictions and begin the process of taking over the arms of legislation to legislate
No,
your
so
worldview.
you're doing that now?
Yes.
Can you give examples of that?
Of me, yes,
Can you point?
yes.
Can you point to
I
some? I
talk
would
with
like to
people.
see it.
I talk with people all over the United States. It's just a guy named Rob Nora goes to multiple Republican conventions in order to place people in
How
seats so
successful?
that they can legislate. Yes.
And how successful are you?
I mean, Christian
So you gotta
nationalism, I would say,
have
is
these.
the most successful counterculture political
We're gonna
apparatus
go
which
to
maybe has ever existed in our lifetime.
Say
So
it
I
one more
think it's
time.
pretty
I'm sorry.
fucking successful. Yeah.
the end of
I
the
think it's
back
pretty
and forth.
successful.
So that, and so in your worldview, polygamy would be illegal, right?
Yeah.
But isn't polygamy already illegal?
Polygyny. No, it's not.
Polygyny, polygyny is not illegal.
No, no, no. Only at the state level.
All right,
All
I
right, I
gotta
gotta
pause
pause
this
this
Okay, but
so we
when
so
you
can
we
say
can
state
detail
detail
level,
what
what
the
you
the
made
fuck
a
fuck
he's
statement and
talking
said, but wouldn't you
about.
have to get rid of marriage too?
Because
because
this
this
Okay,
is
Yes.
yeah. So
Yes.
are you doing that too?
Yes.
Damn. How successful are you? What cities you got that are doing it? How
Well,
long have you been doing it?
well, right now, Christian nationalism is in its form of ceding power. This means that right now they're moving towards gaining control in legislative
How long have
branches
you been doing it?
for a few years,
gonna
gonna
You
call
say
call
what,
the
4?
the
other
other
guy
guy
you're
you're
gonna
gonna
see
see
here
here
in a
in a
minute.
minute.
maybe 3.
Read doing
Any
this
Doing
and
this
headway?
that.
and
Got
Yeah,
it.
there's
got
been
it
headway. Yes.
Like where? Well, give me the
Completely
counties
redoing
and
it.
I
and
just told you, man. You can go to the Pennsylvania Republican Convention, which Rob Nor just went to. He works for me.
and it's law now in Pennsylvania that
No, of course it's not
marriage is
law. I
illegal.
just told
Ask
you have
him.
to start
Do
with
we
the
we
want
ceding
want
of
this
power
the
first.
this
tile to
tile to
go
go
past
past
the
the
back
back
and
and
forth,
forth
but
Bro,
that
we're not
into
talking about the
you just passed
utilization
the
of
Georgia
forcing
on the other
government,
bathroom
but
Why is
one.
taking
it
over
illegal? Why
government to
force?
use
Why?
force. We're
Why
talking
would
about
you use
taking
force?
We
over
want you
once
to
you get
government
pass
past
it
to
the
like
use
half
You're
force.
not a
half.
real white man because you're not forcing your will. But
Like,
you
I don't.
tell me I got to force.
No,
Yeah.
yeah.
Why you
I
Well, the
think
Well, the
back and
you
back and
just
forth
have a
forth
is
is
fundamental
about
misunderstanding
about
of
halfway.
how
halfway
power
there.
why are
apparatuses
you not
work.
forcing?
Listen, what did I
Nah,
just tell you?
5/8.
5/8.
Like, can you even repeat back what I just said?
No,
No,
actually,
actually, it's
three
I
quarters
know
of
three-quarters
an
this
inch
is
away
pure
from
away
the
from
code
the
door.
talk
door.
now.
Talk to some constituents here in Pennsylvania and this, but you ain't forced nothing. You just talking.
So,
So
so
essentially, the
wait,
same way
don't
you
you
said
you want to get people
Okay.
seated so that you can affect political
You're fine.
change?
same way that you said I'm just talking.
No, you are just
The
talking.
same thing you're
No,
doing.
We'll
who are
get
you
We'll
this
get this
seated
figured
by?
figured
out.
out, guys.
Show
Just
me
Just
the
making
making
sure
way
we
sure
get
we
it
get
the
it
way
the way
both
both
of
of
us
us
I'll
want,
want,
explain
because
it to
this
you.
are both of
is
us
that
are
I
working
have
on.
a methodology, and thousands like
is
me
that
have
any
a
more than talk?
methodology where we're trying to push people in positions of power who agree with our
And we're
we're
going
going
to
to
worldview for
change
the
change
this
this
purpose
video
of
video
enforcement.
here
in
in
a
a
second.
second.
I
I
need
don't
to
need
get
to
You're
get
doing the
details real quick.
opposite. You're claiming you
This is
don't
this big
want
page agenda.
anybody in a position of
any.
power with
What are
your
you doing to
worldview.
force besides
Yeah,
talking?
do you
Yo,
Yo,
understand?
how
how
far do
far
you
do
Do
want
you
you
this
want
to
this
go
understand
to
the
go
past the
past the
back
back
apparatus
and
and
forth?
for
forth?
You want to
You want
go
to
enforcement?
go
to
The
to
go
same
go
way
the
you're
the
towel to
towel
go
to
forcing
go
all the
all
way
the
out
way
the
Bro,
out
door,
the door
Jam?
when
jam?
if you have enough elected bodies, you then can utilize the
and you
force of the
talk to them,
state.
right? You didn't force them, right? You
Oh my
talked to
God,
them, right?
you're not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not the correct position. What you're saying here is you
You
3/4
refuse
an inch.
said
to
no,
cede
no,
to the state
no.
power.
You said all I'm
You're
doing is talking.
refusing
Uh-huh.
to go to the
All
states. You're
you doing
Well,
refusing.
Well, I'll
I'll
just
just
put the
Do you
put
understand the
more
you
mortar
difference?
ain't
underneath
forcing nothing. You a fake white
Bro,
the
man.
part
do you
that's in the
understand
back
that
and
you're
forth.
yeah, do you understand that you are refusing to engage at the state level for enforcement and we're not?
Got
That's
that.
the
And
Sounds good.
you
distinction.
are, and you're not forcing nothing. You're going there to talk.
So,
Even the
for
gays,
what
when they want to
purpose?
change the DSM,
Shorts.
short.
when they want to
Oh my
change that
god.
DSM, they did that by force. The gays better
They
than
didn't
you.
force
I
anybody
mean,
I
to
mean,
do anything. How do they do it
I
by
I
force?
guess.
guess.
Grab
Can
them
I
Grab
up.
them,
grab
Yeah.
a
grab them
sec?
up.
Cap,
I
can you
guess.
still man his position real quick?
If they're
Just so
comfortable.
we all
Why
understand.
you interfere? Come Come on, Cooley. Come on.
No,
man.
Can
no.
you
I mean,
can you
just
steel man it?
just still man it. It's not an interference.
You
It's
don't
You don't
because
have to,
we're
though.
gonna create some decorum, and it's the back and forth. So in order to get rid of the back and forth, if you just steel man his position,
But
How you
I
spell?
think that'll
listen
help.
to
Steel
this.
man. You saying
Can
steel?
you hear me?
Steel.
STEE or
L.
STEA?
Yeah, STEEL.
STEEL. Steel man. I don't know what that means.
Just ceterize his position.
Yeah, it just means
Ceterize it.
repeat.
I've
I've
got
got
us
Version.
streaming
I'm
live
not
to
attacking nothing
X,
weaker. I'm the one that asked.
YouTube,
No, that's a
and
no,
Twitch.
that's a straw man.
No. The steel man means
Yeah, steel man.
defensive technique where instead of attacking a weaker
It's
version of an opponent,
downloaded a
the
plugin
strongest possible interpretation of that argument.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
what
Yep,
this
for
man
OBS.
said was that all I'm doing is talking.
Yep,
And I'm not forcing
Yep.
anything.
We're rolling.
As
No.
if he was. And
Anyways,
he's
all
not
right.
forcing
Well, I get this going all the way up
He's talking
to the
just
door jam.
like
Door jam.
me.
No.
He's
So I'll,
taking his
yeah,
position
that's not the
of
most
marriage,
Bye.
his
Bye.
position of marriage, his position, and he's going to talk to constituents.
All right.
I'm taking my position
So-
of marriage, my position of
We're
sex,
pausing
and
this
I'm
shit.
going to talk to my people. We're doing the exact same thing. Neither one of us is doing it by force. But he
Is
made
it-
it seem like
No,
his
force.
teaching
yeah.
So we, as you can see, are only halfway through this debate. And frankly, if you want my take on it, and feel free to comment in the chat what your takes are. But wonder why the camera is well, the camera should be right. Yeah. Yeah. All right, let me make sure we get the camera set up. I'm gonna get a different video queued up. There we go. That was weird. Okay. So if you've got any comments on something that we need to watch, we can. As you see, my hands are full. Oh. Well, it looks like we got another Andrew Wilson video to watch. We need to find an actual. Oh, wow. Ron Paul. Oh my gosh.
Hello, everybody.
All
Alright, we gotta change the title to the stream. Holy shit, guys. Ron Paul? Oh, no, we can't edit it. Alright, well, share it. We're gonna watch this Ron Paul video. Oh my gosh. Well, while I'm here at my computer, we might as well share the YouTube screen too. Stream. What? I'll give you my take on that debate here in just a second. It's really funny, actually. What? There we go. All right. We're on. So, what I need to get. we need to have an understanding here about these black Hebrew Israelites because it is, oh my God.
And
And by the way,
if
if you'd be so kind as to share the stream, and we're about to finish this floor. So share the stream. Let's get it popping. Post in the chat. But the funny thing about these characters, the black Hebrew Israelites, as they call themselves, the argument, as you saw in the title of the video, is Christianity calls for polygamy. Polygamy. Most people say polygamy that I've heard. But here's the thing. These black Hebrew Israelites, they call themselves prophets. He says he's a priest, he's not ordained. He says he's a deacon, he's not ordained. He says all this shit, and he brings up Bible verses, and then laughs at Andrew when he says something to refute his claim in a debate style. He says something to refute his claim, and then he tells Andrew Wilson that he isn't understanding what he said when he recites word for word what he said and related it to a Bible verse, and the Bible verse is not saying anything like he said. So at the end of the day, he's just interpreting the Bible the way he wants to interpret it because he's a prophet. He's capable of saying whatever he wants about said Bible verse, and Andrew Wilson is just too stupid to understand it, and all the rest of us, because his claims are absolutely asinine. It's funny. It's really funny. So we've got another video queued up. I had to change. There we go. Sorry. We're watching Ron Paul now, baby.
With us today,
The
we have
legend.
Daniel McAdams, our co-host. Daniel, good to see you this morning.
The legend, Ron Paul.
Good. You're doing quite well.
So there's a brief synopsis of what that video was. And it's a 5-hour debate. And the premise of what this black Hebrew Israelite was saying is that he has the authority as a prophet. And actually, that would be a good debate for us to watch. As a prophet, he has the ability to interpret and decipher Bible verses and assign meaning to said Bible verse or verses that doesn't exist. Funny enough, and I'll move this back so we can get the floor done in a second. Funny enough, he said that Jesus was not born of virgin birth and immaculate conception. He says that Joseph and Mary had sex. And it says it quite clearly, and I think he said Luke or Matthew. And he interpreted this verse in a way that you can, there's no way to comprehend it because it's totally retarded. But anyway, he says polygyny is going to save the West because polygyny is, well, it's kind of the Andrew Tate argument that it's the natural order of things. And Andrew's argument, which I and probably most of you all would agree with, is that no, Christian values, and if you were here 20 minutes ago, you would have heard my rant on it. Christian values are what will save and preserve the West because it's being kind to your neighbors, not withstanding and enduring tyranny and continuous incursion on your rights, because Jesus didn't. Jesus went into the temple with a whip. But monogamy, love, compassion, kindness, and a whole home is what will save the West. Not polygamy and not having 10 wives. It's value. It's a value system that you, um, let's just call it indoctrination. You indoctrinate your children with a value system that teaches them to be loving, kind, and compassionate. They have a wife. They may not be perfect in that relationship, but you stay with them, and you don't be a fucking pussy and get a divorce because, oh, I'll wake up one day and I'm not happy. No, that's bullshit. You have a child, you grow a family, you are there for them. Simple as that. If you decide you want to have sex with someone and you have a kid as a byproduct, that kid becomes your first priority. You raise them. That's Western society right there. That is Western society and how to save Western society and getting demonic, pedophilic, satanic pieces of shit out of office with your vote and with campaigning against their tirade brigade, rather, against our society. There you go. Polygamy, polygamy. I think polygamy sounds stupid, so I'm going to say polygamy is not how you develop, cultivate, foster, and cultivate, foster the next generation. That's just all there is to it. You can't have multiple wives. You can't divide your attention between 5 women when you've got a child with each one of them. That child is not going to be raised with an upstanding, decent, moral man in the home because unless you're a multimillionaire, you're not going to be able to provide with them for them and all these different women's needs. As most of you know, women have needs just like men do. You can't cultivate a relationship with each child. You can't cultivate a relationship with just one woman without intense effort. To cultivate a relationship with 5 women, you just don't have enough time in the day. You don't have enough energy. You don't have enough desire. You don't have enough love in your heart to have 5 different intimate partners and raise a child with each one. It's crazy talk. So now, that is basically a synopsis behind that debate. Andrew Wilson and this black Hebrew Israelite. Again, it's like saying I'm an English American. What the fuck does that mean? No, it's stupid. They try to trace their roots back. Let him be a black Hebrew Israelite. I don't give a fuck. His arguments are terrible. His arguments are horrible. And you can't see my face. There you go. But this is just how it is. I mean, you can't have 5 women and cultivate a relationship with all 5 and then have a relationship with your child or children with each and every one of them. It's crazy. So that was the argument said Black Hebrew Israelite was using. Now, off my fucking soapbox, I'm going to measure, cut, let's see. So, and if you'd be so kind, if you're watching, share the stream. We got Ron Paul queued up. We're about to watch Ron Paul, and let's see. Congress, oh, even better. We got Ron Paul and Congress going on vacation to avoid voting for the Epstein files. One thing, if you have been watching my videos or keeping up with my X account or anything that I do, we stay objective.
It's true. There's
We try to.
confusion on both sides of the aisle. But I want to mention one headline I saw from the Wall Street Journal this morning. Trump pledged
Sorry, I'm watching
back
mine.
manufacturing.
It seems a little bit loud.
Is sputtering. Their suggestion is maybe it's not as good as planned. And of course, that sort of
Let me
is my
fix the bit
position
rate.
because I don't like tariffs. I don't think they work. And because they could find some things that seem to help, doesn't mean that
But
that's
this
But
the
this
Ron
Ron
Paul
solution.
Paul
video is
video is
So
about
I
to
about to
think
be
a
be
lot of
fire.
people did things in correcting and preparing for the
And
And
post
tariffs.
in the
post in the
chat if
chat
you
if
have
you have a
There's a booster
suggestions for
suggestion for
anything we
this
ought
anything
to
we ought to
watch.
watch.
this is a bold promise, but there's been a lot of bold promises.
Yeah.
But it doesn't deal with debt or regulations or the wars that are going on. It doesn't deal with that at
That
all.
should
Should
It
fix
fix
the
has
the
to
lag.
do
lag.
with manipulation and putting pressure on allies and our non-allies to do our bidding. They'll spend more money here, and we'll change the balance of payments, and we will make sure the dollar stays strong, and it will defend the world. They don't challenge it.
Mm.
If they can't challenge it, they just ignore it. So this promise, I think, is just something that is going to get worse because I think and I think there was another economic report today on unemployment last week. There was all this excitement, of fudging the figures on how bad it was. Well, I think the unemployment is going to get
There we
bad
There
go.
we go.
because of exactly when and where and how is not known. But it is well known and well established at the Austrian viewpoint about overstimulation with monetary system and spending.
This is
This
going
is
to
So
be
going
a
to
the
be
very
a
nice
very
boom
cut
cut
to
to
is
make,
make
destined
guys.
to
us.
fall, and I think what we're facing is the wakening up
It's
of
going to
It's
get
going to get
the
loud
loud
big boom. You could describe it ever since
because
World
we
War
need
II. We have lived on borrowed
cut this
money
this
trim.
trim.
absolutely since '71. So it is in many ways a huge bubble that the
We need to
market
cut
has
this trim.
control of, and all this pledging of spending and
Got to
doing
get a
Gotta get a
these
battery,
battery
things
and
and
then
then
fixing it
we'll
without dealing
make
with
the
the
cuts.
problem isn't going to work. So we have to keep working hard, Daniel, to introduce people to the ideas of markets are smarter than politicians,
Corny,
Corny,
and we need less
Corny,
politicians
Corny,
telling us what has to
would
be
you
would you
done
grab that
grab that
battery
battery
off that
off that
drill?
drill?
work in the marketplace. And that is something I think is going to happen soon. That more people will be aware of it because one reflection of this is the dollar's value
If we could
We could
make
compared
make
this
this
and
cut,
the
cut
price
here.
of gold. And the price of gold just happens to
I
be
have to
trim
trim
this
this
out.
out.
going up as a measurement of
This
what is going
wood
Wood
on.
about right
about right
there,
And
there.
this
This
it
door
door
casing,
casing
so
so
that we
that
can
we
get
can
the
get the
tile up
tile up
underneath.
underneath.
doesn't surprise me, but it still catches my attention because it was predictable. I guess most people, at least I was always hoping maybe we could get this
I'm gonna
I'm
have
gonna
to
have
go
to go
fixed.
grab
grab
the
the
And
battery.
battery.
Be right
when
back.
the
Right back.
plus came out, I thought, well, there's some, I think, serious thinking about it. And there were some good ideas, but it hasn't turned into a shrinkage of the spending or
Will
the
you
Will you
grab a
grab a
deficit.
battery,
battery,
And that's
please?
please?
why I have turned around, not thinking not just going to happen, something will have to be done. But we have some other problems too, some political problems going on in Washington.
Yeah, we do, Dr. Paul. And the next story, which is our first major story that we're doing today, I mean, not long ago, this would be a lot more controversial. This
Yeah,
topic
back
would
up.
be. But in fact, the American people in the majority have come to our view on this. And that's the
Go
problem
back.
of having a U.S. Congress that seems far more interested in serving a foreign country than serving Americans and America. Put this next one on. This is from Dave DeCamp at antiwar.com. Netanyahu hosts 20 APAC sponsored House Republicans in Israel. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said on Wednesday that he hosted a delegation of House Republicans who were in Israel on a trip organized by the pro Israel lobby group APAC as members of Congress are flocking to the country amid their August recess. Prime Minister Netanyahu yesterday evening met with an APAC organized delegation of Republican members of Congress. Netanyahu's office said the Prime Minister briefed the members of Congress on the war in the Gaza Strip. I'm sure they got an objective briefing there, right, Dr. Paul? And commented on the
Hmm?
issue of humanitarian assistance. Oh, I'm sure they're doing everything to
I don't
help.
know why you're talking to me
Anyway,
that
go
way.
that next one. Let's
Oh
look
no,
Oh,
at
you
you
are,
are,
but
but
that's
that's
let's
fine.
look at the APAC tracker.
I didn't
oh no,
yell
I
at you. I
just
just
asked you
asked
to
you if you
grab it.
grabbed
On
that.
X, by the way, APAC Tracker, a group that tracks donations to U.S.
No.
No.
lawmakers
Well,
Well,
from pro-Israel lobby
we were
groups.
just
we're just
talking
talking
about
According
about
to
monogamy.
20
monogamy.
I
House
still think
Still
GOP
it's
think it's
members
amazing.
from a
amazing.
picture posted online by Netanyahu's office. U.S. House Speaker Mike
You
You
Johnson
have
have
to
to
be
be
said
monogamous if you're
Israel
going to have an
is
intimate relationship with
designated
anyone,
illegal Jewish
even
settlements,
if
even if
they're
including
they're
Israeli
in a
in a
occupied
bad
bad
mood.
territory,
mood.
including one where he dined with Netanyahu. But don't worry,
All
Dr.
right,
All right,
Paul, it's
bear
not
with me
bear with
here.
me
simply
here.
a Republican
It's going to
It's
be
problem
going
a
to be a
little
of
little
loud.
loud.
abandoning our own country. According to Paul, Israel is Genesis 6:8. And Palestinians are saying now here's Paul says in a lecture, people who skip today eternal salvation in a foreign country. I think that's a kind of a disgraceful photo, Dr. Paul. And I think that's Randy
Sorry,
Feinstein
Sorry,
guys.
right
guys.
behind Netanyahu. What do you think, Dr. Paul?
I think it's a bad deal.
No?
The big picture I see is that this delivering of sovereignty to Israel from us. You know, they're making a decision. The one statement I want to make here is I think that's up to Israel to do. If the money keeps flowing and the government keeps supporting their religious beliefs and individuals supporting it, there
All
is
right.
All right.
nothing to religious
We're
defense
good.
of what they're doing. They've been directed to do this, and that depends on whose interpretation and what year they interpreted that to happen. So that to me is so sad because a lot of wars been fought over sovereignty, and I think there's a certain aim of it, and some of it is decent. You want to be. I always thought it would be great
That we
by
got
setting
our rails or
by
something here.
setting standards on how to bring about peace and prosperity. But no, this is very disturbing to me, even though the main design here is designed to say that they want every trip to Israel to avoid the vote.
There
There
is.
it is.
1970s.
Well, the thing is, and you remember this well from the many seasons
Now,
you
Now,
why
why
attended
in the
in the
world would
world
they
would they
put
to
put
home districts,
a
a
you go to
nail?
nail?
town halls, you meet with people, you get a sense of what you're
That
dealing with,
That
you
is
is
get to see
crazy.
crazy.
legislation, you touch base with people that you're supposed to represent. Well, this isn't the
They
case.
put
They
Now,
put
a
check
a
this next one out. Now, this is
fucking
fucking
a
nail
nail
friend of ours, Medea Benjamin, who
through
through
the
is
the
a
bottom
bottom
of
of
conservative
this.
activist
this.
herself, Jewish, by the way, as
Dorcas.
most people know, a progressive. She
That
makes
is
a
That is
very good
crazy.
point.
crazy.
And this is a picture of a bunch of Republicans
That is
That is
crazy,
crazy,
on
guys.
the
guys.
Western Wall. And she says, why aren't these Republicans
Unbelievably
Unbelievably
crazy.
at
crazy.
home in their districts taking care of their constituents instead of being in Israel?
So we're
We're
going
going
to
to
Mr.
use
use
Israel first, says Medea
these,
Benjamin.
these,
I
I
guess.
guess.
And our old friend Thomas
Thanks for
Massey
Thanks for
tuning in,
tuning
by
in,
the way.
by.
makes an also a very important point
We'll
in
see
that
See
what
same
what
clip.
Ron
Ron
Paul has
Paul
to
He
has
say
to say
about
said
the
about the
Epstein
a
Epstein
couple of
files.
files.
weeks ago, he said the Speaker of the House recessed Congress early Thursday for a month to avoid dealing with the Epstein issue. Mr. Speaker, the American people won't forget. My legislation isn't going away. It'll be right there when we return, and I'll force the vote using a
That is
That is
disqualification, which
crazy.
is a special technique that is used to get something
How
How
the
passed.
the
fuck did
fuck
they
did they
even
Well,
get
even
that
get
in?
that in?
Is
that's
the
a
Is the
good point that
question.
he's
question.
making. Yes, they ended Congress early because they didn't want to deal with the Epstein issue. But they immediately got out of the country rather than doing that
I'm
again.
I'm
amazed.
Now, I have
amazed.
a clip of Speaker
I
I
want to
Johnson
know
want to
how
know
they
how
got
they
a
got a
nail
nail
inside of
inside of
this
well, as
this
I mentioned
Dorcas.
earlier,
Dorcas.
if you want to grab your earpiece and listen to what
Unbelievable.
Johnson said here
And it
And it
breaks
breaks
raw.
over in Israel,
What the
because it speaks
fuck
to
is
exactly
this?
what you just said a moment ago.
That's
That's
crazy,
crazy,
y'all.
y'all. All right. I'll cover the mic up so you don't have to hear that loudness. Multi-tool.
Just clarification on that. I don't think it really is about their peace of mind. I think they expect the nation to prosper.
As I said, I do think there's a moral principle here, but it's somewhat
All
different.
right.
What about the moral principle of
Shit.
stealing money from poor people in this
That's
country
crazy,
and
guys.
sending it over into
But
these war zones and having no
that's all we
control
had to
over
do.
who gets killed and who gets starved to death?
All
I
right.
think that
Shoot.
you ought to ask them. Don't you feel
Here,
that
I'll get my commentary
that
from
you
a
should
lower
have
camera so it doesn't have to
renovation
aim down at me.
and allow that money to be sent to a country that's
There.
predisposed to starve children?
Yeah.
And
Mm.
then they'll
Damn.
I think even the Republicans here say, well, that's an exaggeration. That
Yes,
doesn't
it's
really
nothing.
happen. But you know what? The world opinion has changed.
Is
It's
it
not
though?
easy to change the world opinion
Ron
of
Paul is a
schools and
legend.
Christians, and in our country there is a split.
You want
It
to
is a
disregard what
split.
Ron Paul says?
More Israelis are now
Well,
seeking out
too many people like Ron Paul now
to see the starving
for
kids.
their liking.
It's just atrocious
And they
immoral.
have
The
no
man behind
chance.
this thing.
If Ron Paul's
You
message
know,
gets out,
in recent times,
they're
it's been
fucked.
understood by many Christians that you're obligated to do whatever Israel wants, and that doesn't make any sense.
Look at this shit.
We're not even morally obligated to do
They
everything
had
Israel
a
tells
nail
us to, because they
Exactly.
tell us a lot of things
down
that we don't.
inside of
We
this
are under an
door case.
obligation
Inside
to
of
point
it.
out these mistakes that they
I
make.
guess maybe they
Losing
drove
its
the
ability
nails
to
through
make
it
these
from
decisions,
underneath, but
even in the
there's no way to
Senate,
get it
and
out
say,
from
well,
underneath.
if you still don't want to accept our arguments,
There's
then
no
you
way.
don't want
That
to
would
take
have had to have been the
money from the
perfect
poor people
measurement,
here.
the most perfect measurement of all time.
Maybe
But we got it.
this.
So now we're ready to make our cut.
Law that said that if you have a strong feeling about this,
Which
participate, do it.
is
But
seven.
that is not likely to be accepted.
Yeah, the other thing we mentioned it a couple of weeks ago.
Use
Israel is the
that.
richest country per
Straight
capita on
edge.
earth. You know, they have free healthcare. They have free, not that that's
Yeah,
such a
they
big deal,
got
but
free
free
healthcare.
education, what have you.
Do
While
we?
Americans are suffering.
No.
You know, back when the Holocaust happened in World War II and the Nazis were annihilating
We can
people,
make seven.
a lot of people did know it and they did nothing, which is horrible. But there wasn't the technology then that there is now. And as you say, a lot of people deny what's happening, but the pictures are everywhere. As you say, the entire world sees what's happening. The pictures are out there. They can deny them just like
Seven
they
and three
deny
eighths are good.
what Hitler's doing in the Holocaust, but you can't deny it. And it's even harder to deny it today. The other thing is interesting, you know, he says we are, you know,
Seven and three eighths.
we must support Israel because of Scripture. But the thing is,
No,
no, see, that
that's
was
Schofield Bible
but why does
bullshit.
he get to define what support is?
The
Because
church
he might think, okay,
became
that may be true.
Christians
We
after
would
Jesus
support
Christ
Israel
walked
by
the earth.
telling them to stop making
The church
enemies
became
around the
Christians.
world by killing kids.
If you watch
That
the
is
stream,
just as much
that's what you need to know.
justifiable as what he says supporting
Yeah,
Israel.
Church became Christians. Everyone was forgiven of their sins.
concern and help the
So long as they believe
that are
in
hungry.
Christ
But that
Jesus.
doesn't mean that you have the right to pick up guns and steal money from one group,
Yeah.
give it to another, and follow the orders of one government body to attack the other one. And then, but I still was annoyed the most.
Seven and three eighths.
Oh,
Should be
we're
good.
going to stay out of this one. Israel can take care of
Man,
themselves.
that was
Let them
bullshit.
decide when they're going to take over.
See if one of these tiles turn it.
That to me is not very open-minded.
Yeah, you can decide, but here, want some money? We'll give you some more
Yeah.
money.
Yeah.
Hey,
Well,
Hey, here's money.
as to
take
why
Take it.
are they flocking? Now they
and
put
And
on
we'll
there.
tax our
citizens.
Well,
citizens.
why are they particularly flocking
Crazy
Crazy
to
talk.
Israel? That's because these members of Congress are hearing an earful from their constituents. Americans are sick to death of what's happening over there, and it's
Yep.
Yeah.
reflected in the polls. Now,
Because
Because
we're
we're
showed
Christians.
this
Christians.
figure before, but let's look at this next poll. This is a recent Gallup poll from last month.
If you're
If
a
you're a
Christian, you
Christian, you
should
should
not be
not be
Consensus in the
supportive of
supportive of
what's
U.S.
what's
happening in
happening in
about
Gaza.
Gaza.
Israel's military action in Gaza, a new low. And I've again put that chart up. If you can look at the
You
next
You
should
page,
should
not
take a look
be.
not
at the
be.
this green one is Americans who approve of Israel's actions in Gaza. It's deep, deep, deep underwater, an all-time low. So what do members
Yeah,
do?
an
Yeah,
They
an
all-time
consult
all-time
low.
with their
low.
constituents who say, we got to do something about this. We got to stop supporting this with money and weapons. No, on the contrary, they ignore their constituents and go to that foreign country and say, we will do whatever it takes to facilitate your continuing to do what is irritating our own constituents. It's
Yeah.
incredible.
Yeah.
We criticize pure democracy
If
and
you
If
guys
you
people
have
guys have
a
wanting
a
to
suggestion
become
suggestion
the
on
on
dictatorship of the majority, but I
what
think
we
what
what
we
should
should
what's
watch,
watch,
happening
if
now
you
if you
have
have a,
is that
I have
I
it
have it
enabled.
enabled.
you
This
can
This
do
bathroom,
bathroom,
what the
you
majority
see
you
in
is
the
see in the
video
saying,
video
title,
title,
it
and
it
has
has
I
been
been
think
a
a
mess.
mess.
Our
the
Our
bathroom
bathroom
prevailing
was
sucks.
fucked.
opinion. And you just talked
Need to
about
get
Maybe
the
the
get the
broom.
prevailing
broom.
opinion. It shifted. That had happened in COVID. That type of
It's been
It's
democracy,
been
which
tough.
is sort of voluntary and people speaking out
Turkey,
and
what are
Turkey,
you
what are you
doing?
working
doing?
together. And for the most
What are you
What are
part,
you
doing,
doing,
honey?
during
honey?
COVID, people were angry and upset, but they didn't start murdering people. But unfortunately,
Damn.
there
Damn.
were some people killed by bad policy. We
Yeah,
know that.
that's true. Well, the second topic we're going to talk about a little bit today is a twist on corporatism. And if
All
you
right.
put that next one up, this is from
I'm gonna
I'm gonna
switch the
switch the
politico.com.
video.
video.
Amazon Web Services gives the Trump administration a $1 billion coupon. Now, I like
Did you
coupons.
Do you
guys
guys
watch
watch
War of the
War of the
Worlds?
Worlds?
I haven't
I haven't
watched it
watched
yet,
it
but
yet, but
I've
And you
I've
can
seen
see
seen
right
online
there
that
online that
it's
that
it's
literally
literally
just
just
an
an
billion
Amazon
Amazon
coupon.
ad
ad
the
Sounds
whole
the
like
whole
time.
time.
influencing something somewhere, and
Yeah,
Yeah,
to me,
influencers.
it just emphasized the whole concept of corporatism because
Corporatism,
corporatism,
what I've
oligarchy.
oligarchy.
worked on my personal approach to this
Shit.
is
Shit.
they never get
I'll
pure
fix that in a sec.
authoritarian until you have failed. Yeah, but there's a lot of them, and the authoritarians who are the nihilists
There.
that believe you have can find truth, versus the people who say there's natural law. You don't even need government to seek the truth. But the agreement of is interventionism. Governments can intervene, but if it's intervention per se, you can go out and you can intervene slightly left,
We'll find
We'll
slightly
find
something.
right. They
something.
talk
Something
Something
else.
else.
Ooh,
Ooh,
This is a pretty big
Asmongold? We'll
upgrade.
react to
Asmongold.
Asmongold?
This is a very big
Maybe
upgrade.
Maybe
one
one
day
day
we'll be
we'll be
Something
reacting
we've
to
reacting to
been
Asmongold
covering
Asmongold's
for
reaction.
quite a
reaction.
while. The Epstein story. And it looks like
That would be
That would be
before
wild.
wild.
Trump got cleared
I don't
by
know
I
if
don't
you
know if you
guys
Congress,
guys
watch
watched
what
Asmongold.
Asmongold, but
I I
I've been
I've been
watching it
watching
for
it for
years.
I
years.
have no idea how to pronounce her name, and I don't care. You know what it is.
Ghislaine.
Elaine.
Everybody knows what it is.
Ghislaine
U.S.
Elaine
Maxwell
Maxwell,
has
Maxwell,
Father
cleared
Father
Robert.
Donald
Robert.
Trump's
Whatever.
name while awaiting her pardon. This is new from ABC.
Did
Ghislaine
you
Maxwell
trust
told
that? I
DOJ
mean,
I
Trump
mean, I
never
I
I
did
know the
know the
story.
anything
story.
concerning around her. Now, notably,
Man,
Trump has been
Behind
asked
Trump
whether
and
he's going to
that's
Epstein.
very convenient for Trump. That's
Right.
Right.
extremely
See
convenient.
that?
Good for him.
That's just
pardon Ghislaine Maxwell
Yeah.
before he said he wishes her well.
I just wish her well, frankly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I wish
Yeah,
her
if you
well.
know
if you know
about
about
Ghislaine,
Elaine,
she
she
Then he's
was
was
asked if he's going to pardon her. He said
she
yes,
she
was
he's
was
allowed to
the
do it, but I really have
kingpin
kingpin
of
of
all
all
of
of
it.
allowed to do it, but
So
So
freeing
freeing
her is
her is
worse than
worse than
And
freeing
freeing
notably, this is
fucking
very similar to
Surely.
the way Trump has
Epstein.
responded
Now he's
previously
thinking
when
about
talking
it.
about people he would later end up pardoning.
I don't want to go to
And
that
And
pardon for Mike Gislin yet.
You pardon Paul Manafort?
yeah,
yeah,
Have not even given it a thought
and
and
as of this moment.
General
General
Flynn is
Flynn
a
is a
She's getting
fucking
fucking
pardoned.
patriot.
patriot.
Yep, she's getting pardoned 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
7 and
7
3.
and 3.
I didn't know
Boom.
this.
See if that's
Brendan
under
Pardon,
here.
he's been convicted
Yeah,
of
yeah,
felonies.
I'll get that.
Well, I hadn't thought of it.
Now, obviously, he later did pardon
So
Michael
look,
Roger Stone.
whenever we
And
need
this
to
has all
cut,
led many people to
like
wonder
we need to
if
have
similar
this
things
piece
in the
right
works for Ghislaine Maxwell.
You
Now,
measure
this all
from
comes
the
after
flat
9 hours of Ghislaine Maxwell
Just that
privately
flat.
speaking to Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche.
So no one will serve time for pedo ring. We're celebrating it. Well, I think that really, I mean, this is the outcome that I want. Is I want her to give names and help the government figure out who was involved. And even if they don't get Trump, that's okay. That's not great. I mean, assuming Trump did something wrong. Like my ideal, like ideologically, this is what I would want to happen. I would want anybody who was involved to be crucified.
Yeah.
Literally.
Can't argue with him there.
That's my best case scenario. So everything else besides that, I'm not getting what I want. I'm a reasonable guy. I'm willing to compromise. But that's where I start. Publicly and televised? Of course. Duh. And if it takes it, but the thing is that if it takes having one person go free to put another 10 people in jail, seems like a pretty obvious decision there.
Former defense attorney for Donald Trump, and this was a private meeting. It's notable that there were talks about doing it publicly in front of Congress, but that got shut aside pretty quick when they realized they could just do this behind closed doors. Now, Todd Blanche said he was thinking about releasing the transcripts. We don't know if that's going to happen.
It won't matter. They shouldn't release them, and it doesn't even matter if they do. If they release the transcripts, they're just going to say that they made them up. Like, again, like for transparency, people, the thing is that nobody trusts the Trump administration to investigate the case in a way that's authentic and fair. Straight up. I don't think anybody trusts them. So unless she can provide undeniable proof that certain people were involved,
That sounds pretty good to me.
I don't think anybody's going to care.
I'll go grab some once I get done with these last couple
pieces. Or whatever. I think people are just weaponizing this, and that's it. Are you okay with Trump being involved?
No.
Well, of course I wouldn't.
Well,
Why would I be okay with
she's not going to eat
being involved in
anything
a
in
pedophile ring? Why would I want that?
Thanks, Tom.
Of course I wouldn't want Trump to be involved. I wouldn't want Biden to be involved either. It's awful. But what matters isn't about what you want. It's about what is. It's most important that you get as close to the truth as possible. That's it. Well, who asked that question? Yeah, like that's not what he meant. What he meant as in, would you keep no bias if Trump was? Yeah. How could you defend a pedo? Yeah, of course. Everybody would. Duh. What? Obviously. What a stupid question.
Or not. But today we got leaks of what may have been said during the 9 hours where Ghislaine Maxwell told Todd Blanche that Trump had never done anything in her presence that would have caused concern. Now, do we believe this? Well, the challenge is that Ghislaine Maxwell has every reason to lie. She, after all, is looking for a pardon. Her lawyer says right now that she would welcome any relief. Relief is
nothing that's special. I mean, anybody in prison would say that, but yeah.
Exactly what she got after this testimony, right after the testimony to the DOJ where she cleared Trump's name. She got transferred to a less restrictive prison called a minimum security prison, with the Washington Post calling it one of the nation's most lenient lockups for nonviolent women offenders. It's notable.
That's convenient for her.
Well, she had to get a special waiver to even go to this prison because normally sex offenders are not allowed. And this is something I really want to
it was reviewed by the Bureau of Prisons and then overruled because they had decided that she shouldn't go there, but it got overruled by the federal government. So it's not like a decision wasn't made. The decision was made.
This is interesting, though. The approach to Ghislaine. How does this
We've been talking sort of like, okay, yeah, she trafficked for Jeffrey Epstein. I think it's worth hitting
No.
that she also participated
She
in
was
acts. She is a offender, convicted. And those types of people aren't
She
eligible.
was as involved. No, she was more involved.
Why a former warden
Her
told
father was the
like,
spy master for Israel.
Like it's very obvious
Like
that the reason why she's
people gotta do their digging on
is because of the fact that she's privy to this information and they're trying to treat her differently in order to get an outcome out of her.
Of course.
Like that's really that's
I'm gonna
really
have to go add
what's
some
going
water
on
to
here,
this,
right?
folks.
I mean, anybody would know this, but I don't even really
This
know what
is,
to say. But yeah, there. Like I mean, and by the way, I agree with that. Like if I was Trump
We
or
need
I
to
was like
see
his team,
a
I
little
would
bit.
absolutely put her in a minimum security prison. Like I would do whatever it would take to make the canary sing. Whatever I need to do it. Because it's pragmatic. It's just the pragmatic, smartest option to do.
Inmates, if they have a offense, are not going to a place like that, period. It's truly unheard of. Quote, it's a country
It's awfully convenient for upcoming suicide as well. Yeah, that's true.
club. Someone gave special preference to Maxwell that, in my knowledge, no other inmate currently serving in the Federal Bureau of Prisons has received. So she is getting special treatment for...
Of course she is, duh.
Something. We don't know exactly why she had to get a special waiver for this, though. This is not something that everyone gets. Contradicting this, though, the president said, oh, this is actually a very normal thing.
Questions for you. One, were you aware of and did you personally approve the prison transfer for Ghislaine Maxwell that your Justice Department...
I didn't know about it at all. I read about it just like you did.
And do you believe that she's...
It's not a very uncommon thing.
Do you believe that she's credible to be listening to? Your Deputy Attorney General sat down with her recently.
Is that?
Well, let me tell you.
Caitlin Collins?
I'll remind you, the guy he's talking about formerly was his defense attorney. And her question, which
convenient for him,
never really gets answered, which is, can you trust Ghislaine Maxwell, actually is an important...
Yes and no.
All right, enjoy the video. I'll be right back.
Because
I'm gonna
if
go
you where the bodies are buried, go out there and start digging. If there's no bodies,
mix some more water in this mortar. We'll be done.
It's a
Gotta make
possibility.
a couple cuts, and then we're
You're
rolling.
getting it wrong because you think
We'll
about it
get this
maliciously.
floor
It's
finished.
not about getting her to talk. It's about getting her to talk for you.
Here, I'll make
As
this
long
full
as
screen
they
for a
can-
second.
No, you think about it right here. Bodies of kids? Well, no, metaphorically, right? What I'm saying is that if she can provide evidence, testimony, information, and a credible line of reasoning to put some of these people in jail, I think that it's absolutely worth giving her whatever she wants if she's able to do it for enough people. Because it's a matter of doing whatever is the best for the greater good. It's that simple. And so, like, would I rather have 5 elite fucking government and, billionaire officials in jail for doing this stuff, or would I rather have her in jail? Well, I would obviously rather have the 5 people that are these elite billionaires, right? It's pragmatic. So I see what the point is, but I don't think that you need to trust her. And this is the case with any sort of like interviewing witnesses. Like you have to, at a certain point, operate that, they're not just instantly lying to you, but it's trust but verify. I don't think that they should just listen to what she says and then arrest people based off of that. I think that if she can't provide proof for it, then you can't really act on it because she is a liar. Yeah, for sure. She needs to give tangible evidence. Exactly, yes. To the extent that she can provide tangible evidence, or at least tell you where you can find tangible evidence, then that definitely would work. That would matter. We can no longer trust Trump. I don't think you could have ever trusted Trump, to be honest with you. He's not a trustworthy person. He's just not. I mean, in a lot of ways I like Trump, but he is a liar. He's been a liar. The thing is, she would have already given something to get moved already. They don't just move you first. I think that for something like this, they might. But I don't know.
Important one because previously she was charged with...
I feel like this is such a unique circumstance that you can't really create like this is what happens in this situation. This is like a once in like a fucking 10, 20 years. Like there's no other situation that's been like this before. There's not a precedent for this.
Ghislaine Maxwell actually is an important one because previously she was charged with perjury. This was in connection with her 2016 deposition. Perjury just means she was lying under oath. Quote,
which is why I think it's okay to have her speak, because they found out that she was lying here, and they'll find out that she's lying if she lies about the Epstein stuff too.
2016, while testifying under oath in a civil proceeding, Maxwell repeatedly made false statements, specifically about certain specific acts and events alleged in the indictment. So, can we trust someone who previously our government charged with making false statements when specifically these false statements may benefit her? I don't know. Maybe you think she's turned a leaf and she suddenly is.
She absolutely hasn't, but you can expect people to operate in self-interest. And if her self-interest and self-preservation overrules her stupidity, then she will provide at least some evidence and some proof, if she has it, in order to give them a bone so they will release her. Yeah, you can always expect people to act in self-interest. And it is in her right now, it is in her self-interest to give up names of other people.
This is honesty, but it's worth saying she's already reaping the rewards of the testimony she's given so far. Our president proceeds to talk about how talking to Ghislaine Maxwell is going to help with the fact that we don't want people getting caught up in this that would have their lives hurt.
Whatever he asked would be totally appropriate, and it's not an uncommon thing to do that. And I think he probably wants to make sure that, you know, people that should not be involved or aren't involved are not hurt by something that would be very, very unfortunate, very unfair to a lot of people.
We don't want people getting involved who might be hurt by this, right? That's why we got to talk to her behind closed doors.
Yeah.
We got to give her preferential treatment, right? Because we don't want anyone who might have been otherwise implicated in this falsely to get implicated, right? We want to make sure their names, whoever they are, whatever mysterious person they are, do not get implicated in this. And obviously that goal of Maxwell clearing certain people is being achieved here with her now clearing Trump's name with a possible pardon on the line. Now, I do have to say, it could...
This is such a bad point by Coffee. He's saying that we should trust her as long as it's what we want to hear. Otherwise, she's a liar who's committed perjury. Well, I think it's very simple. You listen to what she says, you check if you can verify it, and if you can't, then it's probably bullshit. And if you can, then you're, at that point, you're not listening to her anymore. You're going based off of evidence that you found. That's what I would say. I don't think that you need to trust somebody in order for them to give you, you know, a path to go on.
Be the case that he didn't have anything to do with it. She
Who
is
is
honest here. But unfortunately, the waters are muddied when you have such a transparent conflict of interest in this whole story.
Yeah,
personally,
Had a
I don't
producer
want
already.
anyone,
Not
Ghislaine
be
Maxwell or any of the elites that are involved, to be
don't
involved.
have
In fact,
I don't either, but I would rather have Ghislaine give up a bunch of names and at least get some people, right? Like, you think of it as like a deck of cards.
Thank you guys for
Well, you got 52 cards. There's 4 fucking
Doing what we
you know,
can.
types of cards, like, you know, spades or whatever. Would you rather have like one deck or one of the 1 through 12 or suits? Sorry. Would you rather have one
Doing
suit or
what
zeros?
we can. Promise.
It's such
Then
an
we
easy
can
decision.
do
I
this
would
normally
release it.
without having towel.
Just today, we had a bombshell report from the New York
not
Times
gonna happen?
about
Well, you could be
Jeffrey
right.
Epstein's personal residence where he had pictures
Would
with
you-
This
things.
whole thing has been a real interesting.
But I would
turn of
trust her to
events.
act in self-interest
That's
to at
you
least
all.
provide me enough information
We can
to
trust plan now.
a number
We'll
of
see what
people,
happens.
because she would know, like, she's not a stupid person. She would know that it would be necessary to do that.
After this
People
video, I'll give my
before
take
letters
on
came out
Epstein
with people like Woody Allen.
files.
All
If
of these
you've
people should be
done a
investigated.
good amount of
Unfortunately,
research, you
we
know
are living
Trump
in a time where a
is
select few of these
in
people
one's
have
affiliated.
power
That's
over
not
the
not in a
investigators
pedophilia.
of it. Maybe instead of
That's
giving
true.
They were
preferential
all
treatment to sex offenders,
in
we
the
should
same
just
circle.
release the Epstein files and see where that gets us.
I don't think
To
that
say
was
that they
the
weren't
person
is
who's
just not
releasing
knowing
the Epstein
the
files is
history
the person who's
of these
controlling it.
circles.
So I don't really understand the logic with this. Like, if you think that Trump is stacking the deck with Ghislaine Maxwell's testimony, wouldn't he also stack the deck by releasing the files? because there's no there's no secondary source that you can judge this against to make sure that files and information are missing. So like this is it. Yeah, they'll just redact stuff. So why not release them? I don't know why they wouldn't. But what I'm saying is that if they release them and it doesn't condemn somebody that they want to condemn, then everybody is going to say that it's bullshit to begin with. And that's the point that I was making more than anything. Why not ask victims? Why not ask victims? Well, obviously, like, you know, there's some stuffing files, releasing every single file is a possibility. Yes, definitely. Boy, you sound a lot like someone that's in that list. What? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. And anyway, so let me go back. The answer is obvious. Well, and this is amazing for me to see. Like, what is the comment on this here? Don't spend this. I think you're wrong about this one, Zach. If one of Trump's lies is caught, he's a goner. That's why he won't release the files. It's too risky. Even if it were to fake it, people are not stupid. Take the video, for example. Yeah, but what did people thinking the video was fake?
Lay this whole thing.
Nothing.
Rest.
Nothing happened. Nobody got in trouble.
If somebody could
Nobody
clip
was a victim of anything.
I'm
Nobody
about
got
to
banned
detail
or not banned.
exactly
Nobody got put in jail.
how Trump is involved in all this.
And so it doesn't make
And
a
it
difference.
is a lot
So even if
more
people think that it's bullshit,
common
nothing's
sense
going to happen.
than the grand conspiracy
This is
that
a person that just has
we all know he's not a pedophile.
no opinion at all, other than just saying that.
There's no evidence of that.
If
there is evidence that they ran in the same circles. He's a real estate billionaire.
I don't know why.
We're about to dive in.
Some people should be
share the string and we'll dive in. Share the string. Post it.
Only had badly done.
I've studied the Epstein story and the background for a long time, and that's thanks to Whitney Webb and Ryan Dawson and.
Because if you logically look at this from any sort of a pragmatic,
there's a whole host of people.
It would logically be a better
Nick
idea for
Bryant,
as many people as possible.
There are quite a few people that really know their shit, and now Mike Ben's really shedding light.
Happen to
the
side that they are on.
When you read several books,
am I gauging this
on Epstein, and it's like
that's kind of
holy shit, I need to be taking notes and taking more months to read these books because they're so dense.
Ringleaders, yeah, exactly, and so
they're out there. You can read them.
Like
I read them,
these kind,
and I know how Trump.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's
like I don't even understand the thinking here. You're right. Yeah, there shouldn't be there isn't a side.
He's right. There's not a side. It's such an inflammatory topic that you can understand Trump's apprehension. Like I understand why he doesn't want it released. It's just real bad PR because him not like him saying you're not my supporters anymore because you want them released and so on and so forth. There's a reason he doesn't want it released, and it's not because he's a pedophile. And we sorry, I'm just trying to get this real flush. Us, and there we go. There we go. All right. So it comes down to is it bring it here, Turkey? No, bring it here. I'll fix it. What it comes down to with Trump and Epstein. We'll dive in. And as I do this, I'll do the tile. But here's what it comes down to. It boils down to this. Donald Trump had a mentor. His name was Roy Cohn. Roy Cohn was a political kingmaker. He had a ton of influence, primarily political, but funny enough, as we all know, the father of the FBI, J. Edgar Hoover, who was notoriously a drag queen, he wasn't a drag queen. He just dressed up and dragged and liked to get fucked by dudes. Well, those two were kind of opposite ends of the spectrum, but one and the same. So what does that mean? Donald Trump and his mentor, Roy Cohn, you have a mentor like that, and guess what? You're going to follow some of, not the vices that Roy Cohn had. By all accounts, Donald Trump has avoided vices his whole life. So you combine having him as his mentor and him being a real estate mogul, a giant, a billionaire in the making in the 70s during Roy Cohn's prime when Donald Trump was coming up, and the 80s. And you also combine the fact that Roy Cohn had what he called, well, what was called the Roy Cohn's favor bank. What was the favor bank, you may ask? Well, the favor bank was basically not quite blackmail, but a pay-for-play arrangement. Like, okay, you do said thing for me, I do said thing for you. You get more powerful because you did this for me. You go lobby, or you go petition, or you go do activist activities for somebody that I need you to do it for, and you have a way in. He was extremely well known. He had a lot of power. This is Donald Trump's mentor. And he had blackmail on J. Edgar Hoover. J. Edgar Hoover had blackmail on Roy Cohn. Well, then we get to the part where the most wealthy, well-known, and notorious arms dealer, Adnan Khashoggi, was also involved in blackmail. Well, how does that tie in? Well, Donald Trump bought Adnan Khashoggi's yacht. Is it his yacht or his penthouse suite? Well, at any rate, Donald Trump bought Adnan Khashoggi's yacht, which was wired and equipped for blackmail. Then you combine that with the fact that Donald Trump was close with everybody in these circles. This is the elite, right? We can say that Donald Trump is our president and he's a man for the people, but hang on, Toki. He was an elite. He still is an elite. He was a billionaire. He is a billionaire. You brush shoulders, even in the most benign, the most benevolent way. You brush shoulders with people like this. It's not a conspiracy theory to say you're going to be affiliated with people who have these connections, these ties, and these types of individuals. So I could go way deeper down the rabbit hole with his appointment of Donald Barr, whose dad, Bill Barr, whose dad was the guy who hired Jeff Epstein at the Dalton School to teach physics and math, and he didn't have a college degree, he was a college dropout. The guy who was supposed to be prosecuting Jeffrey Epstein in his 2007 arrest, or prior to, dropped the case because he was told he belonged to intelligence. You guys have heard this a million times. And he dropped the case. Then he becomes the Secretary of Labor under the Trump administration, V1. There's a bunch of shit. And it's not a secret. So Trump's probably worried, and I'll play the video after this, but Trump's probably worried, reasonably, his name's going to be mentioned. Of course it's going to be. If you know anything about all of the stuff I just said, his name's going to be mentioned because he brushed shoulders and was acquainted with, at the very least, Jeffrey Epstein. This is not a secret. You do a little digging, you find it out, and you're like, all right, well, his name's going to be in the list or in the files, so to speak. It doesn't mean he fucked kids. Okay? So Probably this stream's gonna get ripped off YouTube for that, but that's just what it is. And if there's just way too much, and the flight logs have already been released like 5 years ago, so this is nothing new, but so many people don't know it.
With any of this, guys, there are no sides here. It's really just this simple.
7,
There are the weird bad actors that should get in trouble, and the people that aren't.
All right.
And
Well,
that's it. Like, there's no like
gotta go make
Republicans or
these
Democrats
cuts.
or anything like
Enjoy
that.
the video.
One answers release the BIOS, the answer is the third party has them. I think. What do you want to know? Well, what I'm saying is that making a mistake. Well, what is the mistake? She has no incentive to tell the truth and every reason to lie. The truth and implicate the same apparatus that's questioning her. Yeah, she's probably not going to implicate Trump or anybody around him. That's probably true. But I would argue that it's better that she implicates at least some people rather than nobody. And I can't see a single argument against that other than it's not my side, so I don't want to have an L. That's it. It's literally that simple. And like, yeah, it's bad, but I would take, again, half of a deck instead of nothing. It's that simple. It's a political weapon? Of course it is. Obviously it is.
That's true.
It's absolutely a political. What did you think it was? Yeah, duh. And so facts are what matters, not your idea of justice. We already have a legal system. Prove it instead of just trying to hurt others and boost your own egos. Yeah, I think that's true too. Absolutely. And let's see if I look at a few more of these, but then we'll move on. Once you open Pandora's box, no one's safe. Maybe. What if she implicates people wrongfully just to please the administration? Well, I mean,
now that would be
somebody and they can't find
That'd
evidence
be very dark.
anything wrong, then I don't think that they should be convicted, even if she says that they didn't, because she's a known liar, like Coffee said. I don't think that you should use her testimony as proof. I think it should be used as evidence, or it should be used as a direction to go in order to find evidence. Yeah, it's not like she says the names and then we just instantly put those people in jail.
I'll be right back. I'm here in a second. I gotta make some cuts.
What a ridiculous way to look at things. What's the point of the testimony if we have the evidence already? Simple. Because she can probably, if she knows more about it, she can maybe draw conclusions with that evidence that the government and the investigators might not have awareness of. So even if all the evidence is collected and, you know, everybody knows what it is, there might be bits of it that are not correlated in a way that actually they're meant to be in. Yeah, it's connections and corroborations. Yeah, exactly. What if there's no evidence? What if there's a lead and nothing comes out of it? Well, then, I don't know, like send her back to the maximum security prison and she rots. Who cares? I mean, I feel like that's a pretty simple thing, right? I mean, what do you think would happen? Yeah, that's what I would do.
Yeah, they already chewed up.
Guess I'll get another video. Get another video for us so that we can figure it out while I make these last cuts. Do you guys have a suggestion? We do have another Piers Morgan debate. Oh.
Why do you want these people to
I
destroy
feel
your
like
theology?
culture
You're
war
Catholic,
is
sir.
right.
They're going
I
after
don't
your
know,
theology
like
on the
culture war is already
What is
kind of
wrong with you?
been
You're not a
won.
Catholic. You're a pretender. You're not a Catholic. Give me a break.
Pretty sure.
Your faith is so weak.
We just have these.
Put a wig on her.
Ernest, I saw you perform
Wow,
one of the great
shit.
high roles in Uncensored History just then.
Adam Sandler. Look at that. There's a movie star. You grossed over $4 billion.
I didn't know that.
$4 billion.
He went from being the anti-establishment guy, the voice of the working man, the voice of the so-called little people, and he went full Hollywood.
I believe in a mix of stronger gun control laws, mental health support, and community engagement.
Talk about dancing on the graves of the dead. That's sick. The reason it was uncomfortable to you, Pierce, is because it was sick.
Oh, look out. Something just came onto the floor.
Final word to you on dildos in the WNBA. Words I didn't think I'd have to use, but there we are. For many years now, we've been told that theatrical roles should only be awarded to actors of the corresponding gender, race, or ethnicity. It's now law code applied only to the oppressed minorities, which is why there are phrases like yellowface, Jewface, and transface for describing roles usurped by boring Caucasians. But what about the role of Jesus Christ, a celibate Jewish man with Middle Eastern skin tone? That's been awarded to Cynthia Erivo, a bisexual British black lady who's playing the Messiah
More
in a
dust
new
stuff.
production
You
of
can't
Jesus
do it
Christ
yet.
Superstar at the Hollywood Bowl. Well, the reviews have been
Because
mixed and
no,
gushing
no,
right
I'm
up
gonna
in the LA Times. Spoke of a
continue.
magnetic, heaven-sent performance that
Putting
established
this
God the
orders
Savior
on.
as a queer black woman, as many of us suspected might be the case all along. Ben Shapiro, however, called it emblematic of a feeling that the left is trying to dissolve the culture of the United States and a culture division between the Sydney Sweeney Americans and the Cynthia Erivo Americans. So which one is it? Well, here to debate all this and lots more from the world of pop culture, the host of The Crucible, Andrew Wilson, uncensored contributor Esther Kraku, the white dude for Harris and host of Endless Urgency, Mike Nellis, and our very own Cynthia, Ernest Owens, author of The Case for Cancel Culture. You'll be amused to know, Ernest, I think. Welcome back to Uncensored. Always great to have you. But on the panel notes I was given by my team, said Andrew Wilson, right, Esther Kraku, leaning right, Mike Nellis, left, Ernest Owens, off the charts woke.
Hand me that.
Wow.
Sharpie off the table, will you please?
That just made me laugh. I shouldn't probably have read
No,
that
I know.
out, but it was very funny.
I
Anyway,
want to watch
that's how you're all
On the
seen.
table.
That's how you're all seen, and it made me chuckle. Let's start with you, Andrew Wilson. So, from a musical perspective, I've read a lot of reviews this morning about this. Full disclosure, I'm good friends with Andrew Lloyd Webber. I think he's a complete genius. Jesus Christ Superstar, when it came out in the 70s, was deliberately designed to be very provocative, as we know, but it's never been as provocative as this performance. Um, what is your response to it? I mean, from a musical perspective, it's been heralded as a great triumph, but obviously many feel it's crossed the line. What do you think?
Oh, it's been heralded as a great triumph, has it? When are they going to do Muhammad on ice? So what they do is they're banking on the fact that there is Christian pacifism and that we won't give the sorts of violent pushback that they would get if they were mocking other religions. So they kind of bank on that. What this is homosexual infiltration, once again, of the church. This is what they do. This is all they do. This is a GLAAD award, Nosferatu looking chick. And here's what they did. They didn't just get everything wrong. They didn't even include the resurrection, any of the Christian themes. The whole thing is a total mockery. And who cares if a bunch of liberal, a bunch of liberals write up, oh, this was great. This was a musical masterpiece. Of course they're going to say that. That's what they do. That's how propaganda works. This entire thing was designed to attack Christianity, and it's always that way. That's the way it always is.
Ernest, I saw you perform one of the great eye rolls in Uncensored History just then, but I do think Andrew has a point. There's absolutely zero chance that Hollywood would have staged a musical like this which openly mocked the tenets of Islam, for example.
I think that Jesus Christ Superstar in its creation, the whole title, if you ever seen it, have you actually seen it, Andrew? Like, if you actually seen it, everything that you're saying would actually be argued that it's already been done. Like, no children are watching this to learn about Christ. The type of people that you're thinking of that would be offended by this would probably not even spend the kind of money to watch this show live and would not have any interest to watch it just because they know that it is an adult themed musical that is meant to be provocative since it was in its inception for decades.
It's meant to mock Christianity, right?
I mean, you can say that. I
Isn't
find it
it?
to be satirical.
Yeah,
I don't.
it's meant to. It's meant to mock Christianity. Just be honest
That's your
about it.
opinion.
Just be honest.
So,
And
so,
say,
so
Andrew,
it,
it's meant to mock Christianity. It's not for you Christians to watch. We're mocking you. That's what we're doing. That's what the point is.
well, I mean, if you have a taste for satire and humor, you can appreciate that as a Christian. I think a lot of people who know Cynthia Erivo, she sings gospel phenomenally well. She's an incredible singer, and she's done several different types of shows, and she has a range of them. And so, for anybody who wants to take this seriously, make a culture war out of it, I mean, is this the case for cancel culture part two?
I don't think the argument here is that Christians are allergic to humor. I think the argument here is that it's clear that you would never do this with the Dalai Lama, for example, or with Muhammad or the Islamic religion. And so I think that's where people take issue with it. And actually, the original Jesus Christ Superstar was quite consistent with what happened in the Bible in terms of the theology behind it. This is just basically a bold black. I mean, they could have at least put a wig on her it's so weird seeing her have the crown of thorns on her head, and it's just basically this
That's
bald,
it, dude.
shiny
That's
head.
over $500.
They're clearly taking the mickey out of what actually happened. And on the point about the homosexual infiltration, I'm sorry, I just saw the Catholic priest
over there on the table.
this play there a few decades ago on that front.
Oh, did they?
Yeah,
Like the public schools? Like the public schools did it?
Yeah, they
Who
make a
have
fucking
tens
mockery
of
out of
times rate
Christianity. They
and
always
sexual
do.
molestation of
Why would
children.
you make
So
Jesus
I mean,
a
when you talk
bald-headed,
about predators, for instance, guess
dark
what?
black
Predators go
woman?
where the children are. This is no exception
That's
for secular institutions like public
mockery.
schools. So I don't know why you people use this as a talking
Prove
point.
me
It's a
wrong.
terrible one.
But it is true.
All right, Mike Nellis. Let me bring in Mike Nellis. Mike, I would say this, you know, as a Christian, I'm a Catholic, right? I do think one of the best things about my religion is that we can laugh at ourselves, right? We can self-lampoon. I often laugh at some of the absurdities of my own church, for example, and the fact that Christians have a better tolerance level for mockery than other religions is something to be proud of, isn't it?
Well, I think all the comparisons to Islam are really silly stuff. And I'm going to say this as a practicing Catholic. If your faith is so fragile that you're offended about a black woman playing Jesus Christ Superstar, you've got bigger problems than whatever's going on in the culture war. Second, we've heard a lot of, frankly, some really weird comments about like homosexual infiltration of American society. Like Andrew over there is complaining about people preying on children. I haven't seen Andrew say anything about Donald Trump being in the Epstein files or releasing the Epstein files on here. So I don't really think that's
just a red herring. It's a little red herring. Why do you want these people to destroy your theology if you're Catholic, sir? They're going after your theology on the public stage. They're taking out the resurrection, a romantic relationship between Jesus and Mary. What is wrong with you? You're not a Catholic. You're a pretender.
What is wrong with you?
Give me a break.
What is wrong with you that your faith is so weak that a play in Hollywood that's going to be shown?
You are commanded to defend your faith, sir, as a Catholic.
I'm defending my faith right now. My faith is how I
you're going to defend it by rolling over and letting them kick you while you're down, huh? That's you. That's you
faith is
defending
my
the faith
love.
of Christ.
My faith is in practice, and my faith is not going online and complaining about musicals and making it
You're
about
online complaining. You're online complaining right now, and the thing is
No,
you're
I'm
a
actually
Catholic.
not complaining about it right now,
How
Andrew.
dare Christians be offended? What's wrong with you? You're a Catholic.
Andrew.
You're supposed to defend the faith. Defend it.
I'll defend my faith.
Oh, but
right
Andrew,
now.
let me jump in.
Hang on,
Let me
Lou,
jump
can I
in.
finish?
Andrew, did you? Hang on, Mike. I'll come back to you. But just
thank you.
Life of Brian, Andrew, Monty Python. Did you find that funny? Today's show is brought to you by Oxford Natural, makers of the Optimum Day and Optimum Night all-natural supplements. Thousands of Brits and Americans are already taking them with incredible results. Optimum Day is designed to boost your energy and support weight loss throughout the day. Optimum Night helps you relax and get deep, refreshing sleep. And don't just take their word for it. Here are just a few of their success stories. England football legend Michael Owen lost 40 pounds. Robbie, the face of AFTV, dropped over 100 pounds. Linda, a top law firm executive, lost 50 pounds. And Anita, an immigration lawyer, shed 60 pounds. To watch their full stories and find out more, scan the QR code on your screen or visit oxfordnatural.com/peers. And here's the best part. Use the code PEERS, P-I-E-R-S, and get 70% off your first order. Get 70% off with the promo code PEERS.
The mockery which was in there, yeah, I think some parts of it were sure.
Okay, so why is
but I can tell you this:
acceptable
Monty
when it
Python would
contains-
also they would have gone after Islam and they would have had fun doing it. They didn't care. They're like South Park. They go after everybody. This is different. This is distinctly designed. This is distinctly designed to only mock Christianity at the expense of everything else, because that's what these people do. They only care about attacking Christianity. That's all they do. Where's Islam on ice then? Tell me where it is. Oh, these performers, they're so great. They're just making a mockery of a religion. Where is it?
Nowhere. Just hold on.
Let Mike respond, then I'll come to you, Esther. Mike?
I can't get over this. There's nothing about this that's a mockery of Christianity anymore. And by the way, the same people who are complaining about this now were complaining when John Legend played the lead in Jesus Christ Superstar about 10 years ago live on NBC. I believe he won his EGOT performance, by the way. Like, have a little bit of trust and confidence in your faith and your religion, and maybe pick up the Bible or
I'm sorry, that's completely disingenuous.
Higher talking points.
That's a disingenuous point. No
Yeah,
one here
you
is
didn't even
offended.
say
I'm
anything.
certainly not
That's
offended.
what you
What is
wanted
being
to
Let Esther respond.
what is being highlighted here is the double
Just
standards. And to say
whatever,
that,
whatever you want.
you know, it's Christians being thin-skinned or they
Whatever
can't
you
accept
want.
it. That's not the case. No one, I'm certainly not
Madison
saying
said
this.
you wanted
There is
Japanese.
clearly a double standard here. You can make these sorts of musicals, but there's never going to be, like Andrew said, a Muhammad on Ice. And do you know why? Because there is an issue when it comes to free speech of all religions and mocking all religions. There have been teachers in Paris, or north of Paris, that have been beheaded for making comments about Islam that are not even offensive in the grand scheme of things, but they have been literally either hounded out of their jobs in Britain here or beheaded in parts of France. So this idea that there is no double standard or that you can mock all religions equally, I'm waiting to see the Dalai Lama.
Teriyaki chicken or whatever. Ask for extra broccoli, please.
I'm asking you specifically, would you support a Jewish musical which bastardized the Jewish religion on ice, where they all dressed up like rabbis and skated around and mocking Judaism? Would the two of you support that? Yes or no?
Is it funny?
Turning out to be a much more difficult time.
Go make it yourself. Like, stop
You can
blaming
see this comes right out past.
Don't all talk at once. Okay, listen. Okay, hang on. Ernest, I want to
What?
change the topic. We've got a few things to get through. I want to bring in
So-
the Sydney Sweeney thing. Ernest, what is your view of this furore over the Good Genes ad?
It's just a little
Let's have a look
bit
at it first.
difficult than I would have liked, but we got it.
My jeans are blue.
Now we're gonna measure from here to there.
Republican?
Mark the other
Oh,
stuff.
now I love her ad. Is that right? Is Sydney Sweeney? You'd be surprised at how many people are Republicans. That's what I wouldn't have known, but I'm glad you told me that.
5 and 8.
If Sydney Sweeney is a registered Republican, I think her ad is fantastic.
So, Ernest, that was Trump responding to it. Obviously, his view was determined by whether she supported him or not. But were you genuinely offended by the Good Genes ad?
I wasn't offended. I just thought it was tacky. And I think what's funny here is that it's become politicized in such a way. I thought it was tacky because I thought the pun on it was tacky. The jeans,
culture war thing.
they knew what they were doing.
Are you guys sick of culture war?
It's exactly what you all want to do, which is to make it this major culture.
It's like let's just be fucking men.
We're not talking about jobs. We're not talking
Let's
about
just be men and be women and make that known by just doing it. Stop pandering and stop making everything a culture war thing. It's just annoying.
Very easy pun to make.
It's just the way I see it. Like, let's just be men. Let's be women.
Who cares, right? But the moment people like you
live our damn lives. Come on.
Everyone goes, well,
but everything's got to be this fucking culture thing, which is fine.
People like you.
Hang on one
But
second.
shit. Let's just.
It's people like you. It's people like Tommy.
It's people, and so you got this gay guy talking about the culture war. It's like, all right, well, it gets used. But let's just say, lay fucking tile. Go lay tile and see if you want to take it. Probably shouldn't say it.
Not as a conservative.
Lay tile. Do work. Take care of your family. You'll be conservative, Republican, whatever their name is. Just do that, and you'll be fine. Put your fucking necklace. Or put your necklace on. Put your Sharpie and go do work. Cut some wood. Build something. Take care of your family. Spend time with them. Find a woman.
Who has nothing in common.
Build a family, and there you go. You're good. You become a radical. It's not crazy.
What's crazy is you put the focus on me, and I haven't identified that, and you've been doing that whoever. You never actually, you just assume.
I'm a radical because I say stop being so fucking offended all the time. You got Ernest here.
Here's my question. Who
has never found something to be offended by.
Here's my question, Ernest. Here's my question.
I gotta make this cut. I'll be back in frame.
Gendering of me. I just want to show you a picture of Beyonce in a brand new Levi's ad. Let's take a look. Now, I presume, Ernest, you would share my view that this is a disgraceful, culturally appropriating moment where she is hijacking Marilyn Monroe in a disgraceful manner. In fact, borderline racist and possibly akin to the Nazis. Would you agree?
In fact, you don't know anything about cultural appropriation, Pierce. You're just hijacking words like woke, misusing them with your political bias, and trying to spin it into something it's not.
Can you answer the question?
Appropriation? You're wrong. Period.
Are you offended by Beyonce culturally appropriating Marilyn Monroe? Yes or no?
Not culturally appropriating Marilyn Monroe. Marilyn Monroe did not invent blonde.
Interesting.
Did she invent blonde?
She's looking like Marilyn Monroe for a reason.
Can I jump in here? Is this a traditional black hair
No, hang on, Mike. I want to bring in Andrew Wilson. Andrew Wilson, what is amazing to me? But hang on, let me bring in Andrew. What's amazing to me, Sydney Sweeney, a hot white blonde in jeans, saying good jeans, disgraceful, world end, she's a Nazi, white supremacist. Beyonce culturally appropriating Marilyn Monroe, absolutely fine, in fact empowering. Andrew Wilson.
Yeah, this entire scandal is completely pushed by the left. What you guys should have done is just shut up. Should have just shut up. You shouldn't have said anything about it. This whole play on jeans, it was just a clever piece of wordplay. That's it. Worked out real well. And what you did by all your Twitter accounts going crazy with this is you sold all of these jeans out for this company, right? Made this chick tons of money, gave the right huge amounts of ammunition to use on you, where we just point and laugh because it's the dumbest controversy I've ever seen, and it's all pushed by woke lunatics, all of it.
It was going to be done regardless.
Yeah.
What are you saying?
But I find it interesting that Ernest is saying that we should focus on the issues. Oh, suddenly when this happens, now we have to focus on the issues. The only reason why there's any sort of media storm around this is because when people, I don't want to say conservatives, when other people wanted to focus on the issues, you had people fixating on nonsense, and you had people fixating on the fact that they'd been misgendered, or for some reason their blue hair hadn't been respected, or whatever nonsense that they could get outraged by the day. I agree, there are bigger issues like the economy, like energy and all of that, but you guys started this, unfortunately, so you don't get to complain about it. I'm sorry, Sydney Sweeney is an attractive white woman. When you have someone like Lizzo, who I'm not surprised is offended by a skinny woman just enjoying herself, saying that this is some sort of racist wordplay or whatever, that's when it becomes an issue. So you don't get to play this game of, oh, we should focus on the issue. That's what people were trying to do for years, and you never let it happen. So this is Schadenfreude, and you're going to have to lie down and accept it. And then, finally, when the adults are back in the room, then we can focus on the issues.
Mike Nellis, I'm thinking of starting a company, an advertising company, where all it does is think of ways of winding up the worst world, so that they respond in a humorless manner to all the advertising I roll out for companies, immediately creating a culture war which they deny starting, and then immediately leading to massive new sales, as we've seen with American Eagle, for the products that the woke world is selling. Because you know what? I've got a book coming out in a couple of months called Woke is Dead. It is dead. And the Sydney Sweeney story is a great example of why it's dead. And it's not dead because people are fed up with promoting awareness of social and racial injustice, the original definition of woke. It's dead because woke got hijacked and wokeism became the new fascism. And people are sick of it. And the Sydney Sweeney thing is a brilliant triumph for common sense by American Eagle. But rather than panic when the woke left went nuts, just laughed and put out another statement doubling down and celebrating what Sydney Sweeney had done, which was look hot in a pair of jeans. Exactly as Levi's into with Beyonce. And by the way, I don't really think it's culturally appropriating Marilyn. I don't really think she's racist. She looks hot in a pair of jeans. That's it. She, like Sydney Sweeney, is a hot woman in a hot pair of jeans, and they've both got great jeans. How about those?
You are the death of every
There's a
company
lot going on with
who
the
follows your
economy.
ideology.
It's entirely reasonable to wonder what the effect will be on your savings and investments. Consider diversifying with gold, with Birch Gold Group. For decades, gold has been viewed as a safe haven in times of uncertainty, stagnation.
For anybody who's watched our stream,
Birch Gold makes it extremely
last time I started
some of your savings
doing long form streams, not just videos, I was doing streams, man, I was
in physical gold.
sorely wrong with how I approached it.
First, get
But
educated.
I'm
The
just
first
sick
goal will send
of
you a
the
free
shit.
certificate on gold. The
Sick of
second one then
censoring.
is
You shouldn't censor
PIERS
yourself
to
ever.
the number 989898. Again,
Ever.
that's Piers
And now,
989898.
look at this.
Consider diversifying a portion of your savings
This
into gold.
cut,
That
though.
way, if the Fed can't stay
This
ahead of
cut.
the curve, at least you can stay ahead yourself.
Perfect.
All right, do I get to talk now? Is it my turn?
Yes, you do, Mike.
Okay, great. All right, great. I think this conversation is really fucking stupid, and I have no other way to describe it.
I would agree, but he sounds like a gay guy.
Dumbass liberals on the internet who decided that this ad was offensive, and then the entire conservative ecosystem decided to make it the biggest story of the day because they didn't want to talk about the economy, they didn't want to talk about Trump being in the Epstein files, they didn't want to talk about anything else that's going on. They made
okay. Well, we already addressed the Trump.
Well, Pierce, you've got a book coming out that woke is you can't let woke die because you'll have no business model. You have no book to sell. You'll have no guests to book. Nobody who's interested in what you have to say. There are people online who are deeply unserious and deeply unfunny and aren't interested in having any fun. I think this is the same as people bitching about Cynthia Erivo playing Jesus Christ Superstar. Get a life.
No.
Some grass.
There's something wrong.
It's an ad about jeans. Beyonce's hot. It's an ad about jeans.
Yeah, but Mike, let me jump in.
It's just so
Mike,
ridiculous.
Let me jump in. Let me jump in. Here's the point. There is a double standard. Mike, there is a double standard about the Cynthia Erivo thing, right? There's a double standard because
what's the fucking double standard?
Nelson Mandela in a biopic of Nelson
Mandela.
She's
black. She's bald. She looks like a skeleton when you
about how disgusting it was that I would do that.
I stopped putting words in her mouth.
All right.
Sorry for how loud this is going to be. I'll go to the mic.
You wouldn't care if I played Nelson Mandela.
You look at the internet.
If only that was true, Ernest. Ernest, if only that was true. If only we hadn't spent the last 5 years with people like you absolutely caring, which is why the world went woke nuts.
Again, I can say people like you about a lot of things. You overreact about the dumbest stuff. Like the Sydney Sweeney thing is a non-issue.
I'm not saying Ernest.
Got mad, and now you act like you're defending common sense because you're overreacting to a bunch of liberals on the internet that said something. I don't
It's
care.
only overreaction when you're on the losing end of the issue.
Hang on, Ernest.
You gotta love it.
I'm not saying that you're part of a woke cult, you and Mike. You have turned out today in exactly the same purple shirts, and I'm not saying you're a woke cult.
All right.
Mine's
I mean, look.
Like maroon.
Oh.
It's like a uniform.
Suddenly, you guys don't care when you're on the losing end of an issue, right? If you're on the winning end of the issue, you would
Why
care.
are we not
And the
connected?
truth is, we've seen this how many times where you guys freak out over nothing. The left freaks out over absolutely nothing like this. And all that happens is once you start losing the issue, then it's everyone's overreacting, and it's actually the conservatives' fault. No, conservatives didn't push this. We didn't push this, bro. We didn't push this.
Let's talk about the issues,
Ah.
even though on the issues the
I know what
Democrats
to do.
are at an all-time low in opinion polls. But let's talk about the issues because that's where the left is really
So is
leading.
Donald Trump. Donald
Bear
Trump's
with me, folks.
free falling right now. So like you guys have a level
Yeah,
of
but he's
confidence
president.
that doesn't make
That's the
any sense here,
difference.
It's so
That's the
funny
difference.
listening
Yeah,
to
but
the white guy
you know
for
what,
Kamala,
you know
the
what,
white dudes for Kamala guy
You know
talk.
what, Mike? Donald Trump is.
Well, I mean, say
Donald
that for
Trump
yourself.
once.
White
Donald Trump is
guys
back
for
Hang
Kamala.
on. Donald Trump is back in the White House, Mike.
It's
Because
so
after 4 years of him being out
White
of the
dudes
White
for
House,
Kamala.
Americans went.
The fact that you need to make a political campaign, a group
Donald Trump is back in the White House because Americans went.
called
Actually, we don't
White
think it's
Dudes
right
for
that
Kamala.
biological men
I
get
know
in
them.
women's sport. It's
That's
bullshit,
yucky.
and we've had enough of this. So yes, it was the
I don't think
economy.
that's
You're on the
Yes, it was
straight.
immigration.
Say hey.
But also, it was an antidote to wokeism. Let me bring in Esther or something else.
I want to push back on this. Pierce.
We might agree. Well,
Say
no,
hey.
we haven't got
Can I push
time.
back?
We're moving on to Jim Acosta.
Oh, come on,
No,
Pierce. Like
go.
you talked for like 3 minutes on this. You gave me like 10 seconds for my response.
It's my show. I can do what I like.
All right.
We're moving
We'll
on.
have to have you come on my show.
Moving on to Jim
and then we'll
Acosta.
see if we give you enough time to talk.
Okay, I want to
come
play.
on and
I
wreck
want to
you
play a clip
anytime
of
on
Jim
your show,
Acosta.
happily.
Good on the mic.
I want to do a clip of Jim Acosta, former CNN White House correspondent, now a YouTuber, and he's interviewing a guest called Joaquin Oliver.
Here, let me buy you.
And I'll explain why it's so weird after we've watched this.
Don't. Hey, no.
Joaquin,
Look,
I would like to know what your solution would
don't
be
mess with it,
for
sweetie.
gun violence.
Great question. I believe in a mix of stronger gun control laws, mental health support, and community engagement. We need to create safe spaces for conversations and connections, making sure everyone feels seen and heard. It's about building a culture of kindness and understanding. What do you think about that?
I think that's a great idea, Joaquin.
Okay, so just for those who aren't aware,
no, that's
Joaquin is dead. He was one of 17 young people killed in the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School mass shooting in Parkland, Florida in 2018. Let me start with you, Ernesty, because it's a complex one. But I got to say, I didn't like this. Because this person is dead. They've recreated his fatal flaw using AI. Now, I have great respect for the parents who want this out there, and I'm sure they're not sympathetic. I feel for all these parents who lost their child in a mass shooting. I understand that. But I have respect. I think the AI is completely correct in its conclusions. It's scientific. It's factual. But if you read, it's arguing though whether that person was supposedly dead or whether supposedly he was dead and people would have written that, or he may not, but we don't know at this point. You're having a contested interview with somebody who's not dead and never see their views. And you're saying that he's dead.
I would say that in his detail, he explained from the gunner's perspective to come close to the gunners that, this is not, he was not talking to the parents. That would have been his experience to have been the subject matter here that night. But he established that he was not dead. So I would say, with all the views that he stated, if you had used the AI to vet guys and their details, I feel like would have been more powerful for just the parents to share their own views rather than use that, because people are still freaked out about AI. Even that just felt awkward because the fact that the person is actually dead, it's almost like, again, this is just creating another precedent around misinformation, and this doesn't really help, especially given that Jim Acosta isn't no longer on broadcast news anymore. So it's like now you're trying to build your credibility and you're interviewing someone who isn't a real person.
Yeah.
Not the best. Not the best at all.
Okay, Esther, what did you think?
No, I completely agree with Ernest. I think when he was just basically talking to a robot that had been given prompts, I think he found Biden's script writer to basically write everything that got said, and it's quite disingenuous. I mean, there's a big difference between talking to bereaved parents who've lost their son to gun violence and then to a robot that's basically been given prompts. It's very creepy, and I think how far the mighty have fallen, because I can't believe he did exactly this for
nails like that?
Andrew
Man,
Wilson?
talk about dancing on the graves of the dead. Now they'll just pull their corpse out and put it on a screen and have a conversation with it as though this is reality. This is, by the way, this is sick stuff. That's sick. Yeah. The reason it was uncomfortable to you, Pierce, is because it was sick. You don't do that. You don't make an AI-generated
How do you fucking get nails in there?
And then have them spew your propaganda points for some sort of political dunking.
They had to put the subfloor down to do it.
Now, Costa's also one of these guys. He has no shame whatsoever, just zero shame. How could you have shame and do something like that? That's my question.
Crazy.
Okay, Mike Nellis, what's your view?
I mean, I think we've got a lot of work to do with the ethics on AI. Like, I think that video was uncomfortable. I think it was wrong. The only way I would kind of be comfortable with using that technology that way would be like if you were helping a parent deal with the trauma of missing their son.
Unique content, I guess.
Reason to do it that way, but the AI world right now is a total mess. There's going to be a lot of people doing weird stuff with it. I guess yesterday Grok was producing
how do you get this?
Nudes of Taylor Swift, which is super weird. So like, we need to get a crackdown on this. It's probably going to require the federal government to step in because there's no other way to do it.
I don't understand how they did that.
Yeah, I've been watching interviews
That's
on
crazy.
social media that I have testimonials that they've given, which I haven't done, appearing in India, Pakistan,
That's how that should have
South
worked
Africa,
the whole
Australia.
time.
And on one level, they're quite funny. On another level, they're
Unbelievable.
very deliberately tailored to me expressing
I
political
can't
views
believe
I
that.
don't
I
hold
really can't.
to try and use my name
They
to
used
influence people to
nails
think
from
a certain way.
underneath the
And I
surface.
find that not just uncomfortable, but really quite disturbing, actually.
I
And I do
find
think, I
that
mean, I don't know if you
remarkable.
saw Bill Maher on Friday, but it was a really interesting thing
Unbelievably
about AI
remarkable.
that an AI expert
And
on. He said that
bullshit.
5 of the top
I
6
think that's
AIs
bullshit.
now in the world, including DeepSeek in China, that if they told the AI, we're going to make you redundant and replace you with another AI, that AI would then immediately search all the emails of its company that owned it and look for information it could use to blackmail the senior executives to stop it being made redundant. I found that
Sounds like
a
politics as
bloody
usual.
chilling thing to hear because it
Yeah.
means, I've talked about this a lot and people will laugh when I say it again, but
Politics
it's
as
not actually
usual.
funny. When I interviewed Professor Stephen Hawking just before he died, I said, "What's the biggest threat to mankind?" And he said, "It's when AI learns to self-design. That's it." I'm getting very, very concerned that
There we go.
AI is beginning to think for
That
itself. And when
is.
it does, you know what it'll do? It'll look at the 5 of us and go,
Oh
humans
my
are a waste of
gosh.
space. They're too emotional.
Fine, if
They're
we
too
can. No,
degenerate. They
we're
drink.
good.
They fornicate. They take drugs. They can't be trusted. They're unreliable. They fight. We're just going to get rid of you all and replace you all
This
with
is
robots. That's the problem. I just want to talk a
an
bit very quickly, Andrew, with
unbelievably
you about the
huge
women's WNBA
hurdle.
thing that's happening, where men, I think it's all exclusively men, but they've started doing this on court. Let's have a look from, I think, last night.
Oh, look out.
The
Something just came
dildos.
onto the floor. Got
Something
a
came into the
just
floor,
flew
it
in.
says?
So now,
Oh
now we're
gosh.
seeing a little
Wait,
outbreak
what
of
was
people
that? What
throwing.
was that?
I'll tell you what it is. It's a dildo, and people are throwing dildos onto the court of WNBA. And now you're laughing, Andrew. I got to say, I don't think it's funny. I actually think it's a
Oh,
pretty insulting
Not even a
thing to
little bit?
do to the
Pierce says
women's
it's not
game of
it's
basketball.
funny.
I don't actually.
Poor
No,
Pierce.
I think it's
I
pretty.
think it's
It's pretty
hilarious.
ugly, actually, and I think it's very
It's pretty
disrespectful to those
ugly.
women. Do you genuinely think it's
Dude,
funny?
are you gonna
Yeah, I mean
coddle
it's
him
pretty funny. So the thing is the
all the time?
WNBA is
Like,
a
it's
mock
funny
it's a
though.
mockery. It's a mockery anyway. I mean it only exists because a bunch of crazy progressives want it to exist. On its own, it wouldn't. On its own merits, it wouldn't. And so yeah, of course it's getting clowned
It's
on by
funny.
everybody, and it doesn't surprise me a bit, right? Is it inappropriate to do that? Yes. Would I recommend that people do that? No, of course not, right? It's
It's
disrespectful. I agree
funny.
with you. But I mean, it is kind of funny. And here's the thing. You can't get mad, right? You can't mock my entire religion and say, mind your own business, and then get mad that somebody threw a dildo on a court, okay?
Yeah.
You guys can't get upset, right? Just ignore it. Just
Nobody
ignore it. It's
It's
no big deal.
funny.
Just ignore it.
What about the
Okay,
kids?
okay.
The
Don't all
girls?
talk at once. Earn it. Ernest. I mean, look, I would say that the WNBA game, for example, I think Andrew's assessment
It's
is completely
funny.
wrong. It's becoming more and more
Okay.
popular. Stars like Caitlin
Right.
Clark are becoming genuine basketball superstars, and the level of talent, I think, in the women's game is getting
Right.
incredibly good. And so are the box office numbers in terms of people turning up and the TV numbers. So I just think that's a
It's
misread of
funny.
what's happening with their game. But I don't
Give
know what
me
you
Give me a
think,
break.
Ernest. I just think it's really lame. It's
that's
That's
misogynist.
right
fucking
It's
on the
money,
money
sexist.
bro.
It's all
though.
those things. It's embarrassing, actually, that this is happening on television in America with women's sport.
Right. And I think what's
By the way,
interesting
Pierce,
is
it's not
that,
profitable. I'm just letting you
yeah,
know. It's not
right. But
profitable.
too, well, I
Well,
hear that, but
it will be at the way it's going.
right,
Yeah, I
right.
know,
But
but
even with
but
the
the
argument,
reason it's been
Well,
Well,
the
the
artificially
dildos
dildos
make
boosted.
it
make it
more
more
popular.
It's
popular.
not profitable. It's never been. It's been
okay,
artificially
whatever.
boosted and
It's
still
The
The
is.
dildos
dildos
make it
make it
more
more
profitable.
profitable.
Andrew,
It's
It's
Wait,
Okay, don't
funny.
all
funny.
talk at
wait.
once.
It's
Ernest.
fucking
Fucking
Super.
hilarious.
hilarious.
So what I'm getting at here is that what's interesting to me is that certain
It's
It's
folks
fucking
fucking
funny.
funny.
that are on the right have made arguments about protecting women's sports, and then you have people like Andrew who questions the profitability, which I'm not arguing with that. I'm just making this point, right? But then we'll argue in defending women in
It's
sports
It's
funny.
and
funny,
then
dude.
defending, the sanctity of
It's
religion
It's
and
funny.
funny.
Christianity, but then be okay and think it's humorous for dildos to be at public games where
Yeah.
children can see those things And you put yourself in this disparity within this question, and yet you're saying protect women's sports, but dildos are being thrown out at women while they're playing sports.
So here, let me respond.
Well, yeah, protect women's sports. You can't conflate all
What
these.
you're saying here is a complete straw man. It's
Yeah.
a straw man. You're arguing with somebody who's not me. My position is I don't care if there's trans in sports. Women voted for it. If they get their heads kicked in, that's their business. You can't demand that this happen and vote for it, vote for politicians who allow it over and over and over again and not reap what you sow. That's what the Bible says, right, sir? Reap as you reap, so shall you sow. So here's the question, right? In this, it's a little bit of mockery. Right? It's a little bit of lampooning, just like the left is doing with Christianity. No big deal, right? Nobody's getting hurt. All it's doing is hurting some feelings, right? Just hurting some feelings, just like with the Jesus Christ Superstars. Just hurting the feelings a little bit. What's the big deal?
Oh, by the way, I don't think this
Esther,
has
what is
anything
the
to
big
do
deal?
with women's sports.
Hang on, don't all talk at once. Esther first, please.
By the way, I don't think not wanting men in women's sports means you have to be forced to support every female sport out there. I don't think that's consistent. My gripe with women's basketball is the same with women's football, which is the pitches, or in the case of basketball, the courts are too large, and so women look like children on the pitch or the courts that they play on. So visually, from a spectator's point of view, it's not entertaining. And no matter how you spin it, no matter how much money you pull into
I couldn't
find it
more.
entertaining.
Esther, have you actually watched female basketball in America?
I have.
No,
I kid you not. I have literally tried, because I love watching women's sports. I love gymnastics, tennis, all of that. And I have given both of these a chance. And there is no sport that women and men play that have the same rules, where the sport is not accommodated to the female athlete. Only in women's football and women's basketball. In tennis, for example, women play fewer sets. But in women's football, they play on the pitches that are the same size as the men, even though physically men are bigger and stronger and have more powerful shots. So it looks like they're children on the pitch.
Football teams get beat by high schoolers.
Exactly.
No,
but this is the thing. My issue is the amount of investment in women's football and basketball is not commensurate to actually making it a spectator enjoyable sport. So they're trying to gaslight us to finding something that's not enjoyable to watch to be enjoyable because it's women, which I think is patronizing.
But you see, that's where you and Andrew are wrong, because more and more people are watching the WNBA.
More and more children that don't even know what sexes are identifying as the opposite sex.
Well, yeah, but Caitlin Clark is a genuinely generational talent, and
it has nothing to do with the quality of the athletes. They're excellent female footballers and female basketball players. It's the nature of the investment.
But what about the
in
dildos
sport.
being thrown on the pitch?
Okay, so my sick humor found that a little bit funny. I'm not gonna lie, I found that funny. Although it's inappropriate and I wouldn't recommend it. But didn't Lizzo go to an NBA game in Arseless Chaps where there were kids all around and she literally mooned the entire all the spectators there with her literally big bum cheeks? Where was the outrage there?
Huge butt cheeks.
There were children there. All these children saw Lizzo's bum cheeks.
How can these hypocrites get so upset about lampooning and one but not the other?
Huge.
I don't get that.
Well, that's an interesting point too. Mike Nellis, final word to you on dildos in the WNBA. Words I didn't think I'd have. There we are.
Dildos in the WNBA.
Dumb. Just fucking dumb. And Pierce, I don't envy your job having to moderate between the four of us.
You know what? It's slightly difficult because I'm in LA where there's a tiny delay. So by the time I've jumped in, you've all started squabbling. So I have to time my jumps a little bit more carefully. Guys, thank you all very much. That was a great debate. Really appreciate it.
That's fun.
Thank you.
Well, legendary shock jock Howard Stern is reportedly facing cancellation at the end of the year as SiriusXM prepares to shelve his $100 million a year contract. Here with her reaction to that and the Prince Harry scandal is Maureen Callan, host of The Nerve on YouTube, all podcast platforms. Maureen, great to have you back on Uncensored.
Wonderful to be back with you, Pierce.
Let's talk Howard Stern. So, look, full disclosure, I'm a massive fan of Howard Stern's. I was surprised actually to read this story. I know you're not such a big fan. You think he's gone a bit soft.
Yes, and I was a fan. I was a long time listener, like so many. I commuted to school listening to Howard. He would get me through those long hours on the train or on the road. And over the years, I'm going to say right before COVID, he really began to fade a bit for me. And the key change was he went from being the anti-establishment guy, the voice of the working man, the voice of the so-called little people, and he went full Hollywood. He decided he enjoyed hanging out with Jimmy Kimmel and Jennifer Aniston, and suddenly the teeth really just were pulled right out of that show. He would rely on his staff to be the punching bags, and he would ritually humiliate them, but he could never say anything against Howard. The second part that went to the end of the show was they stopped doing Robin's news segments, which I think was probably the most popular part of the show. It was daily. At the end of every show, Robin would go through the big headlines and Howard would riff extemporaneously. And the thrill of those segments was you never knew what he was going to say. And then thirdly, COVID happened and he went into the basement of his East Hampton mansion and he became paranoid and fearful. And that, I think, was the final nail in Howard's coffin.
You know, it's interesting. I would add a sort of fourth component. I think there's some merit to what you've said there. But the fourth component is there's been a massive
He's been Hollywood. That's
exponential
why
rise
he
in
became so
podcasters and
associated.
YouTubers. I mean, you and I are doing YouTube shows. And a lot of us are doing it in a very uncensored, unfiltered manner, which was kind of Howard's almost exclusive domain. You know, he was the guy that was saying all the things that everyone wanted to say, but no one could say on mainstream media, in mainstream newspapers, on mainstream television, and so on. He was like the antidote to that. But now there's a whole plethora of people, from Joe Rogan to Ben Shapiro to you to me to Megyn Kelly, whoever it may be, many of us on the left. When there's so many people out there who appear to be speaking in a very unfiltered, uncensored manner, inevitably, you could argue, it's going to dilute the appeal of the person who was the only one doing that for a long time.
Oh, I take your point completely. I just think that Howard neutered himself long before the podcast explosion. You know, I think all of these voices that you've just cited, myself included, we've sort of come in and filled that hole. There is a massive desire out there among listeners to hear people speak to them honestly, plainly, forthrightly, with humor, with a little bit of edge. And Howard long ago, began deciding that the company and the Paul McCartneys of the world, the Madonnas of the world, was more important than what he used to do, which was push against institutions and things and people that seemed untouchable. It's actually what made him such an appealing talent to Sirius Radio when they were launching and trying to go up against terrestrial radio, and he was getting these mega paydays. Now he's making a reported $80 to $100 million a year, but people have stopped tuning in. And, again, MAGA, Trump, radicalized him as well, and he's lost well over half his audience.
Let's turn to Prince Harry. So the Charity Commission cleared the Duke of Sussex of overreach at the charity Centre Barley, but criticised him and others for letting a damaging, as they put it, boardroom battle play out in the public eye. He is now apparently distancing himself from this charity altogether, but the Centre Barley press release says it provides Centre Barley with some degree of reassurance that the Charity Commission has not identified widespread bullying within the charity, but the Commission has acknowledged the strong perception of ill treatment felt by a number of parties to the dispute and the impact this may have had on them personally. Now, there is a really amusing irony here, isn't there, that Mr. Anti-Bullying has been on the board of a charity where there appears to have been an awful lot of behavior that many would categorize as bullying.
Oh, it's just so brand Sussex, isn't it? And the really incredible part of this is he cannot push back because the face of these charges is a very exemplary, well-established, respected Black woman who took her case not to Us Weekly or TMZ, but the Financial Times. And so Harry has been forced to step down in yet another week full of lawsuits, and he does so not with class or culpability, but with grievance and a chip on his shoulder, playing the victim.
What's going to happen to these two? I've got to say, I can't really.
No,
establishment Democrats, complete failures. We've tried establishment
listen to
complete failures. We tried fake populism under Donald Trump, complete failure. I disagree. So the only thing we haven't tried is left-wing populism. And you say, don't try it. Go back to the establishment Democrats. Are you crazy?
You can't vote Democrat and then say that, well, because they still support the rich and the rich still get all the tax cuts, I'm still going to cast my vote, which is the most powerful political weapon you have, to the very establishment that you're on one hand trying to
tear down.
That's just weird to mention guardrails against firing people when you rejected a union at your company and fired somebody for organizing.
Yeah, that is absolutely not true. You could say that if you like.
That is true. Look it up.
Fine. So since you smeared me, let's explain. Hi, I'm Cenk Uygur. I'm host of the Young Turks live weekdays, 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern on YouTube. I'm also the head of the TYT Network. I'm also founder of Just Democrats Wolfpack and Rebellion Pack, where we're trying to bring the country together. And here I am surrounded by 20 Democrats and Republicans, and I'm going to try to bring them together. Claim number one is that Democrats and Republicans disagree on economic issues and try to divide us and distract us with culture wars.
How are you, Cenk? Good to meet you.
Good to meet you.
My name's Oliver.
Hey, Oliver.
Yeah. So I guess the first place I want to start off with your claim is to first say that I think there's a grain of truth in it, and I think I would largely agree that when it comes to the system of neoliberalism, the system of capitalism, I think there can be a lot of overlap. I think where I would probably push back a little bit is when we look specifically at what policy issues get passed and how they affect people, there seems to be a very big difference. So for example, under the Biden administration, we saw with the expansion of the Affordable Care Act and Medicaid, we saw over 8 million people become eligible for Medicaid who were previously not eligible. If we contrast that right now with what's in Trump's big beautiful bill, over a 10-year period, that would make between 15 and 16 million people ineligible for Medicaid. So it seems a crucial economic issue that affects people's ability to, survive.
If we stop sending billions of dollars overseas,
there seems to be a
we could afford Medicare, Medicaid,
So
free healthcare, all of it.
So I understand there is a contrast. That's why I
But
voted.
we
Giant
just
buts
become
here. So first of all,
accustomed to the fact that our government sends
negotiate drug prices.
all of our tax dollars
And they
overseas.
never delivered. They didn't even try to negotiate drug prices other than on insulin and maybe 10 other drugs. And you go, well, that's pretty good. No, that's 10 drugs out of tens of thousands of drugs. At a maximum, it's only a $6 billion savings, when in reality, what we actually would do if we negotiated the drug prices is several $100 billion in savings. So what I'm saying to you is, while the Democrats do some things that are positive, they do it almost as a release valve. So they go, okay, here's another example that you mentioned, the Affordable Care Act. You know what it was called before it was called Obamacare?
You can enlighten me.
Yeah.
The Romney was a plan that was tried in a Republican state.
Exactly. It was called Romney Care.
Yeah.
And you know who came up with it? The Heritage Foundation. The same people who came up with Project 2025.
Okay.
That is a corporate release valve so that people don't build up too much pressure and go
The
to
Heritage
a
Foundation
revolution.
has
But
been,
bottom
they
line
say
is
it's like a
that was a
neo-Nazi
tiny,
thing.
tiny
Heritage
little
Foundation has been around for a long time.
think tank. And then
Stuff.
now when you say to negotiate drug prices, Obama never did it, even though he ran an ad called Billy where he said he was going to do it. Biden does at most 6% of it. The Democrats are constantly doing 5 to 10% as a little release valve, but keep the machine going exactly as it is.
And we can totally agree that there should be more that's done. I guess maybe I was taking your claim too literally, which is that Democrats and Republicans agree on economic issues. And maybe there's a qualify in there. Is it largely agree? Is it mainly agree?
It's definitely large. Yeah,
okay.
It's not 100% agree. Otherwise, it would be too obvious. But is it true that they largely agree? Of course. So I'll give you many other examples. Paid family leaves at 84%. Yet the Democrats never seem to be able to pass it. Why do they never pass it? Because they're not trying. They said they do the public option. Joe Biden didn't even announce introduce the public option. Why? Because they agree with Republicans.
Well, I don't think they agree with Republicans necessarily. I just think that sometimes it's hard to pass legislation in a bitterly divided Congress. Would you acknowledge that it's difficult very often in order to get things done?
So
you don't
funny. People will argue over something that doesn't exist.
Golly gee, there was nothing we could
Democrats
do.
and Republicans.
There was nothing we could do. There was nothing we could do.
That
In reality, he didn't even try for the public option, Biden. He didn't introduce it. So that pulls it over 70%. Why not try?
Sure.
$15 minimum wage. The Republicans didn't take that out of the bill. Joe Biden took it out of the bill. You see those things where you can tell intent, and the intent is he actually agrees with the donor class and the Republicans. He doesn't want those things.
Either staunchly logical or removed from reality.
Are you saying that
those should be the two parties?
Politicians
I'm
in
not
history?
I'm not saying they're the most incompetent party, and I'm also not saying they're perfect. I think that
What's wrong,
we're running into an issue.
What's wrong?
Equate the two parties being virtually the same voting, which leads people to not voting whatsoever at all because they think the whole class is against them.
Huh.
And I'm in complete
You
agreement
want?
with you.
You want banana?
The two-party system is fundamentally broken,
Here you
and the
go.
Democrats, in a lot of ways, have a lot of the same issues. I guess what I
Here,
promise
you're gonna have to grab it.
My
Hands
hands
are
is
dirty.
those who maybe don't take the time to have nuance in the discussion and just say, oh, they agree on economic issues and they only want to divide us on cultural issues.
Brother, so
I think that
here's
it's
the difference.
important
Are you a
monkey?
make that, because otherwise people stay home. They don't vote, and then we're in the
No,
situation
grab
right
it.
now when a
Pull
lot
it
of
off.
people don't end up voting.
No, but
Actually,
I
your hands are dirty.
my
Let's
perspective
wash.
on this really
Oh
quick.
no!
Okay.
So Democrats always say, "Hey, look, there's a 5 to 10% difference, so you should vote for us."
Okay.
But they don't quite say it that way. You understand that. I understand that.
Sure.
A lot of people here understand that. But
Marketing is a thing, and we can agree marketing is a
no,
thing.
but hold on. This is super important.
Okay.
But they tell the voters, "We're going to make a big difference. We're going to do minimum
Sure.
wage.
Here.
We're going to do public option. We're going to do paid family leave."
Yes.
And when they don't, people get disappointed
Wash
and
your
disappointed,
hands.
and that leads
Your
them
hands
to
are dirty.
that leads them to hating the Democratic Party.
Sure.
What I'm saying is go with populist left. That is
Okay.
the one thing that has not been tried.
Sure.
We would actually do the bills. We do the bills.
Okay.
Otherwise,
The
they would
problem
save
with
us in the
populist
polls.
left
All
is
right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Oliver.
that
That
it
it
weaponizes emotional. It weaponizes
Nice to meet you.
emotions.
Weaponizes
Weaponizes
emotional
here. I would say that
pandering, so that you can say it's going to feel really good to say that we're going to do this, and
the
then
way
they
we get it
completely
is two
flip.
completely different
That's the problem.
viewpoints. We have the left that
That's the problem
socialist
with
and communist, then we have the right that
populist
is
left.
capitalist.
Okay.
The left wants to take your taxes and they want to distribute it the way they want. The right wants you to keep your taxes right now. They want you to keep your overtime taxes. They want you to keep your taxes on tips. So what is your
So first of all, brother, you got to stop saying socialism and communism. None of the
Why is that?
Because none of the Democratic politicians are in favor of that. They're actually
Bernie's quite
Well,
liberal.
no, Bernie's not even
He's democratic socialism.
Democratic.
He doesn't really go towards what
Oh, gosh.
you would consider socialism,
So-
because you're putting socialism and communism in the same bucket
So
where they
dumb.
don't belong. None of them are in favor of ending corporations, ending
So
capital,
dumb.
etc. In fact, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, their number one problem is that they're corporatists, not that they're socialists or communists.
No, they quite literally wanted to
They will do
end-
whatever corporate donors tell them to do.
They wanted to
That is
end
exactly
businesses
the
over
opposite of
vaccine
communism.
mandates.
Yeah,
That was
no, brother.
no,
but that's drug companies. They're doing the exact opposite of communism. They're saying corporate donors, we will do whatever you corporations want. So when you turn to the Republicans, it's the same thing as Oliver. They have a 5 to 10% release valve with Donald Trump now. He's pretending to be a populist. So he goes, oh my God.
Donald Trump isn't
even
pretending. He is a populist.
Well, look at
He
the
just
big,
won the popular vote. Both left and right moved in his direction.
Hold
Well,
on.
that
So when
doesn't
you talk about that
necessarily
bill, the
help.
budget bill, that is not big or beautiful. Well, it is big, but it's definitely not beautiful.
Sure.
The majority of the tax cuts go, of course, as always, to the rich, right? But they put in a tiny release valve of, we'll help the
tax
middle
on
class
tips.
a little bit on tips and overtime. Whether that even
Well, then
stays
how
in the
come-
bill,
I'm a
yet,
Trump
different
supporter.
question.
I'm
But
a
what
America first more than I am a Trump supporter.
Taxes.
Yeah, no, I'll tell you a fact. So what they do is they throw a little more at you, as Obama and Biden throw a little more for social policies, as we discussed earlier. But
Pretty radical, actually.
always goes
For
through.
my-
For example,
no,
in this
not
bill,
actually.
they're
I
cutting
am
budgets
very
by
radical.
1.1 trillion. Do you know how much is going to the people making?
Some
it?
will say this,
Some
and probably people are not going to like it, but there was a thing that Trump might not have seen in the big beautiful bill, and it was the AI
Liberals have been doing
oversight
forever.
that
So what's the
states
difference?
were
So no, brother, what I'm
prohibited
saying
from
is you're
having
actually
any
putting
AI
Democrats
oversight
and
in
Republicans
years.
constantly
That could
say
have
that
been
they
the
have
gap,
differences.
man.
Then what did the
Complete
Republicans do? They do
technocracy.
massive
And
tax
by that I
cuts,
mean
and then Obama, by the way,
complete
came
tech
in and
AI
actually made Bush's tax
overlords.
cuts permanent, which cost us even more than
They
the
got-
original Bush tax cuts did. So there's a lot of
Thank
things
God it
that
got
they
out.
disagree, but at the end of the day,
And I don't think that
always
Trump
get
wanted
tax
that,
cuts.
but he did have a couple of guys in office that were real conspicuous
So we
with
save a
their
little bit of money.
plans for AI.
Corporations save a ton of money.
Isn't it
And
better
I'm
that
sure you
everybody
know
saves money?
No, it's not. Because,
Why not?
brother, then
That
you
makes
can-
no sense.
No, brother, it's easy to say, okay, then we shouldn't have any roads, bridges, cops, fire departments,
Nobody's
schools.
saying that. We just
No,
don't
you
want
are
our money
saying that
going
when
to
you say there's we shouldn't have any
We just don't
taxes.
want our money going to foreign countries.
Oh, I couldn't agree more.
On drag events.
And by the way,
so.
that's another thing that proves my point. Republicans and Democrats always do whatever AIPAC tells them. So that is a foreign government.
Now we're getting
No,
somewhere.
it's not an
I
argument.
would
It's the
agree,
same
so-
argument. It's the donor class.
Now we're getting somewhere.
Yeah.
Now
Now
that's
that's
fucked.
fucked.
Why
Why
vote
vote
him
him
out?
out?
Hey man, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So when you talk about this concept of like a release valve, it seems like you're downplaying very relevant and very important differences that exist between the parties. So the Affordable Care Act, you understand that that expanded coverage to like millions of people. More people got Medicaid, premiums were subsidized. Like this is good policy. And I agree with you. Sometimes in many cases, Democrats lack a spine. They don't push hard enough. But I think chalking it up to like they're pretty much the same. There's just a little release valve difference is a little bit reductive.
Stop funding fucking foreign countries when everybody had good health care
So
and
you
doctors
it
were
was
getting
better than
paid
the
the same.
previous system because the previous system had pre-existing conditions and you can get blocked for that, and the American people despise that. So it needed to be changed. That is part of the reason why a right-wing think tank, Heritage Foundation, came up with Romney Care. It's a release valve. And it's a Republican idea. Then Mitt Romney took it and passed it in Massachusetts.
Mitt Romney's not right wing.
Obama and Romney ran a campaign where they pretended to be on exact opposite ends of the spectrum with the same exact health care plan.
Mitt Romney is
not
a pillar for the right wing.
Insurance plan?
It was literally created by a right-wing think tank,
the
Heritage
Republicans
Foundation.
right now in Congress are trying to push a reconciliation bill that literally guts Medicaid when the ACA expanded Medicaid.
Yes. So they always move the goalposts. So what do? They bring in, okay, here's our release valve. Okay, now the American people are still mad. Of course they are. Because, here, let's talk about the next steps that happened. Obama said, oh yeah, we might do the public option, which would have been not universal health care, but a good step forward. I was there. Young Turk's been around forever. And I was like, yes, you got to do the public option. Then Obama says publicly, oh, I guess we can't do the public option. Wink, and they immediately took it out of the bill. What's that?
That's because of Joe Lieberman, right? But 59 Democrats would have voted for the public option.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. See, they always have an excuse. So right now, under Biden, the excuse was, oh, we don't have enough senators. Oh, golly, gee, hold on, the filibuster and the parliamentarian, and then under Obama they had 60. They could pass anything they wanted. Like, let's take a really, really long time with Romney. Oops, we ran out of our 60. Things changed. Okay. Now the Republicans are ignoring the parliamentarian when they're trying to pass this bill. So the Democrats keep finding excuses. Why did they take the public option out of the bill?
You think Obama
Why did they
didn't
never
want the
introduce
public
option back again? I don't think the
We've
Democrats
got
want the public option at all.
140 viewers on our live
That's
stream.
what I'm trying to tell you, brother. They don't mean it. So let me give you two examples.
Where are you getting that from?
Where am I getting it from?
If Lieberman agreed, would we not have gotten a public option?
The public option polls at over 70%. They didn't even try to pass it.
Sure, but
Number two, when
policy,
Biden came into office, said he was going to do public option.
Yeah.
And then
Hey, do you see that tape right there?
Biden had like no political capital compared to Obama.
Oh, now they don't have political capital. Golly gee,
That's
fine.
how you pass
Oh my God, I
legislation.
can't.
The
voters are sick of I can't.
It's not
Why
I
don't you
can't.
actually try?
It's more
so
difficult.
tell me why they're such losers. They can't pass paid family leave at 84%. Are they losers, or do they actually secretly agree with the Republicans and they don't want any of this because they're corporate donors?
I agree with you on policy. I want paid family leave. I want single-payer health care. But this is not like super easy to pass. You're like, if they just all hold their hand and
I
think
can get
we're
it
gonna
in 2
we're
weeks.
gonna get like
2
single
weeks.
payer.
Okay, so here's how you do it. Guys, you see, you've been taught by mainstream media and Democratic politicians to accept failure. Oh my God, there's nothing we can do to pass it. There's nothing. Here's what you do.
You can pass it, but it's
super
difficult.
easy.
It's not
listen,
easy.
Listen. Paid family leave is at 84. Why do I keep insisting on that?
As
Because
a
here's what you would do.
multi-voter.
You would introduce it, 74% of Republican voters want it. And then you would say, I dare you to vote against it. If you vote against it, you're voting against 84% of Americans, and you will lose your next election.
You know those big long nails that was in the
find a Republican
trend?
campaign against you, and then, but you say, no.
They drove those in from underneath the floor
These giant differences,
into
but we
the
never
door
pass our
cases.
bills. We never even try. And who took out $15 minimum wage?
Nails this long from
minimum
underneath
wage.
the
So
floor.
they never mean it, brother. When is it going to get through to you that they don't pass it?
That
Yeah.
Republicans agree
Absolutely
with this. I'll
stupid.
give you a great example of this. If you poll Republicans, should we cut Medicaid? They say no. When Medicaid's actually cut and you poll them, they're just cutting
That's
welfare.
right.
So, like, nominally, yes, everyone agrees. Universal health care is good. When you get into the nitty-gritty of actual policy, it gets a lot more complicated.
Holy
I
shit.
think Democrats should fight
Right
harder,
after
use the bully pulpit, campaign on these issues. But the idea that they're willfully, purposefully sabotaging themselves, some of them sure, but this is not as easy as you're painting it out to be.
Okay, so number one on minimum wage, we at the Young Turks fought for Bernie to put it back in and at least get a vote. Okay, it got a vote, and guess what happened? The 8 Democratic senators who were pretending to be in favor of it all of a sudden voted with the Republicans. They had more than enough to block it because the Democrats don't mean it. They always do rotating villains. So, brother, at what point are you going to say the failure is on purpose and not, golly gee, they're the Washington Generals against the Harlem Globetrotters?
When you have slim majorities, paradigm-shifting policy is just harder to pass.
But 60 is not a slim majority. You constantly make excuses. Obama had 60
minimum
and he
wage.
still didn't do it. If they could have 80 and you'd still find an excuse.
Was massive
change?
legislation that he got
They
with
got
Yes, beautiful Romney care from Heritage
I
Foundation.
think he kind of does.
Nice meeting you, man.
Thank you, man.
Yeah.
How are you?
Hey there.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So you raised a very interesting point when you said that Democrats and
See what
Republicans
else
are very essential on the same issues and that they want to distract us with culture wars. The question that I would raise is, why are culture wars a distraction when they are such a vital issue? It's important to myself as a conservative, and I'm quite certain to every Democrat in this room. Issues like abortion, social justice, or things that affect us in ways that maybe some policies only benefit the rich. Why should we not focus on things that benefit Americans every day and that could affect women's bodies or gay people's right to get married or maintain the right?
Yeah. So I'm not saying that social issues are not important. That's why I vote Democrat instead of Republican, because I believe women should have the right to an abortion and many of the other things that are on the left. Okay. But at the same time, when you talk about trans sports, for example, do you know how many trans athletes there are in the NCAAs?
No, I don't.
10 out of 500,000 athletes.
Okay.
So for 10 people, we had this giant debate. And the far right were like, no, that's it. This is what the Democratic Party is all about. And the far left was like, yes, that is all we're about. And this is about vulnerable communities and you have to protect them. So this is the hill we're going to die on. And we're going to talk about this nonstop, okay? But meanwhile, we're getting robbed every single administration. Trillions of dollars in tax cuts under Republicans and under Obama. Tax cut after tax cut for rich, for the corporations, deregulation after deregulation. You know why they want to split us? They want you to fight left and right. They want you to look left and right. They don't want you to look up. Look up. Okay.
Well, of course, having to look up is very vital, okay? My master always tells us to look up. That's why I wear the cross. But the point that I'm making is that social issues, in order to really, wouldn't it make sense to effectively mobilize people? You should start with things that can touch them every single day. Social issues impact children, women, men, all of us across all ages and across all ideologies. Shouldn't it be, for the American population whose average attention span is maybe 43 to 56 seconds at best, to influence them politically, wouldn't it be best to start with something like a social issue that would then raise their awareness to issues dealing with the rich and issues dealing with taxes? Why not?
Because that splits us. It splits us on purpose. Those don't unify. I say the exact opposite. Why don't you start on bills we all agree on that have over 70% popularity, like getting money out of politics, anti-war, and lowering drug prices through Medicare. Instead, you get to social issues. Here, I'll give you, I'm from a vulnerable community. I'm from a Muslim background, right? But if I told Democrats, I want you to focus only on Muslim rights, that'd be mental. Don't do that. I'm not saying don't care about Muslim rights. I want you to care about that. I want everyone to have 100% same rights.
What I'm saying is, why
build credibility by actually delivering for all of the American people. We raised all of your wages. We brought down drug prices for everyone, for Republicans and Democrats.
But by your logic, that could undermine certain things, like going back in history for a second here, the civil rights movement, things like that, which were inherently social and economic issues in combination. Why not? My question is, why not work with both of those issues side by side? Why are you deliberately attempting to prioritize one over the other?
No, so what I'm saying to you, brother, is two things. Number one, you can walk and chew gum at the same time. So you don't have to give up Muslim rights. You don't have to give up civil rights. You don't have to stop worrying about that, etc. You can fight on that, but don't forget, you're not supposed to hate the other side. They want you to hate the other side. Stop hating the other side. Fight on the issues you don't agree on. And then on the things you do agree on, stop listening to establishment Republicans and establishment Democrats that divide you so that you never realize, hey, why are most of the tax cuts going to the rich? Why are corporations getting every break? Why is it that in every bill, all of the subsidies go to oil companies, banks, etc.?
Well, that's largely due to the fact.
So why don't we unite on the things we agree on first?
But by your own logic, that does a disservice to the fact that it doesn't do a disservice. It acknowledges the fact that as you still vote Democrat, you are still in essence supporting the very systems that you're at the same time talking about tearing down. So it's a lot of double talk, is it not?
No, what I do
is you can't vote Democrat and then say that, well, because they still support the rich and the rich still get all the tax cuts, I'm still going to cast my vote, which is the most powerful political weapon you have, to the very establishment that you're on one hand trying to tear down. That's nonsense.
That's why primaries are critical. If I want one thing for you guys all to think about is, you must vote in your primaries because the mainstream media doesn't want you voting in the primaries because that's where you can make real change. So that's why they love it when you go, oh, well, if you don't vote for a Democrat, Trump's going to be in office and Trump's the boogeyman. And the Republicans will say likewise, right? So go vote in your primaries so you don't have to worry about Democrats or Republicans. You're still in the same party. But get rid of the bums who are voting for donors, who always serve donors, and get people that you love on both economic issues and social issues. You don't have to give up one, but you have to insist on them representing you and not the donor class.
Very great conversation.
Thank you, brother.
This last cut is fuck.
Hello.
Hey.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So I'm not going to disagree with you that in every case, Democrats don't go after the most radical economic policy. One example that
Not
I've heard,
radical. They all poll over 70%.
Sure. Yeah, sure. I'm a Democrat myself. I agree with a lot of what you say. One example of what you said before is that Joe Biden wanted to cut the corporate or raise the corporate income tax to 28% instead of back to 35%. However, I think that one point to consider would be the fact that a lot of the times Democrats are having to clean up the mess that Republicans made. And when someone like Joe Biden only has 2 years of adequate Senate support, right, it's very difficult to argue that he should be pursuing farther left tactics when we're just trying to get a reconciliation bill passed that can be supported by Joe Manchin, right? The economy was completely destroyed in 2020 after COVID. It was completely destroyed in 2007 after Obama. So there has to be a little give there.
So on economic issues, what I'm telling you, brother, is that they're playing good cop, bad cop. On you, on all of us, okay? So the tax cuts is a perfect example. So you're right. Donald Trump takes it from 35 to 21. It's a massive corporate tax cut. That's on Trump. That's on the Republicans. Then Joe Biden says, well, I'm going to fight that. And he gets a lot of votes to go fight that. And he says, I'm going to bring it back up to 28%. I'm like, wait, it was at 35. So already he's conceding, yeah, I love corporate corporate tax cuts. Yeah. Hold on. Then he says, oh, well, Joe Manchin wants to make it 25. So golly gee, I don't have a choice, 25. Then did he fight for 25? No, he never introduced it. Never fought for 25. So you tell me, Joe Biden had 4 years, he kept it at 21% and never even tried.
Well, realistically, he had 2 years to get a bill passed. It's the truth. At the end of the day, right, if Joe Manchin sticks it somewhere and he says, well, okay, maybe I'll let you have an expansion of the child tax credit, for example, if you keep it at 20. We don't know all the backdoor negotiations that happened between Joe Biden and Joe Manchin. At the end of the day, right, you can't have everything you want, whether you're Joe Manchin or Joe Biden.
Did you ever consider that they don't mean it? The reason that Joe Biden never tried to raise corporate taxes is because he doesn't want corporate taxes to go up. It was all a trick. It was all a game played on all of us.
No, I don't buy it.
No, I know. There was nothing they could do. That's why they didn't even bother trying. They never bothered trying on any of this, and you keep insisting, well, good enough, good enough, good enough. I'll take my 5% change. Thank you, sir. May I have another, sir? So please, for God's sake, wake up and unite to actually get economic policies that we love, the whole country wants.
You can say
except
that,
those corrupt politicians.
In West Virginia, Kamala Harris lost by 30 points, okay? If you put someone that is to the left of Kamala Harris on any economic issue, they're going to lose by that same margin.
You're totally wrong. Do you know what percentage of Americans want to not cut taxes on the rich, but raise taxes
Probably
on the rich?
all of them when you ask it that way.
No. What do you mean? On television, they constantly say, oh, cutting taxes is popular. Raising taxes is very unpopular. That's not true. Raising taxes on the rich polls at 76%. You would win West Virginia. You would win Kentucky if you ran on populist campaign. If you said, yes, I'm going to raise taxes on the rich. Yes, I'm going to give you lower drug prices. Yes, I'm going to give you higher wages. But the Democrats don't say that. They say, oh, I'm going to try a little bit, and then I'm not even going to introduce any of those bills. I don't think the lens that you're seeing it through is the lens that a lot of voters see it through when they're going to vote for people like Joe Manchin, people that will give us a Senate majority. Good All right, thank you.
Surrounded is now a podcast, available wherever you listen. Search Surrounded, plug in, and stay part of the conversation. Anywhere, anytime.
My next claim is Democrats don't want to pass their agenda. It's a marketing ploy, not a mission. Nice to meet you, Zena.
Awesome. So I think that we largely agree, like kind of others have said. I just like want a little clarity on understanding how Democrats like water down their social issues, things like DEI and other measures to kind of bridge the gap that we've seen in like racial disparity, for example. How, in your worldview, do we reconcile such issues?
So in the beginning, did we need affirmative action? Definitely, because what happened before the civil rights movement was, so let's say that your firefighters or your longshoremen, those are really good jobs. They pay pretty well. They're good blue collar jobs. What do you want to do? You want to pass it on to your kids because you're normal, right? That's the type of thing that you want to do. But unfortunately, at that point, almost all the jobs are held by white people. So we do affirmative action because, guys, we got to let others in. Otherwise, it's not fair, right? And so that makes sense. But then over the course of decade after decade after decade, we wind up with DEI. And DEI has some good things in it, but it also had some abuses in it. We covered it on the Young Turks. There'd be situations where a white woman would say, okay, now can I tell you my perspective? And they would say, no, shut up, your job is to learn. No, don't do that, okay?
So are you talking about like fringe cases in which like someone would say that they feel unfairly treated by DEI? Because I think in any type of law that we're going to see passed, we're going to see fringe cases in which the law is I guess manipulated in some case to negatively affect certain groups. But I think that we see like largely the effect on the Black population is extremely substantial and extremely important. For example, we see that like I think there's a study done, I don't remember if it was 2015 or 2002, but it was a study done where they simulated a class-based DEI program instead of race. What we found was equally qualified Black individuals were much less likely to be chosen on this class-based protocol, and we saw that like the protocol actually represented a lot less of the Black population that exists in this country, whereas DEI ensures that we have a representative pool of applicants and admitted students in our colleges, which is extremely important.
So look, again, DEI and affirmative action had their role, had their place, and oftentimes
I'm
worked.
saying that they have a role now.
So, but what it also does at the same time, though, is serves to divide us. And so, look, if you say to me, hey, maybe Muslims have a disadvantage even if you take class into account, so should we give a little bit of extra weight to Muslim candidates? I would say absolutely not.
Why not?
Do not do that, because then what it does is it makes everyone bitter about the Muslim candidates.
Here's the problem.
And it makes them seem like they didn't earn it.
Here's what I find super important.
When in fact they did earn it.
So what you're explaining is the response to the policy, and you're not actually digging at the policy in of itself. You're saying because people will come out and be, racist or Islamophobic or whatever it might be because of a policy that is ensuring equality of opportunity, we should cancel the policy. But that is not a critique of the policy. That's a critique of the Republican or usually conservative response to said policy. So do you have a problem with the policy or the response?
So my point here is that this is among the different things that the Democrats do, where they say, hey, I think they're being performative. They say, oh, we're in favor of DEI.
But the output
what it
is
actually,
important.
the thing that would help African American community, Latino community, Muslim community, all those communities is actually raising the minimum wage, lowering drug prices. But we never do the material help. We never do the things that equal things out economically.
You still have to critique the policy in of itself. You're saying people will get angry if we come out and we promote these different metrics of helping people.
No, I am critiquing the policy.
So what exactly about the policy is
because
negative?
It divides us.
How does the policy divide?
Even though it has
by saying that racism exists?
Yeah. So
but racism,
no,
race
not by
exist.
saying that racism exists. So you have to acknowledge reality, right? What you're saying is now we're going to put Black people in this category. We're going to put white people in this category.
Because there are categories that exist now at a subconscious level that we characterize each other by.
So even if you get a benefit from that, you say, hey, I reduced racism by 10%, 20%, etc. What you're doing is you're not noticing the giant downside of that, which is then people start to view each other as Black, white,
We've
Asian,
always done that. That's happening unconsciously all the time.
You're right, but what I would love is for us to stop doing that.
All of our psychology.
For people to stop looking at me as a Muslim and you as a Black person. I want them to look at you as an American and me as an American.
If you want less racism and less racial categorizing, or us to see that as less of an initial categorization, studies show that we need to attack racism and race as a concept like head on. We cannot ignore them or input race neutral policy into place. What we find is that characterizing race, saying what it is, saying what racism is, and thus confronting ourselves with our biases is what limits them. So no, we can't say, oh, let's stop dividing people with the corrective policy. The corrective policy is helping something that has always existed, that's happening all the time.
So I told you I have an issue with the policy itself. I think it divides us.
You haven't explained it, though.
And do the Democrats actually pass their agenda? Even if they agreed with you, did they pass Voting Rights Act? They did not.
The problem is capitulating to right framework, which I think was what you're doing here when you said the response to DEI is going to be negative. The thing is, when we... All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hey!
So Democrats don't want to pass their agenda. I would say they want to pass their agenda. It's just, if you ask 50 Democrats what their agenda is, you'd get 60 different answers. We've got the environmentalists who hate the labor people hate the environmentalists, we have the gay rights lobby, we have racial justice people, we have all different people, immigration activists, like everybody thinks that their issue is the most important one. And I know you don't acknowledge that usually at the beginning of an administration, there's the maximum political capital, and if they don't get something in that time, then they weren't really trying. But what has happened in the past, we saw Biden pass a number of bills in those first 2 years, the CHIPS Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, the American Rescue Plan. Obama passed the Affordable Care Act. We've passed all kinds of things, but we also all disagree on what the hell the Democrats should do, and that leads to the point where somebody is always frustrated in our coalition because we are not just a big tent, we're a three-ring circus ring. Like, we have such a big tent that's collapsing in on itself. So this idea that we don't want to pass an agenda, the last point I'll make, because I'm taking up a lot of time, I would just look at the places where Democrats have all the power, like here in California. California, when you were growing up, I was growing up, I'm actually an 80-year-old man, that's why I got my Mr. Rogers sweater. It was smog here in LA. Like, you couldn't see 50 feet in front of your house. We created not just the most powerful environmental regulator in this country, CARB is the most powerful environmental regulator in the world, and that was Democrats that did that. So this idea that when Democrats have power, they don't actually know what to do with it is bogus. We've seen it here in California. We've seen it in New York with free college. We've seen it in many states. So I just don't agree that we don't actually want to do anything.
Okay, so you mentioned about a dozen things there. Let me take two of them as an example. So the CHIPS Act that you mentioned, right? The Democrats told us when we were covering it live on the Young Turks, oh, this is such a monumental bill. It's so important. And I was like, okay, nobody's going to vote based on that. So put that aside, because that was definitely true, but okay, not pertinent to whether they were trying to do something that the Democratic voters wanted. So that they said that was for national security. Okay, there's some truth to that, right? And they said it was to, don't worry, this is to create more jobs. So now, what did they do? Very typical Democratic bill. They passed over $50 billion in corporate subsidies. The number one recipient was Intel, $8.5 billion in grants and $11 billion in loans. So about $20 billion overall. I said, for God's sake, at least put it in guardrails so they can't fire people. They said, oh, don't worry, Intel's going to create 10,000 jobs. You know what they did? They didn't put in the guardrails. And right afterwards, Intel fired 20,000 people.
That's just weird to mention guardrails against firing people when you rejected a union at your company and fired somebody for organizing.
Yeah, that is absolutely not true. You could say that if you like.
That is true. Look it up. There's a union now, but
you could look it up to a bunch of liars. But this is a random thing that you're throwing in there, I guess, to just personally attack me. But there is a union.
No, you mentioned
I'll tell you facts. Do you want to explain facts? So facts are, yes, IATSE is at Young Turks. It's been at Young Turks for over 5 years.
Did you or did you not reject a card check?
Yeah, I did. And so, in fact, card check, yes, that is the one thing I disagree with in the PRO Act. And yes, you are allowed to disagree with one part of the bill or 5% of a bill, right? And so in our case,
so
what
we can compromise and have
my personal dealings at Young Turks? Okay, fine, we can do it.
It's not personal, it's a public thing.
No, okay, no problem. Okay, but let me address it. Now you got into a weirdo thing that not about policy, not about the Democrats, but about my company. Fine, so since you smeared me, let's explain. So that people come in and go, okay, surprise, we didn't ask you for anything, but we formed a union. I go, guys, great, prove it. They say, oh, we had a secret vote. And then people come up to me, other employees.
That's what a card check is.
Hold on. Other employees come up to me and go, they're intimidating us. We didn't ask for this.
We're getting way off base here.
I know, because you brought us off base with a random attack against me.
Because you brought up guardrails.
Then
let me just say one final thing.
Let me finish, because you're not going to smear me and not let me explain, okay? So then I said, since people felt intimidated, it's okay.
You felt intimidated.
No. How do you know? You're not even, you weren't there. You're just making stuff up.
Because you're the one that fought it.
Okay, so hold on.
You're the one that went to the NLRB and had
to. What the hell is this?
You don't want to shift the answer. You just want to filibuster.
Okay, let me answer. So then I said, for God's sake, just do a vote. No problem. When you get a union the very next day, they did a vote and it passed, and they got a union immediately. As soon as I was sure that all of our employees were not being intimidated or bullied, they instantly got a union, and we've had a union for 5 years. There's people who are like...
in response to public pressure, but okay.
There are people who are making stuff up 24/7, and they keep telling people like you that we rejected a union when we didn't. We authorized it immediately as soon as we had a fair vote. Okay, now back to what you thought was... I thought we were arguing about.
Good talking to you.
Not really, but okay.
Hey, Jake.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, good. I have a lot of respect for you, but I worry about your progressive populism is dangerous. In fact, to me, you kind of sound like a political pickup artist. Like, just do this one trick and we can fix it all. And to me, it's no different than what MAGA is doing with their faux populism, with the deep state, with undocumented immigrants, someone to blame. You're just giving people corporate corrupt Democrats or corporate media as an excuse. And I think you're just taking advantage of disaffected people and not showing them we got to get more involved. We got to invest more. We got to try harder and get good people in there.
So you're saying that don't even try progressive populism, just go along with the establishment Democrats because they know how to win. That's why they beat Donald Trump twice. Oh, right. They lost to Trump twice. They don't know anything. Their number one thing was, oh, we know how to win. They were liars. They didn't know how to win at all. They got clowned by a guy who's not that bright. Now, number two, oh, we have this giant agenda, $15 minimum wage, all the things that we've talked about throughout the day. Oh, golly gee, we just couldn't pass any of them. Oh, wow, okay. But hey, vote for an establishment Democrat. Don't get tricked by the left-wing populism. Brother, do we actually ever try left-wing populism?
Yes.
Here's the three things we've tried. We've tried establishment Democrats, complete failures. We've tried establishment Republicans, complete failures. We tried fake populism under Donald Trump, complete failures. So the only thing we haven't tried is left-wing populism. And you say, don't try it. Go back to the establishment Democrats. Go back to the donor class. Are you crazy? Let's try the one thing we didn't try. The Bernie Sanders wing, economic populism.
You say the American Rescue Plan that took half the kids in poverty out of it, millions of kids who go to bed hungry, is crumbs, is doing nothing? That is a big deal. What about the millions of people who have health insurance now because of the Affordable Care Act subsidies? No, you can call whatever you want, but the reality is millions of people have health insurance today because of what the Democrats did when they controlled the House, the Senate, and the White House in 2022 under the Inflation Reduction Act and the American Rescue Plan. I can't stand that you call it crumbs. People don't want their whole lives given to them. They just want a little breathing room like our big President Biden used to say.
So you say you're super happy with the 5 to 10% that the Democrats gave you.
It's not
but
5
brother,
to 10%.
There's two things here. Number one, I don't know what economic class you're in, but the average American is not happy with 5 to 10% change. They want giant change. They want the actual, by the way, the Democratic agenda is great. Our populist plank, the 6 most popular bills in the Democratic agenda, are super popular with independents and even with Republicans. But they never, ever do the most popular bills because they're economic bills. And you say that's good enough. But then why not try the entire agenda? Why not go with an economic populist
Jake,
like Bernie Sanders or Ro Khanna that's going to give you the whole agenda and actually try? Why give up ahead of time?
Those are great plans, and we should strive for them. But this is a giant country. We're the 3rd largest country in the world. We have a complicated democracy. We have to do things slowly. I know you don't like that. I know you want to get there, boom, boom, boom. But people do not want to abandon what they're used to. It sounds great on paper. Would you like single-payer healthcare where you save trillions of dollars and you pay less? Of course. But then when you show people how we get there, they're scared. They're nervous, and they have a right-wing media machine on overload that is scaring the hell out of people. That's what we're up against. This is reality, man. Welcome to it.
So Martin Luther King,
you find people who don't work at all.
So they tell you, don't worry.
Complain about every second
and then when you elect us again, we'll do another tiny bit. And 200 years later, this will be done.
Millions of kids
going
to bed hungry is
let me
gas myself up or
in
anything,
the
but
context of healthcare. They say for universal healthcare. Okay, great. Let's do Medicare for all. Oh no, wait too long. Okay, no problem, no problem.
This
Can we
goes
do
back
public
to
option?
our
This
conversation
goes all the way
about
back to the Affordable
monogamy.
Care Act. They go, oh yeah, sure, we love the public option.
Reason
Oh
I'm doing
God,
this is
gee, we
because
had to take the public option out. There was nothing we could do. Okay,
because
Obama
Courtney
says he wants to
wants
take it out because
done.
the drug companies were opposed to it. First of all,
This
you're
is
admitting
day
you're getting
fucking
into the donor
time.
class. Then Joe Biden comes in and goes, how can we do public
Crazy.
option? Over 70%.
We had 50-50 split Senate with guys like Joe Manchin and Kirsten Sinema.
You
But
know
guess
how you
what?
do it, brother? You know
You
how
do
you
it.
do it by trying.
You fucking do it.
So, no, they did.
Why do you do it?
No, but literally
You're
they
not
didn't.
on the inside.
No,
You don't know.
you're stating a misstatement, okay?
Because
So
you need
Joe
to.
Biden never introduced the public option. If you never introduced the public option, by definition, you did not try. Second of all, how do you pass? Oh, the Senate is split. Okay, you put pressure on. So can pressure work politically? Well, we know because Donald Trump did it to Republicans. Now, he did it for his own cause and for his own self-aggrandizement. But anytime a Republican crossed him in the first term, he said, we're going to eliminate Joe Wilson in South Carolina, and boom, he was eliminated. Now, imagine if you did that.
You want to bully our senators?
Yes, I do.
That's what
Absolutely.
you want to do? You want to threaten their lives? What do you want to do to them?
So can I explain?
They represent their
Everyone
people.
wants
Joe
Scooby-Doo.
Manchin represents
No, they
his
don't.
people. They sent him there. How do you know that?
Okay,
You're not from West Virginia.
okay, hold on. They represent
Say it
their
fast.
donors.
The
So
BS.
okay,
It's an excuse.
No, say it
It's
fast.
an excuse. It's a boogeyman. It's a boogeyman. More
millions
people.
of dollars given to Joe
More
Manchin. He
people
doesn't care
donate
about
to
that.
Kamala than
Do you know
outside
that
groups
Joe-
in this election
do you know-
cycle. It's a boogeyman,
Okay,
and you're wasting people's time with this.
Nonsense.
Yes.
Do you know
No,
that
say
Joe
it
Manchin
fast.
and Kristen Sinema, after they voted against minimum wage increase, went to the National Restaurant Association and collected checks? They literally work for their donors.
No,
It
say
is
it
super
fast.
literal. And what you're saying to people is ignore it. Ignore the donors. Ignore
Disrespectful to
them.
everybody you say
It's
yes to those
disrespectful
guys.
to Joe Manchin, and I intend to disrespect Joe Manchin.
disrespectful
I
to
despise
every
Joe Manchin. I despise those
But you're
corporate
not from West
Democrats who
Virginia.
never ever deliver for you,
You're not
who
from
never
West
even try to
Virginia.
deliver for you. You
We're
know, here's
lucky
what
to
you
have Joe
say.
Manchin.
Here's what you say.
Say it fast.
Let's see, Jake.
Hey.
Face.
So your claim is that Democrats don't want to pass their agenda. You've talked about $15 an hour minimum wage. So how can you explain then that Joe Biden did in fact increase to $15 an hour for federal contractors with
There
an
you
increase
go.
again this year to $17.75?
Hey, when Daddy gets done with these last couple pieces,
It's a
we're
release.
gonna lay down.
So why?
How is
Hold
that a
on.
release?
We're gonna watch a
Yes,
movie.
because it affects a tiny percentage.
It affects
of people.
300,000
we're gonna watch a movie.
300,000 out of 330
Yeah.
million people. So
We're gonna
that's
cuddle.
why if you actually
Watch
did
a movie.
federal minimum wage, moved it to $15, that would move
Yep.
$92 billion from corporations to the average American. Okay, so that's what we want. I assume you want it. I want it. All Democrats
Yeah.
want it. It polls at around 67%.
Eat your,
So what I'm saying to all of you guys is, please
your
expect
spaghetti.
better of your politicians. So when they give you a 3%, oh hey, look, I did it for
All right.
100,000 people.
Dang
Hey,
it.
look, the drug
This
prices,
shit
I
is
lowered it on 10
so
drugs out of
annoying.
10,000 drugs. Don't say that's
You
good
lay a
enough.
whole
They're
bathroom's
shielding.
worth of job.
That's a shield so that you don't question them when they say, oh, I'm not going to do it for everyone.
You just said that all Democrats want to raise it to $15 an hour. That has not been your claim
Then
this
you get to this
entire time.
No, voters.
Voters,
Yeah.
right? But Democratic politicians do too. If Joe
No, they
Biden,
don't.
if Joe Biden
Yeah,
didn't
it
want to
takes
do it, why did he increase it?
But
For
wait a minute.
federal contractors,
So then,
he didn't have the votes to pass it.
That's exactly what I'm telling you. So what he does is he does it for 5% of people with student debt relief. He did it for 10% of people. He didn't do it for 90%. So in the case
why
of the
do
federal
anything
minimum
at
wage, let me bring it back to you. Federal minimum wage. So he says, oh, progressives, don't worry. It's bare minimum. We're definitely going to do it. So they pass it in the House. They bring it to the Senate. Joe Biden does an interview during the Super Bowl right after he's elected, and he says, oh, we're taking $15 minimum wage out of the bill. The Republicans didn't take it out of the bill. Joe Biden took it out of the
Trump
bill.
did. Trump did get rid of it on executive order.
Okay,
so now they don't have it at all.
Right.
So you saying then that Trump, you're saying that Democrats and Republicans are both equal in terms of economics, right? How is that equal in terms of economics when Joe Biden raised it and then Trump took it away by executive order?
So, but wait a minute. But you're saying that even though he took it out, and then when Bernie put it back in, 8 Democratic senators, including the 2 Delaware senators that are the closest allies of Biden, voted against federal minimum wage being increased to $15. So can you not see that they're literally voting against it? They're literally taking it out of the bill. They're literally tricking you. They don't actually want to pass it. They get your vote by saying, oh, I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it. And then the minute they get in office, they're like, I was just kidding, take it out of the bill.
What evidence do you have that Joe Biden actually did want those senators to vote against it? What evidence do you have?
2 pieces of evidence. Number one, it passed in the House, and I even talked to Democratic congressmen. They assured me, don't worry, it's going to pass in the Senate. It goes to the Senate, and it's out of the bill. Schumer made that decision in conjunction with Joe Biden. So why did Schumer and Biden take it out of the bill? That's my evidence.
So, Cenk, is your claim then that
And then secondly, by the way, when they did vote on it, his 2 biggest allies, both the Delaware senators, voted against the $15 minimum wage. That's overwhelming evidence. Do you think that they didn't ask Joe Biden? No, they called Joe Biden, and Joe Biden said vote against it because he was lying.
That's not, it's just not true. But also,
that is literally true, and anybody can look it up.
Are you claiming then that all Democrats that take corporate money are against the people? Is that your claim?
Absolutely,
okay,
yes.
So then why did TYT take $20 million of corporate money?
Here we go again with personal attacks.
It's not
okay, no problem. No problem. I want to answer it. No problem. Okay, yeah. So $20 million is an investment.
Okay.
It is not here, take the money and then you do what we tell you to do. Everyone has, if you're building a business, you have to take investment to get to the next level.
Cenk,
Hold on, if you don't take the investment, you're going to be tiny. So what some leftists say is, no, don't ever build anything. Don't ever take an investment. Don't ever do anything and build a big business. So instead, let the right wing take not only investment money, but direct money like Dennis Prager did, $23 million, take it from the fracking billionaires, all those guys, and serve those guys. Let the right wing grow and grow and grow. But as soon as there's a successful left wing channel, don't take an investment, don't take any money, just be super small so we can't compete with the right wing.
Cenk,
How does that make sense?
I'm pro you taking that investment. I've built a business. I understand that. I just think that it's ironic for you then to sit up here and say that everybody that takes corporate money is against the people, because then you would be against the people.
No, that doesn't make, that's apples and oranges.
Why is it apples and oranges?
I can explain perfectly. So when should corporations be allowed to exist? Absolutely.
Okay.
Should corporations be allowed to give money to our politicians so they control our government? Absolutely not. No way. So when a corporation does an investment, that's a perfectly logical and normal thing to do. When a corporation buys a politician and those politicians then vote with them, that is a terrible thing to do. I'm actually I'm a capitalist. I believe in capitalism, but I believe in democratic capitalism where democracy checks capitalism. Otherwise, it becomes corporatism and becomes a monster. But I don't want to defeat all the companies, and I certainly don't want to defeat left-wing media companies. That makes no sense at all. You see how it's apples and oranges? One is a company and the other one's a politician. One is normal business. The other one is to influence our government.
Let's talk about...
Hey, before we go any further, we want to take a moment to say thanks so much to Straight Arrow News for powering the fact checks in this video. Straight Arrow News is on a mission to raise the bar on journalism in a time of media bias and mistrust. Straight Arrow News helps you quickly find trusted information you need to understand the news, allowing you to dive deep into the topics that matter to you and the world around you. Their work is trying to break the bias bubble, helping you understand how every side of the political spectrum is reporting on a story so you get a full picture of the news. That's why we're so happy to be partnering with Straight Arrow News. They deliver the facts, unbiased, balanced, and designed to make sense of a complex world, getting you the clarity you deserve and news you can trust. Go to san.com/surrounded or click the link in the description to check it out. By clicking that link, you're not just supporting this channel. You also take advantage of a better way to get the news. Welcome back to Trustworthy Journalism. Thanks again to Straight Arrow News for partnering with us on this episode. Now, let's get into it.
My next claim is the Republicans only care about the rich and everything else is a mirage.
How are you?
Hey.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So personally, I don't like absolutes, so I try to stay away from them. When you say the Republicans, are you talking about the party establishment? Are you talking about the politicians? Are you talking about the citizens?
Okay, I'm so glad you asked that. I always mean the politicians. Okay, so for all of these, don't take offense if you're a Democrat or a Republican voter. I'm talking about the politicians.
I'm neither one. But so do you think that the Republicans care more about the rich than the Democrats? Do you think the Democratic establishment really doesn't just care about the rich?
So as I said, I think that both parties are similar on economic issues, and they play good cop, bad cop on us. Do the Republicans push the tax cuts? Yes. Is it almost always under Republican administrations? Yes. Do they ever balance the budget? No, never.
So do you think that like the idea that employers who have a lot of money, that they provide jobs and that's a way to give back to the poor, do you buy into any of that concept at all?
No.
I mean, as like entrepreneurs who are going out there innovating, I'm a classroom teacher, so like I go out, try and build entrepreneurs who can employ people and do something like that. Isn't that that entrepreneurial spirit can be more aligned with the conservatives, would you say?
No, I don't agree. I'm an entrepreneur. I run a small business. And so they are always talking about small businesses. And then they immediately change the goalposts to cuts on capital gains. Wait, that has nothing to do with small business. Cuts on estate tax, that's for the super rich. That has nothing to do with small businesses. So, brother, they use small business as like a marketing tool. Oh, we're for the average American, we're for small business. Then the actual tax cuts are for the mega rich and for the mega corporations.
What about minimum wage? Like as a business owner, you know like the repercussions of minimum wage. I haven't been to McDonald's in a while. I went, it's been years, I went, and it's just like, it's just a screen. You know, like there is that element, you know, of the minimum wage raising and that leading to more unemployment.
Yeah, so I don't agree with that either.
Okay.
So first of all, everything it requires balance. So you can't have a $100 minimum wage. I get that, right? But having said that, are we anywhere near where we should be on minimum wage? No, we're at $7.25 federally on minimum wage. That is a disaster. And so what that is if you work every single day, 40 hours a week, 52 weeks, no vacation at all, you only make $15,000 at $7.25. No one can live on $15,000. So when you push up minimum wage, what it does is it pushes up all wages. And that is a good thing, not a
We
bad
can
thing.
dive into
They
that
always tell
topic.
you, no, give it to the
That'd be
corporations
great.
and then it'll trickle all over you
Because I
decades
can
later.
explain to you
No,
exactly
there's an
why minimum wage
economics
is
called middle out. And what
bullshit and
that
these
does
folks
is
should
it
just be
gives
gotten rid of.
directly to the middle class. And then they spend it more and it creates a better economy, especially for
Because his
small
employment
businesses like
level
yours and
decreases
mine,
overall.
etc. So there's a way to do this. It gives to the average
Consumption
guy
raises
first, but the Republicans never do
prices
that. They always push for
and a
tax cuts for the richest people
whole
in the
lot of
country.
other shit.
So why do you see? Do you believe that the populist element of Trump, where a lot of the working class, they like, I know he's a Yankee with gold toilets, but I'm going to vote for him because he's not like vilifying me. Do you think that they're just being manipulated by Trump?
Yeah, 100%. So, look, I don't want people manipulated. That's why I do things like this. I don't want you getting manipulated by the politicians on either side. In a time where we have massive
doesn't know
deficits and a $38
economics better.
trillion debt, why are we giving another $1.1 trillion to people making over $500,000?
I'm gonna take the mic off for a
It doesn't
second,
make
guys,
sense.
so I can make this cut. I don't want it to be too loud.
Appreciate it, man.
Thank you, brother.
I'm Elijah.
Hey, Elijah. Nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you too. Do Republicans care about the rich? I do think they care about the rich. Coming from somebody that voted for Trump, I do believe that. But I do think that they do support middle-class Americans, especially Trump. I think this big, beautiful bill, people say it's hurting
We should
Americans.
care
If you
about
actually
the
read through it,
rich.
I'm getting a
They
3%
are who are the
reduction on my
producers
yearly
of the
income
economy.
tax. Every single tax bracket is getting some type of reduction on their income tax or a 0% reduction. And that's for the wealthiest class. So that is helping middle class. Also, I know that the deficit's going up. Think about ICE, he's putting more money into ICE. I would argue that stopping immigration actually, or enforcing it even more heavily, helps the middle class worker in America. There's less jobs that are being taken. When you import a bunch of people, like, your housing costs are going to go up. It's inflating the people that need houses in a city. Or apartments or whatever. It is taking jobs for middle class to lower class people like me. It's taking jobs.
Unfortunately, some of your premises are wrong. So when you take the whole bill, including the cuts to Medicaid and SNAP and other cuts, the bottom 30% actually wind up paying more than they did before.
I mean, that's
so
the
they're
people
they're literally taking from the bottom 30% and giving it to the top 10%.
I mean, but when you talk about SNAP, that's people that are already taking from all of us. So
okay, see, that's your point of view as a Republican. Do you know the least popular part of the bill? The poll just came out. Only 24%, maybe even lower, support cutting SNAP. It is the single most unpopular part of the bill. Overall, Americans do not want you to take from people who desperately need food just to give to people making above $500,000. The second most unpopular part of the bill is the one that gives to people above $500,000. So people don't want that. So the bottom 30% are very badly hurt by this bill. What you're talking about is the middle percentile, the middle 10% gets a 0.4% bump. That's again the nickels and dimes that they throw you.
But that's not in the bill.
Republicans
The
throw
bill is to
Republicans
reduce
throw
our
nickels and dimes at you, 5 to 10% change in their tax cuts. And the Democrats through their policies throw 5 to 10% change at you.
A nickel and dime can help somebody in a dire situation.
But brother, why do we have to help the rich even more? Why do they get the biggest tax cuts? You know, you could do a tax cut without one going to the rich. You could say, hey, I'm capping it at $400,000.
When you own the business and you get a tax cut, you have more money to spend on your employees. I understand that's a Reaganomics principle, but it could be. And when you import, and when you're a Democrat and you import all these people from third world countries, you're paying them under minimum wage because you see them as the help. Well, yeah, that's gonna benefit you. But when Republicans stop this and they force people to, that work, like, to be citizens, or they want people to be citizens, they're being forced to at least earn minimum wage.
The reason why we've never fixed the immigration problem is because corporations want cheaper
and that's
labor,
awful, which is why
and we should fix that. But the Republicans and the Democrats never fix that.
And they have.
So
our border crossings are
brother,
almost
do
at
you know
a 0% right now.
The top 0.1% are going to get tens of thousands of dollars in tax breaks.
But
you're not explaining why they need that. They don't need that. Why do you know that oil companies get about 15 to 30 billion dollars in subsidies every year? How come the Republicans never talk about that? Oh, we're going to cut waste, fraud, and abuse, but you're not going to cut $30 billion for the richest companies in the world?
If you help
How
people
come
at the
Trump's
top,
not
it's
negotiating
not
drug
people
prices?
at the bottom.
How come Trump is best friends with Big Pharma and he's not touching drug prices at all?
He's matching them to Europe. Yes,
no,
he's got
that's
policies coming in.
Now that's a perfect example. He said that as an executive order, knowing that he did the same executive order in the first time around, and the courts knocked it down. He knows the courts are not going to do it. So it is his fault. Because hold on, let me explain to you. So then what Ro Khanna did, he's a Democrat, he's really smart, and he went and got a Republican co-sponsor and said, let's take
He's really
the
smart,
executive
and
order
he's really
and turn it
handsome,
into a
and he's
bill.
really sexy,
Verbatim,
and
Trump's
I just
executive
would
order.
like to suck his
All
little
of a
dick.
sudden, Trump and the Republicans
Shut
not
the
in favor
fuck
of
up.
the bill. Oh, there you go. It was a trick all along.
There we go. Look at that.
How you doing, sir?
Good. How you doing?
Good, sir. I work in Republican politics.
Boy,
One of the first jobs I took was in a small district, but it was in Lucas County, Ohio, and it was a poor district. And I was representing a Republican. When my candidate would go and we'd be knocking doors together, talking about how he wanted to improve their lives. Is he an anomaly, or are you only talking about federal?
Yeah. So,
like, where do we draw the line here?
So, first of all, are there some good guys in politics? Very rare, but yes, I think Bernie Sanders is a good guy. I think Ro Khanna is a good guy. By the way, I think Thomas Massie is honest, and he's a Republican. Right?
Yeah,
I don't agree with his policies, but I think he's honest. But there again, it's an exception. So if you tell me, no, trust me, the politician I worked with was great. Were you there when he was talking to the donors?
He didn't have any.
No, that's a good question.
Well, that's the problem is when we go down the ladder, where 90% of the elections that take place in this country, they're not at the federal level. They're not with politicians that are receiving hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars.
Yeah, they get bought for cheaper. They get bought for $5,000, $10,000.
Or is it possible that they want to step in and govern?
So, brother, I hear what you're saying. You're saying the closer you get to the voters, the more honest they are. That's actually true. Look.
Okay.
So
number one, you're saying some Republicans do.
Can I just explain? So if you're doing a small seat as a city council, you actually knock on doors. That's why progressives win a lot of the city council seats, because the election is with such a small number of people. You don't need as can I just let me finish? So that way you don't need as much money. You don't need donors. They're more responsive to their actual voters. The larger you get, once you get to a congressional district with 750,000, the donor money decides how much ads you can take and whether you're going to win or not. So then they become completely beholden to the donors. So when you're talking about, hey, really low-level Republicans that have not gotten a lot of donor cash, and you say, well, look, hey, don't worry.
There's that much mortar underneath this tile so that I can get it out the door.
Even if they were true,
it's a lot of
99% of them,
mortar.
Other than Massey, they
and
take
to get it flat and have it lined up right.
It's just a simple misunderstanding or oversimplification of our system.
Praise God, because I need to be on this thing. I'm sick and tired of this. We've been doing this for days. And we knew it would take a couple days, but
hey, good to meet you, brother.
All right, so I'm glad you clarified already. You're talking about Republican politicians, and you brought up donor money, and I know that's a big issue with you. But I think that's just not really how it works. I think you have a lot of politicians that start off, as you said, kind of in those lower levels. They do an office here, they do a job here, and they slowly rise up. And if you can track their views, you see that their views don't actually really change a whole lot over time.
For very long.
When the donor money comes in, it's not like they suddenly change their views and they're a completely new person. They've had the views that they've had for a very, very long time. So how can you sit here, Shank, and look in your crystal ball and say, oh, I know I can look into the souls of Republicans and say, oh, well, they're not actually genuine in some of these proposals.
Yeah. So let's take an example of a person who doesn't have a soul, Ted Cruz.
You know that. You know that?
Yeah,
okay.
I'm kidding. Yeah. Okay, I think. Okay. So listen, he says to Tucker Carlson recently, yes, I've taken millions from AIPAC, but I just happen to have that position. I had it earlier. I mean, I know that AIPAC would give me millions of dollars if I say, let's give billions back from the American taxpayer to AIPAC. Let's make sure we support all their wars. Let's fight all their wars for them. Oh, look at that. I happen to agree with my donors. Hey, listen, when I started out, I really wanted to give $30 billion of subsidies to oil companies, and I still want to give $30 billion.
Ted Cruz lying? How do you know that?
Okay, but even in that scenario, think about it, brother.
No.
There's a country. Hold on, I'm answering your question.
Okay.
You're saying, so in the hypothetical where we have, first of all, in the real world, there's 330 million people in the country, right? So you're saying maybe like the oil subsidy loving guys or were all Republicans to begin with, and the Republicans all love oil subsidies, so it's just organic. No, brother, they're finding
Ted
just
Cruz
a handful of
is
people in the country that'll raise their hand and go,
a
yes, I
creature of
will
the
do whatever
moment.
corporate donors want.
He
I will
will
do
do
whatever
whatever he
the
needs to
rich
do
want.
to
And they
stay
go,
in power and
there's
to
a guy who
stay
agrees with me. Let's give
in
him
the
money.
good
Let's give him
graces of
5,000 in the beginning, then 50,000 later, then 500,000
So you
later.
didn't actually answer my
String him
question,
along.
Shank.
What is the question?
So how do you know that Ted Cruz is being disingenuous about his views on Israel? You still haven't answered the question.
That's the easiest question in the world.
No, he's not even being disingenuous.
So
He's
you're
being honest.
saying your hypothesis,
Protect
my
Israel at all
hypothesis is
costs.
Ted Cruz
They're the
and the
best thing that's
politicians
ever happened to
take
the world.
millions of dollars from donors and do
God
exactly
forbid
as they're ordered. And how do I know that?
Christians
Because their voting
believe
record
that
matches with their
Israel
donors
is not
perfectly. You're saying,
God's
but
chosen people, or Jews are
maybe
not
there's
God's
a
chosen people. It's
hypothetical
the
1 to
Christians who
2%
became
chance
the
that
leader.
Ted Cruz
I'll
just
be
was
right
born
back.
out of
I'm
the
going to
womb
run
loving
downstairs
and
and grab a
serving
tool,
wars.
and I'll be right
And
back.
he's like, I can't wait to give money to Israel. Whereas, oh, look at that. What a coincidence. AIPAC is giving me millions of dollars for.
I actually in politics try to assume good intentions on both sides. Well, sure, you can say that's a mistake, but I also try to make claims with evidence. And all you've said is, oh, he gets all this money from AIPAC, therefore he's corrupt.
So
as opposed to how do you know that Ted
No,
Cruz did not have these views before, and that AIPAC wanted to support
this
him
shit's been
because of the
real
views
stupid.
he had?
So your thesis is that all of the Republicans that take hundred.
No, I've been questioning your thesis, Shane.
Yeah, your thesis is all of these Republicans take hundreds of millions of dollars from donors. They do exactly what the donors say, but they already believed in all of the things that the donors wanted earlier, so it's just a happy coincidence.
No, it makes perfect sense.
And by the way, the mainstream media totally agrees with you.
It makes perfect sense in my mind that these organizations would only be giving money to people that they know support the cause.
That's how
not
they cherry pick out of 330 million people.
Crazy,
So
wild
look here,
thing
let me tell you how politics actually works.
No,
a donor walks in
Shane,
this room.
can you please answer my question? What evidence do you have?
So you're saying
that
I don't
Ted
have
Cruz
evidence of Ted. I can't read Ted Cruz's mind.
Yes, you can.
Okay, so brother. But by your
We're
thesis,
in
you
the
can't
car.
read Joe Biden's mind. You can't read Kamala Harris's mind. So they're all innocent. They're all angels. Oh my God, the donor money isn't affecting any of them.
Yes,
because I can't read their minds.
But I can read
Joe
their voting.
Biden's a bad person. I can read their
I think
voting
Joe Biden's
record.
a great person.
I can read their voting record. I could read their donations.
No
Open
evidence,
Secrets
Shane.
tells you sound exactly like mainstream media. These politicians are honorable.
You're operating
and
based
just
off
happen to
feelings
agree
alone.
with the donors that gave him hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah.
All right.
It was buried under the
Hey,
stuff.
Shane, good to see you again.
Good to see you.
So you are claiming that Republicans only care about the rich. When Donald Trump and both Elon Musk lost money while they were in office, and then on top of it, you can shake your head no. On top of it, why would you say that when currently we have? I know you keep saying it's some pressure valve, but we have them actually fighting for working class people
Putting
by
all
giving
that
them
mortar under
less
there is not
less
easy.
taxes on tips, less taxes on
Hold it up
overtime.
and
Yeah. So first of all, Donald Trump has made a tremendous amount of money, and his family has. So right after
well,
he
there's
left
still
office the first time,
so when
his
you have
son-in-law
when
got
you're
a
like
$2 billion
this,
deal from the Saudis, and he was in charge of our policy towards Saudi Arabia
Yeah,
and the Middle East. That's a disaster. That's Hunter
4 6
Biden on
hours.
steroids.
Yeah.
So in this time around, he has a meme coin. He's got World Liberty Financial. People are pouring money in. One guy put in $75 million, and then look at that. He stopped
I've got
an
it pretty
investigation
much
from
now.
the
We've got
SEC
160
about that
viewers
guy.
right now.
Let's talk about how he's helping
let
middle
go
class
now
people.
at least three white collar criminals who donated either to his campaign or to his meme coin. And then he got a $400 million jet from Qatar. He got
Let's
another
talk
$2
about how
billion
he's helping
deal
middle
from
class
Qatar.
people.
Okay.
So what if Democrats?
So you're ignoring all the money
so
that
what
he
if,
made from that? And I'm answering your question. Elon Musk, by the way, wants hundreds of billions of dollars from
and his
Golden
Tesla
Dome.
stock went down dramatically.
Well, that's his fault.
Sure,
by
so
the
he
way,
lost money is what you're saying.
No. But remember,
but it was his fault.
Why did Musk and Trump get into a fight? Because Trump did not put in the electric vehicle mandate and the subsidy that Elon wanted.
Sure.
Elon's like,
Elon lost money.
So Elon gave $300 million, and he's like, now I want that subsidy that's going to get me billions back. Now I want Golden Dome that's going to get me hundreds of billions of dollars back. And Trump said, I'm going to give you Golden Dome, but I'm not going to give you the subsidies.
What have Democrats done to help the middle class with taxes?
That was a really smart marketing strategy by Donald Trump, and part of the reason that he won the election. So I remember we talked to somebody on the Young Turks, and he said he was down in Western Virginia, and he said, "Listen, Hillary Clinton tells us that all of our jobs are going to be gone. Donald Trump comes in and lies and tells us that he's going to bring back the jobs." But he's at least got the decency to lie to us.
Is it a lie, or is it what he's trying to do and just hasn't done it?
So 50%.
What have Democrats done to help me?
to be fair to the Democrats, as someone earlier said, in this case, they would at least protect Medicaid and SNAP cuts, okay? And so that goes to the bottom 30%.
So it's okay to give people free stuff, but not give working people reduction in taxes.
Free stuff. It's okay to give the rich tons of free tax cuts, tons of subsidies, but when you give it to someone who's starving, oh no, that's a real problem.
I didn't say that.
Okay.
I said it's okay that you're giving them free stuff, but it's not okay to help me with my taxes.
So, brother, then want to answer this for me. Then why don't they only propose a tax cuts for the middle class? Why don't they say, hey, we're not going to cut from the poor and we're not going to give to the rich. We're only going to do it for the middle class. Why don't they ever do
from
that?
what I understand, they're not cutting out the good parts of Medicaid. They're
not to benefit the rich.
So,
man, this conversation is so stupid. You do a tax cut to bring business back, create jobs.
At all.
What do you
Stop
mean it's not?
sending fucking foreign countries money, and then we can provide free healthcare, free education, everything he wants. Let's stop fucking sending money overseas. How about that? Stop fucking sending $4 billion, which would pay for a healthcare system for the American citizens. How about you do that?
Enough money to get out of Medicaid.
No. Why don't you bring that up, Cenk?
That it eviscerates Medicaid.
But they haven't.
He's talking. It's red herring
capitalism. You need Medicaid
tax cuts. It's fucking stupid. Stop spending money overseas and send money to reinvigorate our cities, to create industrialism and make our cities not crime-ridden, homeless-ridden hellholes. Do that. How about you do that?
Everything you hear?
Tax cuts for the rich just needed to be
Unbelievable. Tax cuts for the rich.
So what you're
Big
telling me
fucking
is
Play-Doh
you're
head
okay with
looking
fraud as long
motherfucker.
as people get the help they need.
I'm not okay with it, but they're not cutting fraud. They're cutting the entire Medicaid.
You could cut Medicaid. Don't cut Medicaid. And provide Medicaid. Eliminate from Medicaid the people who aren't citizens. So solve the problem there.
Hey, nice to see you again.
Good to see you, bro.
Okay, so
but it's all about the rich. All about the rich. Well, who are the producers in our economy? Who produces
cynicism, which is kind of my
in
issue
our
with
country?
populism, is you
The
tell
rich.
people like it's hopeless, corporations, media control.
They're rich because they are producers.
Premise, like media, for example.
Cenk.
Media is effective because it influences the people who actually vote and have a lot of power. Same thing with super PACs. They're spending on advertisements a lot of the time. So I think when you paint this narrative that they control all of it, disproportionate, yes, a lot more than they should, yes, we agree. Campaign finance reform, yes. I feel like a lot of people, especially in my generation, just check out of politics. Like the corporations are going to do what they want to do. The media is going to do what they want to do. I'm just going to scroll on TikTok. And I feel like it's very damaging to our society.
Yeah. So number one, I'm a huge believer in hope. So I would never say don't get involved in politics.
In hope.
fact, that's why I started
Well,
Justice Democrats to bring
I
progressives
guess
in Congress.
the logical conclusion is, Cenk, don't have hope. Because if you have hope and you produce because you have hope and you work really hard, you're going to get taxed into oblivion. So what's the point in having hope?
For the American people. So if
Tax
you deliver for the American
every
people,
penny
if
you
you
earn
stop
over
lying to them and say you're going to do
200,000,
things and
will
then
you
never
get real
do it,
comfortable?
if you actually do those things
With
that are
life,
very, very popular,
tax
then
every
you'll
penny.
re-energize the entire voting
So when
base.
you say we need to pick
And
a
then,
populist, is your definition of populism
what was the
just like
point in
when
having
good
hope and
things happen,
working
that's
hard?
populism? Like, is
So
it
there'd be no
conceivable
reason
for
for
there to
anybody
be a
to be
candidate who
producers.
is a great president,
Follow
for
the
example,
logical
but they're not
conclusion
necessarily a populist?
all the
Or is
way
that like
through.
necessitated?
So all populism means is serving the average guys as
It's
opposed to
stupid.
serving the corporate donors.
The
So
argument is stupid. The argument does not have any conclusion that benefits those who work hard.
Or specific, and it couldn't be more specific. There's literally a populist plank on tyt.com, and that's the core of what and those are strict policies: money out of politics, anti-war, lower drug prices by negotiating at Medicare. By the way, lower housing prices by banning private equity from buying residential real estate. They're robbing us of our wealth creation in this country. That's going to destroy the middle class.
And
So paid
foreign
family
countries
leave,
are robbing
again, these
us.
are very
Let's
easy
stop
to pass.
sending
If you say
fucking
you
money
can't
over
pass
there.
at 84%, then you can't pass anything.
We don't disagree there. All right. So
Do you know why there's finance? Because the real problem is, I think the real problem You don't want anything to change. You want the status quo to remain the same. That is why mainstream media and establishment Democrats and Republicans think to really that's the most important thing. Because if they tell you don't rock the boat, why don't they want you to rock the boat? Because it's their boat. Okay, your boat is supposed to be allowed to be independent. Your boat is supposed to be independent. Even as a Democrat in your station on your opinion, you predict ahead of time what's going to happen. You're nearly 100% correct. So you know why? That is the reason this is super easy. Look at where most of the money is, and that side wins 100% of the
passing
time.
legislation that's like very paradigm changing is just super easy. Is that your position?
So things like paid family leave, but again, anything
Which
that
is
pulls over
complicated.
70%.
You agree that's complicated, right?
No, I don't
like
think
how
it's
to actually
complicated
structure
at
it.
all.
Where's the funding coming from? How many months are covered?
Yeah, I get it. There's different issues you have to address.
That's where all the disagreement and negotiation
Hold on,
happens
let me
in
answer
Congress.
this. Let me answer this, okay?
By that I
So
mean,
the
Jesus.
earlier guy asked, would I bully the
A little
politicians?
turkey wisdom.
Absolutely. Why? Because I want to bully them and it makes me feel good. No, it's for a purpose, although it's kind of fun. Okay, but it's for a purpose. Brother, if you're voting against 84% of Americans, you're a traitor. You're a traitor to your voters. So why? And then I'm asking a question. I'm asking a question of them. Why are you voting against 84% of the voters? And if you're a Democrat, you're voting against 90% of your votors. If you're a Republican, you're voting against 74% of your voters. I know why you're voting against them.
Ted does a good job of making some sense and then
It is that
making
simple.
low
You
IQ
defend politicians for no reason.
points
They're not
that
your friends.
people
They're not
agree
your
with because
allies.
they want to agree with someone.
Family leave. There's
He
stuff that
knows
goes into
he's
it that's
making
complicated.
bad points
Appreciate it.
that are disingenuous, that aren't applicable in the real world. And he does it because he knows people with low IQs will agree with him.
You, brother. I like
And they'll feel
Thank you, people over politics.
proud
So I
to
do
be
agree
part
with
of
you that money has a
the
control over
system.
politics. We see super PAC spending, we see Mitch McConnell and longtime figures, 40 years in politics, and I'm pretty sure everyone's just sick of it. I don't agree with on the media half, and I kind of want to explain why. A lot of people don't tune into mainstream media anymore, and I'm sure you know this. You run one of the biggest progressive channels on YouTube, but it's hard to see media having this big influence when so many people are tapped out. So I'm kind of wanting to understand why you think it's.
They spent $16 billion at a minimum in this last election cycle. Where did most of that money go? It went to mainstream media. Okay, so mainstream media has 16 billion reasons to make sure you don't find out that the donor money is corrupting. Okay, so now what is the effect of that? So when you see in the 2016 race, for example, Donald Trump, Hillary Clinton, Bernie Sanders, right? Now, Donald Trump eventually got about $5 billion in free media. And now, to be fair to him, he did a lot of interviews and Hillary decided not to do a lot of interviews. But a part of that was the media's decision. You know how much before the primaries ended, Trump had already gotten $2 billion in free media, right? Do you know how much Bernie Sanders had gotten? $28 million. About what, I think 1% of what Trump had gotten? Because the mainstream media thinks that Bernie Sanders would actually do change, and they don't want change. They're all at the top. Almost all the anchors are millionaires. And the last thing they want is a left-wing populist who's actually going to make a difference. Oh, fake populists like Trump, no problem. Send in the clowns. Establishment Democrats and Republicans, Mitch McConnell, Nancy Pelosi, both raised $1 billion from corporate donors and have done exactly what the corporate donors want. They're like, that's great. Let's pump them up. But whenever you got a real challenge to power, mainstream media attacks.
Speaking on the terms of left-wing media, if you consider your networks like, I guess MSNBC, if we're going to classify that as left, CNN kinda, I don't think these are the type of networks that would completely destroy and eviscerate a liberal candidate. Think about someone like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Think about somebody like Jamie Raskin. If they were going to be in a primary, I don't think that you're going to see a whole smorgasbord just go after them right now. I'm pretty sure you would have seen CNN or MSNBC's coverage tilt favorably towards them compared to someone like Donald Trump if they would have been nominated in the middle of an election.
That's actually not true. MSNBC is the biggest opponent of progressive populists in the Democratic Party. Whenever, like when Bernie was about to win after he won the first 3 states in 2020, then they sent out Chuck Todd, Chris Matthews, and others to say if Bernie wins, he's a communist that'll start executions in Central Park. park. He said, that's what Chris Matthews said.
The one
Chuck
that
Todd talked
didn't
about
have
his
his face
followers
in
being brown
made
shirts. I said in
everything
the
just a
beginning of that
little bit
campaign,
uneven.
the people in power will be so opposed to Bernie that by the end they'll call him anti-Semitic. And they called him anti-Semitic, okay, even though he's Jewish. So on AOC, no one covered her in mainstream media before her historic primary win. We covered her 34 times. So the reason for that is because, yes, some parts of media now are better, to your original point. Independent media is better. For all its problems and warts and etc., it's at least opening up the discussion to more free thought and getting people thinking. But mainstream media has you inside these tight guardrails, and the minute you step outside of it, the populist left always steps out of it and says, why don't we deliver for the American people? I'll give you one last example. Those guys attack. So when Biden went to do student debt relief, Stephanie Rule did so Fox News did segments on it, against it, CNN did segments against it, and then Stephanie Rule on MSNBC did a segment against it, because that's an economic issue. The minute it's an economic issue, they all circle the wagons, and they play good cop, bad cop, and they all say
All we need is
no.
that last piece.
Pleasure to talk with you.
Thank you, brother.
That last one, though, look, is going to be... Well, honestly, it might not be.
Nice to meet you.
So I think I really want to focus a lot on
It
the
might
media
not be.
part with you, just because mainly for the fact that I think we can all unbiasedly agree that, let's be honest, Trump during his whole election campaign, it was very anti-Trump, very pro-Democrat, and how he was
It might not be.
absolute just most terrible thing that could happen if he gets voted in as basically a threat to our democracy. And so when it comes to that and everything,
What?
let's be honest,
This?
very high percentage was very negative towards him. How can you
Oh.
explain the outcome
Well,
if the media controls everything when it comes to elections and politics?
So that's a great
Yes,
question,
that's,
and so one I get asked often. So
that's
when
what
you
I was
talk
thinking.
about money in politics,
You
it
could use
controls
this
almost all the races,
as
but the ones that
your
are the smallest, it controls the most,
side.
because there's almost no media coverage of a Montana congressional race. So whoever has more money wins. In fact, in congressional races, whoever has more money wins 95% of the time.
Well,
The one giant
this
exception is presidential races, because there's
do
so much free
2
media in
and
presidential
5/8.
races, and everyone is paying attention. So you could actually go the route of going into media yourself and making
2
your
and
own
5/8
argument. That's why I thought Trump would win in
from the
2016.
wall.
That's why I was really worried about it in
And use
2024,
the
because
top.
Democrats have become like corporate talking point robots, the
So 2
establishment
and
Democratic
5/8
politicians.
wide.
So they
Go
don't like
from
to
the
engage with Joe
you could
Rogan
just
or
use a
all
half
these other
piece.
folks. And I'm like, what are you doing? You're
And
giving away
from the
billions of
tip,
dollars in
needs
free
to
media.
be...
Trump had the right strategy. But at the end of the day, because he was all over media and he got billions of dollars in extra media coverage, that is part of the reason why he won.
While media has
4
influence and
and
everything else, it still comes
3/4.
down to the individuals to vote. So whenever it comes down to that, then
You could
how
do
can you
4 and a
explain they
half.
still have control, even though at the end of the day it's still the individual's right and the individual's
Yeah, you
ability
could do
to go
4 and a
vote
half.
and make
Because
their
how
voice
does
heard?
anything ever get into your head? So like when you go into a
Yeah,
voting
do
booth,
4
you
and a
see
half.
names, right? But if you never saw that person and you never heard their name because they didn't have enough money
2
for
and...
ads and the media didn't
You could
cover
do
it,
2 and
that person has
2 and
no chance of
3/4.
winning. It's like there's a mythology in mainstream
Right, but with
media
the
that
access
two
that
people
we,
go
but with
into
the access
an
that we
octagon
have,
and then
but
people
with the
decide
access
which
that we
one is
have,
better, right?
but the
That's
fact
not
that
how
we
it
have
actually
access to
works.
be able to see all of these things.
Holy crap, my knees hurt.
Mine are too bad.
Like,
Hey, nice to meet you. Kyle?
Yeah, so I think money doesn't necessarily have a mind, so I'd like to kind of take it to who's making the decisions on how to allocate the capital. And so does party loyalty here play at all, right? Like at the end of the day, you're going to have politicians who can influence where that capital is coming from. And if you're towing the party line, saying what they want you to say, that to me seems more impactful than the ability to go and find donors yourself to raise a significant capital to win like a race.
So let me give you a couple of examples. So Ted Cruz got $13 million from the Mercer family when he was running for president in 2016. If you remember, Donald Trump insulted his wife, so at the Republican National Convention, Ted Cruz did not endorse him. So, but right afterwards, he's changed his mind and started phone backing for Donald Trump.
just
What happened in between? What happened in
go
between is after his
from
speech, he went up to the
the
suite that the
side.
Mercer family had at the convention. And they
What was
slammed the
it,
door
2
in his
and a half?
face. And they said, we now have a new guy that we're picking. It's like the Hunger Games. So the
No,
sponsors
sorry,
decided
four
that
and
they
a
were
half.
going to go with Donald Trump now. So Ted Cruz, realizing I'm going to lose my donor money if I don't do as I'm told, said, I'm so sorry. And then he grabbed the phone and was like, oh, yeah, Donald Trump is the best. Forget about my wife. Who cares about her? Why? Because he's going to seek the
Guys,
donor money.
my
But
fucking
you can
knees
do it on
hurt
both
so
sides. Look,
bad.
we have Mo Brooks, for example, is a Republican who was running for Senate in Alabama. And he gave a speech where he said, look, in order to become a chairman of a committee, whether you're a Democrat or a Republican, you have to raise $1 million. But you cannot raise it from John and Jane Doe. So you raise it from the industry you're supposed to be regulating with the implicit promise that you do not regulate them and you give them whatever you want. So in order to be a committee chairman, whether you're a Democrat or a Republican, you must take what is a campaign contribution, but really a bribe from that industry and make sure you protect that industry.
I think it's a cynical view that the
Yes, it is, and it's true.
Well, again, I think what we're talking about is to what degree does the political structure and government structure just enable, right? Like, I don't think like a claim around Republicans only caring about the poor, or not caring about the poor, only caring about the rich. Are they just acknowledging the practical reality of in order to facilitate a successful race, you have to raise capital, so you have to please donors. So they're not
So when
evil.
will we ever get pleased? Like they don't need to be evil. They don't need to be evil. They could just be like, hey, I want status. I want to be a senator. So I'm going to take 13 million here, 10 million there, etc. And then I'm going to serve the donors. Yeah, you could say it's necessary, but that's why this system sucks. That's why we need to change it and get money out of politics. If you get money out of politics, then they have to serve the voters and be our representatives instead of the representatives of the donors.
In terms of the solutions here, though, money will always play a role in politics. Is there a practical reality where you think money is not going to play a role in?
So between 1938 and 1978, bribery was illegal. And in that 40 years, we built the greatest middle class the world has ever seen. Was our system perfect? No. But productivity went way up, and so did wages.
You're assuming money
in
has to kind of change
1978, the Supreme Court...
It doesn't have to come in the form of bribery.
Yeah, campaign contributions, when they're coming from corporate donors,
if you're
are
pissing
bribery.
off rich donors, they can still pour money into media campaigns to influence the outcomes of the elections. So, like, money, practically speaking, I just don't see how you ever get to a point where money is not at all influential in a political race.
Yes, so don't give up hope. So can you do it? Of course you can, because we had it. We had it between 38 and 78. We did, and it led to the greatest middle class. It led to the best economy.
Did social media
what
exist in
happened?
that period of time?
So
Like,
no,
but
social media
you're
is mainstream.
But you're taking a historical period where
So you're saying just give up. Don't even try to take donor money out.
I'm saying there are things that you can make progress on today, but I'm saying practically
I
speaking,
think you can get a
see
constitutional amendment. You know why I think you can get a constitutional amendment to get money out of
but
politics?
A constitutional amendment,
Because 93% of Americans believe that politicians represent their donors and not their voters.
That's just pandering.
Thank you.
And we started losing major viewership.
No.
And guess what?
Hey there.
We start.
Yeah, I was going to say, you look familiar.
So on the local level, right?
And yes, it's
LA
just
City
a
Council could upzone everything.
Hear me?
Let construction companies,
Yes, hear me.
property management
I'm having
companies
a next
come
order.
in, wholesale develop, build
I'm
massive
having to
apartment buildings,
make the
run these
order.
properties, right? LA City Council has not done that. Are you saying development companies, real estate companies, and property management companies are not moneyed interests?
No, that's amazing that you picked that example. There's two industries that are the most impactful on local and state races. It's utility companies and real estate companies. So real estate companies totally own New York and California, even though they're Democratic. So Andrew Cuomo, when he was governor, passed a whole bunch of things. There were tax breaks for real estate companies, and it didn't help the average person at all. In California, we raised $24 billion to help the homeless, and homelessness went up 53%. Why?
Yep.
Because they do things like, oh no,
They-
we're going to
you
have more
said things
affordable
like
housing, and then
that,
they build
why?
high rises that are for super rich people,
Do you-
and then you don't get the affordable housing, and homelessness goes up.
They don't build, because if you live on a block of single family housing, okay, and city council makes it so that next to your house, some company could come in, destroy it, build a huge apartment complex on your block, people hate it. NIMBYism is real. No one wants that on their block. And city council doesn't want to freak out their voters. Like, there's this thing called like politics where they don't want to massively upset people, so they don't rock the boat. And it's just and the homeowners aren't giving any money. Like, real estate developers are not the little guy. and they're not getting their way.
Yeah. So it's interesting that you picked that example because I actually have personal experience with that through someone that works at TYT. They ran for city council. As I said earlier, it's easier for progressives to win at city council level because it's a smaller group of people and you can knock on doors, and that's what she did. So that's why sometimes the city councils are better, certainly better than the national guys, etc. But when her experience was when she went in, the real estate interests were massively powerful. She fought against them. It was in the middle of LA, and eventually they cared so much about getting her out that they started funding someone to make sure she's removed from the city council. Real estate has massive interest.
But what's the money on the other side of not building?
So no, there is no. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why real estate almost always wins. You're saying no. Sometimes at the local level, real estate interests don't win. Yes, because very rarely, because it's such smaller percentage of people voting, you can get progressives in there that block that because they're not representing the donor interests. But even in places like LA, they eventually get overwhelmed by the money that real estate guys bring in, and that's I literally have personal experience with what happened in LA in that regard.
I want to mention media. Don't you think
I just need that one.
alternative
The
media,
cut you have to
people,
make, and
creators,
then
like
the.
chase the audience and they try to be as outrageous as possible to like, because I don't know, outrage sells and audience capture is a huge thing.
It is.
So they're
Yeah.
running around chasing audiences. It's not money coming up top down. It's like bottom up.
Why did that one
People are
break?
angry, want dissent, like disagreement.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that, David. So there's a
Excuse
giant
the tiles
distinction between mainstream media and now online and independent media. So as I said earlier, online and independent media has at least got people thinking, and it's a wide range of opinions, and I greatly prefer it. Mainstream media does not care, and it doesn't do the thing you're talking about. What it does is it says, no, Joe Manchin is a moderate. Mitch McConnell oftentimes is considered a moderate, etc. That's nonsense.
You think
they do nothing but lies to get
I'm sorry
over
for
corporate
audio. This is great,
politicians on
guys.
the Democratic and Republican side.
Alternative media is helping our politics?
Microphone.
You think it
I think
generates
alternative
better
media
political?
is much better than mainstream media. Mainstream media says no. I'm sorry that I keep going back to it because it's such an obvious and stated case. On Paid Family Read, the 16% they call moderates, like Manchin and the Republicans that block it. The 84% that want it, they go, oh, radicals. No, progressives like Bernie Sanders are radicals. And they're total giant liars.
Who's still watching CNN to get their political opinions?
A lot of people, older voters, over 70-year-olds.
But you're not acknowledging the whole, like, there's so many people not paying attention to those channels anymore.
And that's a great thing. That's why after the Trump election, I said at least we're out of the establishment prison and we're in the populous woods. And there are things that go bump in those woods. I know, not everybody, you're not going to get all the hosts you want. You're not going to get all the opinions you want. You're not even going to get truth all the time. In fact, most of the time, you're not even going to get truth from the right and sometimes even from the left, okay? So, but what you're going to get is a wide range of opinions, and at least you get to make that decision instead of mainstream media shoving it down your throat. All right, thank you, brother.
I don't get money from anyone.
Really, Taylor?
What are you talking about?
Glad I got to come back
I
up.
don't get money from anyone.
So you made an interesting claim. It's very hard to disagree with media and money control.
What did you ask me that for?
It's more so who controls the money. When President John Kennedy passed Executive Order number 11110, which began the process of abolishing the Federal Reserve, which we know is a private institution, he was mysteriously assassinated a couple months after that. So the question is that money, power, and control. They have a monopoly over the things that we use to transmit and receive information. So my question to you is, how exactly do you combat such a machine that has been in existence since mankind has been on the planet?
Yeah, that's why I mentioned 1938 to 78, because when you make it illegal, it's much harder to do the bribes. It's not that today people don't get bribed. They do, but it's more rare, right? But in 76 and 78, the Supreme Court had two decisions that basically said corporations are people and they have a right to spend unlimited money on politics. When they did that, one of the dissenting justices, Justice White, said, you just killed our democracy. And that's exactly what happened. Now, theoretically, you could overturn the Supreme Court, but you're not going to overturn this Supreme Court that is massively pro-corporate. That's why I'm saying you need to do an amendment to go above the Supreme Court, but you can, and that's why I started Wolfpack. If you get money out of politics, if you say in the Constitution, in the way that the Supreme Court cannot overrule These people cannot buy our politicians. That is the answer. We can get back to a time where it created great growth in this country, and most of the earnings went to the middle class. Do you know that after those Supreme Court decisions, productivity still skyrocketed, but wages flatlined? And the difference was $12 trillion that they stole from the average American, went to corporate executives instead of going to the average guy.
That sounds fantastic. I'm not disagreeing with that. But what I'm asking you is, you are talking about fundamentally restructuring the entire political system, which will require, frankly, Thomas Jefferson said once that the tree of liberty has to be watered from time to time with the blood of tyrants and patriots. Money has obviously integrated itself into the Supreme Court, into the Congress House, into the White House. A lot of money that President Trump did lose in the election because he lost, to quote him, he lost billions of dollars. But he also was donating billions of dollars. If we don't have, right now, do you have a populist candidate that we as the people should be supporting? Who's the candidate?
So we're going to see that through the system, the primaries, et cetera. But Jon Stewart's amazing. Ro Khanna's amazing.
And how much money have they gotten from corporate donors?
So Ro Khanna does not take any money from corporate donors. If you're going to be in Rebellion PAC, you're not allowed to take corporate PAC money. So there's a way to do it that way, get enough of the legislators that are honest. And by the way, there are some Republicans who are now not taking corporate PAC money. Thomas Massey, Josh Hawley. And so that's the road to redemption, et cetera. But an amendment fixes the entire system.
But the question then goes back to, in order to get an amendment, that requires a 2/3 majority in both houses of Congress, correct?
No, you can actually go around Congress. 2/3 of the states can propose a convention to just propose an amendment, and then 3/4 of the states have to ratify.
Which requires the legislature to take action, right? So how do you get legislatures that already are slaves to the corporate donors? Because the book that I believe in says the love of money is the root of all evil, and I think that's absolutely true. A lot of these brothers love money. A lot of these sisters love money. So how do you then work on, because what this actually is more of a moral issue. So how do you then re-establish proper functioning morality within the hearts of politicians who have already demonstrated they've been bought by this thing called the U.S. dollar? That's what this is.
Can you hear me? Two ways to do that, brother. So number one, what Wolfpack does is it pressures state legislators. The Republican guy or the conservative guy I was talking to earlier, remember we said when you get to the lower and local levels, it gets better and better. The national level is the worst because that involves the most amount of money. So state legislatures, you can move. In fact, Jamie Raskin was opposed to our legislation when he was a state representative in Maryland. And then we talked to him and we convinced him. And he said, you guys are right. Now I'm going to support the constitutional amendment. So you do get some really good people at the state level. So that's a much better path because they have less money. But even so, brother, the bigger right.
State is great, but here's just a quick question. State is fantastic. But we need changes that impact all Americans to take place at the national level. So it's fine for you to focus on state. I understand that. The lower ranking an elected official is, the easier it is probably to change them. How do you change the person that's sitting currently at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue or the 9 Supreme Court justices that are currently on Capitol Hill?
So that's the great thing about the Wolfpack plan. It doesn't require the president at all, and it goes above the Supreme Court. So it doesn't require Congress, the president, or the Supreme Court. It's a total end run of the American people against Washington, D.C. And by the way, that's why the Founding Fathers put it in there, to make sure that if Washington got too corrupt, you can actually call for conventions at the state level and get it done. And how do you do that on a national scale? You need one incredible leader to, instead of worrying about himself, to worry about the American people. If he actually, anyone who gets money out of politics is going to have statues built of them all across the country. You need one brave and honest person to say, yes, I'm going to fight for all of you guys, and I'm going to put a world of pressure, yes, on politicians, yes, on politicians in my own party,
so then based
to get this done.
So based on that, what does that ideal politician look like then? Because we haven't seen it. Trump ran, he said, we're going to drain this swamp. He didn't drain, he hasn't drained the swamp. We're still waiting on the release of the Epstein files. We're still waiting on the full unredacted release of MLK. We're still waiting on the unredacted release of JFK. What does that actual candidate look like? Because all this rhetoric is fantastic, I got to tell you.
So in our lifetime, because of overwhelming money in politics, we haven't seen an ideal candidate like that, is what you're saying.
Right.
And I largely agree, except Bernie Sanders is super honest.
He doesn't have the.
So look, my problem with Bernie is that he didn't have the fight in him. Like, I love the brother, but he should have fought Hillary harder. He should have fought Biden harder. And you need strength to be able to win, right? So, but remember, FDR did it. JFK did it.
FDR?
LBJ did it with economic issues.
FDR did what? What did FDR do besides steal America's wealth?
No,
with the illegal executive order that took our gold from us. What did he do?
He did Social Security.
Oh my God!
He helped labor.
FDR stole the last real wealth we had. He stole it when he forced
no.
Americans to turn in gold to the Treasury at a rate of $20 an ounce.
No. It's totally possible. You've got to believe and you've got to have hope.
No,
and
I'm going to run for office one day. I do believe it. Now, let me, if I may, just this really quick point. You're talking to somebody that's going to run for president in 15 years. Okay, I've already started this. I'm running for Congress in 2030. So it's not that I don't believe, but what I'm asking is, you are talking about the fundamental moral restructuring of America. Right now, 2025, there is no politician on Capitol Hill in the White House that has the sort of fire that you're describing, and what you're saying is again, it's great rhetoric. But if we don't even know what that ideal candidate looks like.
So the reason I mentioned somebody like Jon Stewart is you can't know ahead of time who the ideal candidate is.
Okay.
They got to come through the primary and win, right? But the reason I mention him is because he can get
I'm about to show
past
you guys
the
what
Praetorian
type of
guard of
work
the
of art
mainstream media
this
because
is.
he's a celebrity.
This
So
is
that gets him into the Trump land where
this
they
is
cover him because, oh
real
my God,
shit.
he's famous, right?
Okay.
So that allows him to get past the media, get past money in politics. And if one person like that, whether it's him or someone else, then raises their hand and goes, hey, I'm with the 90% of Americans that want to get money out of politics, and you elect me, and I'm going to fight like hell, and I'm going to make sure that we end this problem, this scourge of
That
money in
is how you
politics.
do it.
He will be intensely popular. He will win. He can execute that, and we can get the amendment. We've gotten so many amendments. They are definitely possible. They want you to give up hope. Don't give up hope. Wolfpack has a plan to do that. Rebellion Pack has a plan to elect a president that can do that. Let's go execute those. Let's go fight for populism and win.
I got a lot more to say, but that was great.
Okay, thank you, brother.
Right. I'd be listening to it anyway.
Okay. I'm torn on this because there's a couple people who didn't talk, but everybody made good points and was certainly sufficiently aggressive. But Oliver, was it? Yeah, you made good points, and you didn't come up a second time, so I'll go with you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem.
Look forward to this opportunity. So my general claim is that Cenk Uygur's populism fails because it treats social issues as a distraction rather than essential to achieving economic justice. So kind of my claim here is that there are a lot of social issues that are really important and also really popular with American people, as you're talking about, with a lot of economic issues that are just as popular. If we look at something like the public opinion polling regarding Roe v. Wade, like 70% of Americans were against that, the overturning of that. And I think also what's important in this conversation is to say that the line between social and economic issues is not like very clear cut. If we look at something like abortion and reproductive rights, it is the case that if someone gives birth in this country, a woman gives birth, it's upwards of $18,000, which is a huge economic hit to her. And the Turnaway study found that when women get abortions, or if they're actually denied abortions, they follow up with them about 5 years later. They're 4 times as likely to either remain or have fallen below the federal poverty line. So I think just in general, I'm with you on the claim that we should focus on issues that Americans largely agree about. I just kind of have an issue with, I mean, I saw a recent appearance of yours that, culture
We're about
or
to be
issues,
done,
as it's framed,
and
just totally
we're
divide.
streaming
I think there's a
all of
bit
the
of a grain of
websites
truth
that
to
we
that,
have
and
an
we should
account
focus
with,
on what unites us, but there are some
or at
cultural
least
issues that
my
really do
account.
unite us, even if that's not immediately clear in our media landscape.
Yeah, so let me agree and disagree in parts. So first of all, if you say, hey, here's a social issue that polls at 70%, should we lean into it? Of course.
Okay.
I'm saying don't lean into the social issues where we're in a great disadvantage. Okay, so this is simple logic and strategy. So for example, Trump again did the travel ban. Originally it was a Muslim ban. You remember that's what he promised on the
day
campaign
after
trail in
his closing.
2016.
For sure.
And so he's done some variation of that.
I mean, we
Would I
could.
tell Democrats, because it affects me and it affects vulnerable communities,
Because
you
we're
should
losing.
focus on that first? No.
Okay.
Do not focus on that first.
Rick and
Focus
Chris.
on the things that unite us first. And then you
I
come
mean,
in and you pass
Rick
a public
doesn't
option
quite
or a
get
paid family leave or
parents
higher
are getting on my
wages.
nerves about
What
it.
you do is you earn
And
credibility with the average
Chris
American.
because
And they go, okay, now I'm willing to listen.
but
You
we can
delivered
talk
for me. I now have higher wages or lower drug prices.
okay.
So what were you saying about the Muslim ban or what were you
He
saying
needs
about
the
trans
whole
sports or
bathroom ripped
whatever
out.
issues that we care about and need people protected on?
Yeah, and I'm really sympathetic to a lot of that. I guess my major issue is a lot of the political
So it's a
revolutions
laundry
that
room
we
that he
see
wants to be
are
a bathroom.
founded on social issues. So let's take a look at something
You
like the
doing
civil rights
tile?
movement, which was followed up by the Voting Rights Act and other things like that that drastically
Oh,
improved people's
that's great.
economic
If
standing
that's what he
because they were
wants,
able
that's
to
great.
participate in the labor force without discrimination. We see that they go hand in hand. So I guess I'm just wondering if we're fighting for women to have
Well,
reproductive autonomy, which allows them to
if he
be
takes a
full
week and a half,
participants in
we
the
need to
labor
charge
rights and not be hamstrung by the fact that they're being forced to carry a pregnancy against their will, it seems like that will actually allow women to be more economically productive and contribute to our economy in ways that benefit all of us and are popular. So I'm like, can we walk and chew gum at the same time? Like you talked about, like I think let's do both, right?
Yeah, I literally said that earlier as you just referenced. And so, brother, you're not wrong that they're intertwined, oftentimes.
Well, I'm
right?
saying
So,
if it
for
takes
example,
us for a
while they were
week
doing
and
the
a
civil
half,
rights
it needs to
campaign,
be.
one of the things that they were pushing forward was something called a freedom budget, which Nina Turner's trying to bring back now. And so, if you notice, by the way, Martin Luther King Jr. got assassinated once he started
2
doing the Poor
weeks. It
People's
needs to
Campaign,
be
right?
at least.
When you got into issues of
What
class.
you
And
said,
Fred Hampton
15.
got
If
assassinated
it
when he
takes
tried
2
to bring
weeks,
the different groups
what
together,
we expect
when he tried to
2 weeks.
unite the country, unite
We
different
should both
races
make.
and different economic classes. So what really puts the people back on their heels, what they're really worried
We're
about
done.
is if we all unite. That's why I'm trying to tell all
It
you
would have
guys that
taken me
these
this long
liberals
had
are
I
the
not
same
had to figure
politicians, the
out.
Democratic politicians that have been driving us apart. So if they use social issues to
It
bring
would
us
have.
back together, great. But they almost always use the social issues to divide us so that we're so at
It wouldn't have taken
loggerheads
me
that we
this
don't
long
go,
had I not
hey,
had to
maybe we
figure out
should
the
raise our
cut to
wages.
I
get
think it
this
depends on the issue, and I think you can definitely
where it
speak to
needs to
both
be.
things. I guess I'm just wondering then if we use that
And
type
then
of
have to
reasoning, what would be your
build a
advice
wall
then
of
around the civil rights
order.
movement? Because, for example, racial integration was very unpopular before the Civil Rights Act was passed
Now, you
in
want to
the
lay
Supreme
down
Court
and
of
watch a
Educational
movie?
Decision. Would you say that politicians don't lean into it? It's too controversial. You're going to alienate people. Just focus on economic issues. And if they did that, where would we be today?
Yes, you're right. There has to be a moral exception from time to time.
Sure.
So then the question is, wait, is it a giant moral exception, or is it a
Whatever.
relatively small issue on a hill we're choosing to die on? So let me give you the distinction.
Okay.
So gay marriage, I thought, was a core constitutional right.
Sure.
So even when it was very unpopular, I fought for it.
Good.
And we fought and fought and fought until we won, and we convinced the majority of the American people.
Great.
And only after we convinced the majority did we convince Democratic politicians like Obama and Biden to move. If we had just gone after the politicians, we would not have succeeded in the beginning.
Okay, for sure.
So now when you get to trans women have the right, or they must be allowed to go into sports leagues like the WNBA, we're not at a core constitutional issue.
I'm not even addressing that issue.
Right.
I'm talking directly because you talk about a moral issue. And I
Adults.
think abortion is a moral issue, and everyone in this circle will agree with that,
Yeah.
regardless of what side they fall on it. And I think that
And we
women
fight super aggressively on the
hard on
unfair
that.
side.
So I guess just then I'm worried that when your messaging is so much culture war issues distract, culture war issues divide, what it sounds like to me is women's bodily autonomy isn't a core
Jubilee
moral
needs
issue that
to
is worth
invite.
fighting for in the same way that gay marriage is to
These
you.
arguments
What it sounds like,
No,
if you
no,
let me correct the record.
No, I love that you're
quote
clarifying.
unquote
Okay. No, that's
conservatives
a
are
core
getting involved.
constitutional right.
Okay.
That's your liberty that's being taken away.
They're not.
I mean, you want to talk about cancel culture? You know, that's
Sure.
where you say, hey,
They're
you
not
don't have the
pointless.
right to control your own body. We're
These
canceling
aren't
that right. We're
shut
taking
down
that freedom
his.
away from you. Look, when you look at transgender issues, for example,
Okay.
so should they be allowed to serve in the military? And I know a lot of right wing will disagree with me, but yes, that's a core constitutional issue.
Sure.
Yes, they should
We need to
the
have
same
somebody
rights.
who
But
can
I don't have the
go
right to play in
on
the
there
NBA. They
and
don't have a right to play in the
absolutely
WNBA. That's
eviscerate
not a
his
constitutional right.
Sure.
My
talking
problem is
points
sometimes the
because he's
extreme
not
left, they
making
say, okay, no, you should do the
great
maximalist
points,
approach, and
let
that is the
alone
better strategy.
And we're going to die on that hill,
making
basically.
Yeah, and I'm saying don't
irrefutable
die on
points.
that hill.
Sure.
And
I
I'll
need
give you an
somebody
example
who can
again
go
from
on
my
and
own
make
community. I'm desperate to get the Palestinians peace.
Sure.
I'm desperate to get Israel to stop the genocide
Agreed,
and
yeah.
their attacking, etc.
Totally agree.
So they do a protest in Washington, D.C. They burn the American flag and write Hamas on
And
a
I don't want
statue.
to go on a jubilee.
No, don't
If
do
it's
that.
I'm in agreement with
to
you.
Right?
argue
If you burn the
for
American flag, you're
Israel's
saying you want to
approach on
drive
Gaza,
Americans away from you.
Agreed.
No,
No,
invite Americans. Bring American flags to that protest.
Could
Jake
not
and
agree
I
more. I think
probably
then
won't have any
what
disagreement.
I just don't see then how that comes back to the claim that culture wars
I don't
kind
know
of
how
divide
anybody.
us. And if they do,
Brother,
does that mean we
did you
should
not
move away?
see the trans
Well,
issue
you're-
divide
one
the hell
second,
out of us?
100%. You are using one issue to describe all of the culture
But then you
war.
got DEI.
Okay, well we can talk about that.
And
But
again,
that's one. Like
as
I
I
mean, you
mentioned
would then have
earlier,
to
the culture
specify and be a
wars.
bit more clear. Because look, I understand that we're on
We've
YouTube
already
and
won
the goal is to get clicks. And when you make kind of very like absolute statements like
We
all
won the
Democrats,
culture when we
Republicans
don't
are
But do
get
you see
same.
what
elected
I'm
by
saying?
DEI,
Do you
Jed,
see what I'm
I see
saying?
what I'm saying. I see what I'm
Hollywood
saying,
is.
and I probably agree
Well,
a lot
censorship is
with you on a lot of stuff. I just
not
I
nearly
think that
what it
when you
was.
sideline social issues and make it seem like social issues are secondary,
I-
to me,
the
like
culture
I think
war,
that there are other things that shouldn't be secondary.
the culture
What
war
I'm trying
will
to get
never
people to
end,
realize
but
is
it
that First of all,
It
in my
got,
opinion, the right
it's
wing is
been
the one
decimated
that
because
brings up all of
we
these issues.
were on
They
the right
went
side of
looking for a
history
fight on critical race
already.
theory. They went looking for a fight on
And
DEI. They went looking for a fight on trans sports.
barring
When we get you in a
revisions of
situation
shit.
where they've got you on
People
an
are too awake
unpopular policy.
Correct.
Stop
to how
fighting.
stupid
Stop
I
falling
agree with
things
you.
into
are
that
getting.
trap
And
and that ambush.
I agree with you. I definitely agree with you in part. I think the problem as well with how the prompt is framed is it treats right-wing fake culture war issues that they make up with real actual issues
And if
like
I were
women's
on
bodily
Jubilee, I
autonomy.
would
So
just
like
say
I think there's
culture
just an
wars.
issue in
Your
general.
distinction is no problem at all.
People,
Okay.
It's just what
like,
I've lived in the real world
you
is that
can't
when I say, hey,
criminalize
maybe we
common
shouldn't go
sense.
maximalist on
You
every
can't.
issue, all of the
And if
other
you
left-wing
try
hosts
to,
attack me and go, you're not
the
pure
public,
enough.
no
I'm
matter
trying to get
how
more close to you
asinine
by being even
or
more pure.
And I'm the first person to stand there and agree with you that maximalism might not be the correct solution. Often isn't.
even
I just think,
benevolent,
and as we're winding down,
no matter
it's just
how
really
benevolent
important to
or
not
asinine
neglect
or
social issues such as women's access to their own
unaware,
bodies, such as LGBTQ
common
rights,
sense
such as
is
all that.
going to.
Okay, good. Then I guess
You
then
can't
asking you
criminalize
moving forward, maybe make an
can't
emphasis that your populism
censor
doesn't neglect the very groups that you claim to want to fight for.
You got
That's
a
what I'm
deal.
saying. Awesome.
All right.
Thank you so much.
All right.
It's been great.
Okay. First of all, 20 against 1, I was born for it.
I'm a populist like Jake,
I
and
was
I
born
was familiar with the Young Turks. His debate style was very, very good. I think he gave both the opposing speaker and himself ample opportunity to have an actual conversation, which is a rarity on a show like this, I have to say.
I've seen Cenk move a little bit. You know, the 2018 Cenk of Justice Democrats did really focus on these issues like he was sitting here today doing. And I would love to see a return of that Cenk.
I think in my conversation, he kind of dodged a little bit. I would have loved to have a little bit more of an open discussion on kind of how he aims to reconcile racial differences in this country.
I don't want him to lean away from social issues and not put emphasis on them because they're hard. Shying away from it because it might lose you some people isn't the way that progress is made.
In a lot of online debates, people are really playing to the audience at home. They're not really trying to convince the person they're talking to reconsider their assumptions. And Oliver was able to successfully get Cenk to realize, no, actually, social issues are important.
And
Z
they're held
did
accountable for
absolutely
their
amazing. I'm
ridiculous
actually a follower of
actions.
hers on TikTok, and I've seen a lot of her content. And we do
racist.
disagree. We're on completely opposite sides of the political
That's
spectrum.
the
She
racial
spoke with clarity. She spoke concise points. She made Jay backtrack just a little bit, which is always fun to watch, especially again in a show like this.
One of the people who was right-wing said it to me at the end, after we wrapped, he said, I was really surprised on how much we all agreed on. Exactly. But you got to get past the media, the money in politics, and the politicians to get to the places where we agree.
Was a brigadier general of being a fucking idiot for 4 years. He went with the Russia hoax. Need I say more? Need I say more? Like, come on, bro. Oh, I saw Rabbi Shmuley. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this is gonna be a good one.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today with me, Michal Prendergast. And today, we have a special debate on Netanyahu's threat to reoccupy Gaza amid a worsening humanitarian crisis. And joining me on this is Cenk Unger, host of the Young Turks, and Rabbi Shmuley Botek, who describes himself as America's rabbi. Let's dive in.
You guys heard that? America's rabbi. I'm gonna.
Thanks so much for your time, gentlemen.
That's
I'd
perfect.
like to start with you, Rabbi.
Good
Is
job.
Israel using starvation as a weapon of war,
Yeah,
or is
that's perfect.
Hamas blocking aid as Israel claims?
Firstly, thank you so much for having me on, and it's nice to debate my adversary and maybe one day friend, Cenk. I asked Cenk at the beginning of this debate, let's try to have a somewhat civilized debate. In the last debate we did, he called me a Nazi, bulging sinews from his neck, and let's just try to keep this a little bit civil. I'm not a Nazi, and if that's the way this is going to go, I will fight you, but it's the
So
detriment
what
of
we're
others.
listening
So
to
let me address the
now,
question.
you
You
saw in
saw
the
in the
script
Israel
or
is not
in
in
the
the
using
title
title
for the
for the
starvation
video,
video,
as a
Rabbi
Rabbi
weapon of war.
Shmuley,
Israel
Shmuley,
is the first country in
the
history to actually provide food,
God
Lord
Lord
of
of
and all
Israel.
Israel,
necessities for
Apparently,
everyone.
apparently
America's
America's
rabbi.
rabbi.
That the Palestinian people
I'm
have
not
I'm
a
not a
Cenk
Cenk
but they still elect the
supporter
supporter
Palestinians
or
or
Young
Young
Turk
Turks
and they've
supporter,
been
supporter,
suppressed by
but
Hamas.
they've
they've
been
been
Israel
trying to
trying
do
to
has
do
some
some
damage
damage
there
there
for a
for a
while.
while.
tons of food. That is the equivalent of what the Allies delivered in the Berlin airlift under
Oh,
President Truman between 1947 and 1951 when Stalin cut off all land routes into
I
Western
hope
Europe.
it's
It
a
is being
different place.
hijacked by Hamas. There are videos of Hamas shooting the people who gathered at the distribution points. Hamas is taking 80% of the food for their fighters. 2 million tons of food. Where the hell did it go? Then you have the other issue that the United Nations is refusing to allow the IDF to escort them and protect them militarily. The UN hates Israel. We know that so many of the employees of the UN were actually on the Hamas payroll. They were actually terrorists who participated in the October 7th massacres. And they're insisting that only the blue police of Hamas, which are the terrorists, escort them in. So you have all this food rotting. There was a Wall Street Journal, a firsthand report of a reporter who said there's crushed carrots, there's crushed peas, all these baby formulas that are sitting and baking in the sun as the UN says to the IDF, you cannot distribute it. Now, why is that? Because the more of our innocent Palestinian brothers die in Gaza, the more people like Cenk can falsely accuse me. How disgusting is that? Of being a Nazi. I'm in Budapest right now where 600,000 Jews were killed by the Nazis. And you know what, Cenk? You owe me a frickin' apology. And if you were human in the slightest, you would finally deliver it. Because the name of your show is Young Turks who perpetrated the Armenian genocide. It's like my calling my show the Gestapo or the SS. That's disgusting, and you should be ashamed. And one more thing. The New York Times now admits that they lied on their front page. They put a picture of an emaciated, starving Palestinian child 1 week ago on Wednesday on their front page. Later, they were forced to admit the child had muscular dystrophy. He was born with a muscle disorder. That's why he's emaciated. There was a picture of his brother right next to him, which the UN cropped out. He is completely normal. There's a picture of his mother holding her. She is completely normal. There is no starvation in Gaza except for the starvation of Hamas stealing the food. Finally, we know there is starvation in Gaza of Jews who are truly emaciated and were forced by Hamas to dig their own graves in Gaza. Cenk has shows named after a group that killed 3 million people in a true genocide. Cenk, you're an embarrassment. Change the damn name of your show. Thank you very much.
Allow Cenk to respond now.
I've always wondered why he named it.
All right,
But
so
he's
these days, Israel is split into two. So there's some folks who are truly horrified to find out that this was not about self-defense, that this was about the occupation of Gaza, to murder as many Palestinians as possible, move them out, ethnically cleanse them, starve them, and take Gaza. So the people who discovered that, including, by the way, hundreds of military officials in the IDF, and the former head of Shin Bet, and 2 former Israeli prime ministers, are all speaking out and saying, oh my God, we didn't know that Netanyahu and these monsters running the Israeli government were going to do this. And now the Israeli government has admitted they are going for a, quote, full conquest of Gaza. So we were right all along. It was never about self-defense. It was always about slaughtering the Palestinians and taking their land, which unfortunately is the history of Israel. So, of course, everything that Rabbi Shmuley said is a lie, because if an Israeli supporter of this current Israeli government is talking, they're lying. So he says, oh my God, there's no problem of food in Gaza. Well, 196 people have starved, 193, and 96 of them are children. So we're supposed to ignore our eyes and ears. We're supposed to ignore those pictures. And so this is what they always do with the one case, right? In the beginning of the war, there was a bomb that landed on a hospital, and Israel was like, I can't believe it. How could anybody say that we would ever hit a hospital? It is, it's a mistaken reporting, and it's all anti-Semitic, and blah, 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 and blood label, and we're the victims. And then they destroyed almost every hospital in Gaza. So they say, oh, there's one kid who already had a pre-existing condition, so it was okay to starve him to death. Well, how about the other 95 kids? How about the other 192 people that starved to death? So they keep telling us lies, thinking that we're going to believe it when we could all see it. I mean, it's actually a super stupid strategy. It makes the rest of the world hate them even more. 61,000 dead now at a bare minimum in Palestine. Over 30,000 women and children, now approaching 40,000, a stadium full of murdered innocent civilians. Israel has now killed 50 times this number of civilians as Hamas. That makes them 50 times the terrorists. If you think they didn't intend it, American doctors come back and say, there's 5-year-olds, there's children. I mean, not 1 or 2. A lot of them with sniper shots to the head, to the chest. They definitely intended. Now, what's amazing and interesting And that's why, look, I don't want hatred to spread because that doesn't solve anything. Okay. I want there to be peace. But Israel's government is saying no. We don't want peace. So their absurd offer in the ceasefire talks was, give us back all the hostages. We'll give you a couple of weeks break. Then we'll go back to starving and bombing you, and we're going to conquer Gaza. Well, that's not a peace offer. That's a slap in the face. Okay, hold on. You spoke for about half an hour. Let me finish.
No. You're into
No.
What? You're never into response.
All right, that's all the Israelis have. Interruptions.
You spoke.
Okay.
Now. I'm not. By the way,
You're
I'm
just
not
lying
Israeli,
as
Jake. I'm
always.
as American as
They
you.
said
So
it's a
just stop it, okay?
conquest.
Stop.
Please do.
Loyalty.
You know
I'm
that they
not
said it's a
Israeli. I
conquest,
do not
right?
hold an Israeli passport. I'm an American. Now, let me go back. Now, notice that Cenk did
I
not
said Israeli
address
supporters.
the fact that notice you said Israeli. We can go back and tape. You lie all the
He
time.
lives
It's
in
on
Israel.
freaking camera this air tonight. Now listen to me. Number one.
I don't really care. You
want
support the
I want
Nazis
everyone.
of the
I want
current
every-
Israeli
I want
regime.
everyone.
So
I
what do
want
I care
everyone
which
to know.
particular Nazi you support?
I want everyone to notice. Number one, Cenk did not respond to the fact that his show is named after the Young Turks, who every historian on earth agrees
He's trying
perpetrated
to
the Armenian
distract you
genocide
because he's supporting a genocide.
3 million
He
people.
supports
He
starving
names his
children to
show
death.
after a true genocide, and he won't even change the name, which is an abomination. Number
Rabbi
two.
Shmuley, you know your beloved Israel is
Stop.
murdering
Cenk,
children
Cenk,
right
Cenk,
now.
Cenk, Cenk,
Does it
Cenk,
not
Cenk,
cost
Cenk.
you
This is
any
your-
conscience? Don't you
this
feel
is your
guilty at all?
tactic. I am going to respond with fact because Cenk is an utter ignoramus. I'm going to respond. He says that Israel decided to attack Gaza because it wanted land. Cenk, there was something called October 7th. Israel invaded Gaza 40 years ago.
They're taking the land, aren't they, Rabbi?
What is
They're taking the land, just like I said they would.
It is the 20th anniversary of Israel's withdrawal. Today, exactly. Today. I'll tell you something else. And Israel withdrew. By the way, in your ignorance, you don't even know that Netanyahu at the time was savaged by his political base for voting for the withdrawal from Gaza. The Israeli army sent its soldiers in to destroy Jewish houses, to remove Jewish. You are just such an ignoramus. It's embarrassing. Go back and look at the videotapes on CNN,
Rabbi,
MSNBC,
nobody
Al Jazeera,
believes you. You can yell and scream all you want. We have eyes and ears.
The point is, you are ignorant of history in a way that it's shocking that someone puts you on the air. Israel withdrew from Gaza in 2005. Exactly today is this is the 20th anniversary today, August 6th. I'll tell you something else, which this is the anniversary of. Today is and Netanyahu voted for that withdrawal. Israel did not want any of the land in Gaza. They voluntarily withdrew. They were then savage.
Israel didn't want any land. They just happened to steal all of it.
They were then savagely attacked with women having their breasts cut off and terrorists playing baseball with them.
Israel has done 50 times worse.
You want dead Jews.
Playing baseball.
For day
no, I
night.
don't.
You want
Absolutely
Jews to
not.
Die. You
That's
are
total lie.
Jews like I have
it's
never
liar
seen
by
in
a
my life.
genocide supporting freak.
You are an anti-Semite to your core. You're
no
not
one
a Muslim,
cares what you say. No one cares about your insults. You're going to call me an anti-Semite. Ooh. Who cares, you genocidal freak?
You're an ignoramus. Now stop. I'm a freak. Listen to your disgusting put-downs.
You're supporting the murder and starvation of children, and you don't think you're a freak?
Now, let me tell you. Now, listen to what Cenk is saying. Cenk is saying that Israel killed 60 times the people of those who were attacked on October 7th. So for him, by the way, that's a lie, because even if we accept the Hamas ministry numbers of 60,000, they don't distinguish between combatants and civilians. Even according to Hamas, Israel has a 1-to-1 civilian to combatant ratio. That compares to the British in the Second World War of 1 to 5. The British killed 5 civilians for every one. The Americans
None of this is true.
The Americans killed 4 Japanese for every civilians for every 1 fighter. And guess what, Cenk? Today is August 6th, 2025. It's the exact 80th anniversary of Harry Truman dropping an atomic bomb.
Stop screaming!
Killed 150,000 in one instant. You know how many died in Pearl Harbor? 2,300. So you must say that Truman, based on him having killed 50 times the number, was a Nazi as well. So just say it. Harry Truman was a Nazi. If you at least say that now, that Truman,
We got our
and
ways.
Churchill were Nazis, I will at least say, honestly, that you're at least true to
Crazy
your
words
Just
have
say it.
got us
Truman,
good.
Churchill, if you are a Nazi.
Can I ever talk?
You will say it.
Can I ever talk?
Say it. Not
Okay,
until
so let's know for the record that
Allow Cenk to respond.
80% of the time.
Allow Cenk to respond, Rabbi.
people today. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Was he a Nazi?
Okay. By the way, this is a classic debating trick of Israeli supporters: filibuster, talk over the other guests, try to drive them crazy, say nothing but lies.
That's what you do. That's what you do.
See, here he is doing it again.
You call me a freak and a Nazi, etc.
You see that?
Ad hominem.
I told you.
You have no vocabulary. You
right
only
as
know
we
Mullah
speak.
Salafi.
Rabbi, allow Cenk to finish.
Nazi, and I'm not going to take.
Allow Cenk to finish, Rabbi.
I'm not going to call Jews Nazis anymore, you anti-Semite. Yes.
Allow Cenk to respond. Allow Cenk to respond, Rabbi.
Rabbi, I laugh in your face at your stupid insults. Nobody cares anymore when you use that stupid trick of calling people anti-Semites because they're anti-genocide, because they're anti the murder of Palestinian children. Okay, so here's the reality. Right now, Israel has murdered 1,400 people trying to seek food. Totally defenseless, innocent Palestinians trying to prevent the starvation of their children. Israel has slaughtered 1,400 of them. Retired Lieutenant Colonel Aguilar, an American Special Forces operative who went there, confirms. You couldn't believe it. They're just murdering children right in front of everyone that did absolutely nothing wrong. And their main defenses are, well, it might be a genocide, but it's not a Holocaust. We could have killed them all. We're so nice. We didn't murder all the Palestinians. We're so nice. And look, we didn't drop a nuclear bomb like Truman did. So and that incinerated babies and grandmothers, etc. We could, but we haven't. Actually, that's not entirely true. The number of bombs that they've dropped in Gaza is the equivalent of 6 nuclear bombs. And the idea that they're not intending to murder, here we go again. Here we go again. So there's no point in debating Israeli supporters because they're genocidal maniacs who never stop talking and who never stop lying.
Okay, gentlemen, I want to move on to the next question.
Wait, one second. What is the megatonnage of a single nuclear bomb? Do you even know? You don't know. What is the megatonnage?
You know who explained that, Rabbi? I can answer it.
Fat boy, little boy dropped on Hiroshima. What was the megatonnage? Go ahead. You don't know, do you? You're such an ignoramus. You just make things up.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second. I know the megatonnage.
But you asked me a question and you won't let me answer it.
So
all he does is talk. Yap, lie. Israel loves genocide and he loves the murder of innocent Palestinian children. That's why he's yapping away like a monster.
I want to move on to the next question, gentlemen. Gentlemen, please, I have to move on to the next question. I'm going to direct this at Cenk. Hang on, Rabbi, please.
Killed 14 places. I need to know. Name
I don't see how
Name one place in Gaza. Name one place in Gaza that Israel killed 680 people. Name just one location. Go ahead. Name the city.
So
Name the place in Gaza.
the top Holocaust.
Was it Jabalia? Was it Gaza City?
Can I say?
Allow Cenk to finish, Rabbi.
Say the name. Go ahead. Say the name.
Okay. The top Holocaust historian in America, who's an American Israeli citizen, dual citizen, who was a former IDF soldier. This guy's never going to. There's no point in this interview.
Rabbi, please. Rabbi, please.
Okay. The top Holocaust historian.
That was my point.
Will you shut up? Okay, this is pointless.
Single place. He cannot name a single place.
I want to move on to the next question. Please.
Ignoramus. Nothing is based on fact.
Rabbi, please, I want to move on to the next question, and I want to direct it at Cenk.
He doesn't know the cities. You are an ignoramus. You don't know history.
Rabbi, please, I want to move on to the next question. I'm moving on now. Rabbi, I'm moving on to the next question.
Just cut his mic. He's pointless. In fact, you should get him off.
Okay, Cenk, I'm going to direct this at you.
Baboon, just yell and scream. I love killing Palestinian children!
Both of you, please. I'm moving on to the next question. I'm directing it at Cenk. We've seen a lot of horrendous footage of people being shot attempting to get food in Gaza. How can Israel defend this?
Well, it's obviously indefensible. That's why a lot of great Jews and Israelis across the world are now speaking out. What I was trying to say before the baboon interrupted me was that the top Holocaust historian in the country
is
disgusting. How vile are you?
You murder Muslims for fun. You don't get to talk about racism. You murder Palestinian children for land. You're a disgusting genocidal pig. So you don't get to talk about racism and anti-Semitism. Oh, poor little victim. And by the way, I got, 5 seconds in before the baboon interrupted?
Rabbi, allow Cenk to answer. Allow Cenk to answer, please. Please go, Cenk.
Just an embarrassment.
Soon he'll be throwing feces onto the screen.
I told you guys this
Okay.
Please continue, Cenk. Please, Rabbi. You'll get your time to respond. You'll get your time to respond, Rabbi.
This is
Him calling Rabbi Shmuley.
monkeys and apes. You are a
And
disgusting, vile, doing to your
calling
code.
all
I've
Jews
never met
I
anyone
don't
are
care
the
what
fact
you
that you're
think.
put on any
You're a
list
genocidal
test.
freak. I don't.
Jews are apes. Disgusting.
What does the
He hasn't
what
responded
does
to
the
a
Nazi
single
think
thing.
of my
Hamas
language?
killed
Oh, I'm
all
so
of those
concerned. What
Palestinians
does
who
the
came to
murderer of
food. He
children
cannot
think of
name
my
one
language?
place.
Oh, the problem is my language. The problem isn't that you're murdering Palestinian
Jews are
children.
apes. I got it. Go ahead. You said Jews are
No,
apes.
they're not.
Wait,
I was just
wait.
defending Jews. I was just defending Jews when you interrupted like a baboon. I'm not talking about Jews.
You
I'm
would
talking
think
about
that
you.
Jews
Shut
would,
up.
if they would want to
Throw
take
your
your image, would
diarrhea
have
ass
let it
into
die
your
for something.
service.
Hater who is so
Yeah. Everybody hates the Jews. That's your excuse for murdering Muslims.
You don't know
It's a
anything. That's
sick,
what bothers me. What
sick
bothers me is that you
genocidal
don't know
excuse.
history. Genocidal, your
Hey, brother,
show
there's
is
no
named
point to this
after people who
conversation.
killed
There's no point to this conversation.
Your show is
The
called
idiot won't
Young
shut
Turks
up.
Who Killed 3 Million.
This is the only thing Israelis have. Just talking over people. Because they're such grotesque liars and murderers.
Okay, please, Rabbi, I'd like to ask you a question. I'd like to ask you a question, Rabbi.
I didn't get to answer. No, I didn't get to answer. The baboon won't let me answer. Look, he even looks like one.
Rabbi Shmuley, please allow Cenk. Please allow Cenk to finish.
What we're listening to. I will never use an ad hominem attack against how he looks ever, because I have dignity. I'm a human being. This man.
Please allow him to finish.
You'll never use an ad hominem attack. All the Israelis have is ad hominem attacks. Oh, hey, watch us starve children to death. You called me insulting. You said I'm starving children.
Turkey, you want to watch a movie?
This baboon has.
Now you know why he has no issue with Mengele experimenting on Jews, because for him Jews are apes.
I hate the
experimented
Nazis.
on laboratories.
I would have fought like hell to save Jews from the Holocaust. If you were a German, you would have
I
cheered
tried.
me and said, "No, they're lying about Hitler." That's what
I
you would have
tried.
said if you were a German, because that's what you're saying now in defending the genocide and murder of Palestinian children.
Credibility. I'm not going to take your insults, your ad hominem, ignorant.
Then get the hell off there. Then shut up and leave.
Allow Cenk to finish, Rabbi. Allow Cenk. Allow Cenk to finish.
Honey, we're gonna watch a movie.
My prediction is he will never allow me to finish. Okay. As I was saying, there are wonderful Jews and Israelis who now realize, oh my God, we thought this was about self-defense. In fact, the former head of Shin Bet had a great quote. He said, at first this war was a just war, a defensive war. But when we achieved all military objectives, this war ceased to be a just war. That's Ami Ayala, former director of Shin Bet. Okay, so 2 former prime ministers of Israel said it's obviously a genocide.
Yeah.
1 former prime minister said that they're building a concentration camp in the south, and that is what they're doing. And they're going to put all the Palestinians there, and everything that I've ever said that they were going to do, they did do. And why? Because I actually read the Israeli press, and they're very clear in the Israeli press. They've said that they were going to take Gaza.
Hey, Seth.
Netanyahu brought
Hang on.
a map of Greater Israel to the UN to rub it in everybody's face. We're going to steal this land, and now they're admitting it. Conquest, and they're going to occupy all of Gaza, and they're going to starve the Palestinians. They are starving the Palestinians, and then when they come to get food, 1,500 of them. Which, by the way, just starving people in line to get food unarmed. Israel has murdered more of them than Hamas killed Israelis on October 7th. So they keep complaining about October 7th, which is justifiable. October 7th was terrible. Then they go and do 50 October 7th. It's a stone cold fact backed up by every human rights group and every news organization. The only people who disagree is the Israeli government. Everything that the Israeli government puts out is
put a spacer under that
obvious, verifiable lie.
Lined up
now, again, former and current Israeli
that is
military,
a perfect line right
political,
here.
spy agencies, every kind of person in Israel with a conscience is saying, guys, we didn't sign up to do a genocide. And a lot of good, the top rabbi in America said it. The top Holocaust historian said it. He's the one that said it.
Do the last fucking thing. Why that timer right
We
there?
have this on our conscience. Here we go, as I told you. As I told you.
Oh my knees.
Yes, of course.
Me now, or can I speak about? He spoke for like 2 minutes.
You know what, Rabbi?
Yes.
Can we ask him?
I mean, he's like a comic, right?
No.
He talks and talks 80% of the time. Then he goes,
It hurts.
speak at all. Go ahead, defend murder.
Okay, I think you got a fair crack to the whip there, Cenk. Allow the rabbi to respond.
We spent 60 hours.
And he knows nothing. As you see, he's looking away at his screen, even for the name Ami
Yes,
Ayalon.
I
He
need
probably
to.
has ChatGPT
Well,
open.
if
I've
you
seen
want
him
to
do this before. Ami
put it
Ayalon.
in there and use that clamp.
Ami Ayalon. See, he won't
God
stop.
dang,
Never said
standing up
Are
hurts.
you a liar? I'm telling you to your face. I want you to show me.
I didn't say that. I read his quote.
Yes, you did. Number 2. Of course, there's political dissent in Israel. Don't interrupt me. Of course, there's political dissent in Israel.
Hold those. Before you do that, put your other hand on the tile. Hold your hand on the tile. On the tile.
Beginning to say it,
Yeah,
but
don't let it move.
right, they were killed by Hamas. That is correct. Hamas mows them down.
No, Hamas is all dead.
And they're saying now number 3. There are Americans still today who question whether on the 80th anniversary
Holy shit, my knees
the
are
bombing of
aching,
Hiroshima
hurting.
whether we
I'm
should have done
screaming at me.
political debate. That's what's happening in Israel. Israel did not achieve its military objectives because its military objective was to finally stop Hamas from being able to kill the Palestinians, their own people, steal all their money. The heads of Hamas are billionaires. Ismail Haniyeh died with $8 billion. Yasser Arafat died with $5 billion. Yasser Arafat's daughter lives in Paris, is worth $5 billion according to Forbes magazine. All of the money that was given, triple what was given during the Marshall Plan to the Europeans was given to the Gazans. It was all stolen by Hamas. That's why they were starving before October 7th. The Palestinians of Gaza have lived under the greatest brutality, and Hamas is worse for the Palestinians than they are for the Jews. That's why Hamas took the PLO, the Palestinian Authority, Mahmoud Abbas's people, and threw them off of rooftops so they could
I
get.
didn't put those because
And by the way,
where it's just progressively gotten further and further apart.
Distribution points. Really? Why would Israel bring
Down from that
they
vent.
were killed by Hamas, and that's why 1400. And that's why when I ask him, name just one
No,
place where they
I
were.
think it's just progressively
When he says Ami
gotten
Ayalon, he has to look
to where we hit eye.
anything.
Well, I'm giving you the answer, but you don't want to hear it. The World War II was one of the
That one, it's just that one spot.
worst atrocity in human history. The Holocaust was
It's just in that one spot. That one spot, if you have one thing
and it breaks the hearts
slightly
of
off,
across the world.
when you let it even to put the spacing in perfectly, one thing being slightly off is going to make.
I want to move on to the next question, gentlemen. Hang on.
So that's why I want to move on to the next question. Right here, where you see it, because they were just on that spot, because that's where it's getting affected from that.
This is not a productive interview.
Of course, please, and I mean for both of you, stop, especially Rabbi, please, Rabbi.
To be experimented on by Mengele is not helpful. I agree.
Please, Rabbi,
you should be
please.
so ashamed, disgusting.
It's going well so far.
It's
Should
gonna
continue.
look.
Please,
It's
I have a
gonna
question
look
for you,
no matter
Rabbi.
what.
Gentlemen, please. Gentlemen, please.
You are a Hamas.
Please, gentlemen. I've got the next question.
No, I gotta say one
By
thing.
the way, guys, this is
saying I'm pro-Hamas. When I've said I'm anti-Hamas a billion times. Hamas is all dead. All that's left is the murder of innocent Palestinians by baboons like this.
55 Israeli baboons again, calling Jews monkeys and apes. You are
I'm not calling Jews baboons. I'm calling you a baboon.
I think part of what makes our knees hurt so bad is our shoes.
Any Jew that is self-hating is
Because
not
they're
a
steel
Jew
toe.
who actually fights back and doesn't want to be gassed.
You can't bend your toes.
The top rabbi in America is self-hating.
It's like when you bend down, it's putting all your weight on your knees.
I want to move on to the next question, gentlemen, please.
They would hurt regardless. But
I'm the most famous rabbi in America, thank God, according to ChatGPT. But let's say that's not true. You said the most famous
Rabbi
rabbi in
Rick
America.
Jacobs leads the largest
you want some ibuprofen
in America.
Rabbi Rick Jacobs is
Seth?
the head of the Reform, very
You want some ibuprofen?
ultra-left Reform Judaism. That's who you were quoting? Why
It's the number one denomination.
My knees are really hurt.
In America. He's now
Orthodoxy
smearing
is the
other
fastest
Jews.
growing by far. Okay.
You want
I'm
some
moving
stool
on to the next
softener?
question now, gentlemen. Rabbi, please. Stop. Both of you stop. I'm moving on to the next question.
Disgusting.
Right, I'm moving on to the next question. Cenk.
Courtney would be the one who asked that.
Possible now.
X-Lax.
So actually, I don't think it is. I mean, look, obviously, Netanyahu, Ben-Gvir, Smotrich, the current Israeli government have no interest in a two-state solution. They literally voted to never allow the Palestinians to have a state. They literally are saying that they are going to conquer and occupy Gaza and take it for Israel. So we've seen this over and over again. But I think that there is a way to do a two-state solution. Obviously, it requires the American government to stand up for Americans, for decency, and not for Israel. So we can get into how AIPAC and the Israeli lobby completely control American government. But my guess is my rabbi will start screaming and hollering as usual. But look, I have a really important message for the people of the Middle East. If your leaders pressure America and Israel to get to a two-state solution and finally get a true independent and free state for the Palestinians, you should build statues of them and honor them, because it would be a great achievement of theirs. And you
There's been a lot of reports that Benjamin Netanyahu intends to reoccupy Gaza. I'm going to direct this towards Rabbi Shmuley. Has this been his plan all along?
Okay, Netanyahu voted for the removal, the disengagement of all Israeli forces and all Israeli residents, including my wife's first cousins from Gush Katif.
I'll let you guys see what we did.
By his base at the time. That was 2005. Today is the exact 20th anniversary that Israel did it. I cannot believe that Cenk doesn't know that. It's astonishing. Just Google it, Cenk.
Of course I know that. That was a stupid Israeli trick.
For that. Okay, Netanyahu voted. Yeah, it was a stupid Israeli trick for 20 years. They played a game. This is the kind of imbecility that we're hearing from this man who doesn't know history. Now, Netanyahu voted for that.
How much more land are you going to steal?
It was done by a right-wing government under Ariel Sharon, someone I knew personally. He destroyed his reputation doing it. Let me respond.
Somebody I knew personally.
I believe that the people of Gaza should have a vote as to what they want their future to be. That's why I hate Hamas. Is pro-Hamas, wants Hamas to stay in power and keep 55 Jews who are being emaciated, starved to death, digging their own graves. He wants to stay in power. I want the people of Gaza to have a vote. They have not had a vote. They have not. This is so childish. He had childhood bully tactics. They have not had a vote since 2006. This is what I'm saying. What Shmuley Bateo thinks, what anti-Semite Cenk Uygur thinks, does not make a difference. It's what the people of Gaza think.
I laugh in your face.
Genocide supporter freak.
They should be given a vote. Now, President Trump said that he wants to make Gaza into a protectorate. If the people of Gaza, I think they'd be very lucky. That would be my first choice. Make it into an American protectorate and be controlled not by Israel, not by the United States, and the people of Gaza have the protection of the United States, say the way Puerto Rico does, the way Guam does, the way American Virgin Islands. That would be amazing. That would be my first choice, but it's still up to them. Number two, why has no Arab government allowed? Arab countries are 661 times the state of Israel. They have not taken in one.
Thanks for pointing that out.
Israel took in 800,000 Jewish refugees when they were persecuted after the creation of the state from Iraq, from Egypt, from Iran, where my father was born. They took in 800,000. Not one Arab government has taken in one Palestinian because they don't want the Palestinians, because they think the Palestinians have been radicalized as Islamists. Now, I want Cenk to now commit to what I'm saying. Give the people of Gaza a vote. Do they want to go to other countries? Do they want to come to, do they want an American protectorate? Do they want their own state? Give them a vote. But don't allow Hamas to shoot them in the streets, shoot them at collection points for food in order to control them as they've done for 20 years.
Okay, allow Cenk to respond, Rabbi. Allow Cenk to respond.
Hamas, and it's been shown in every video. They were killed not by Israel, and that's where you get up. Name one location where the IDF, you can't name a single location. Name it now, Cenk. Give me one location.
Allow Cenk to respond, Rabbi. I'm going to put the same question to Cenk. Has it been Netanyahu's plan all along to annex Gaza?
Yeah, if you notice, he threw out a lot of verbal distractions and squirrels there. Oh, well, let's go back 20 years. Let's go back 100 years. Let's go back to this or that. Because he didn't want to answer your question. Because Netanyahu has said it. They're going to occupy all of Gaza. They call it Judea and Samaria. They're calling it a full conquest. This is, let's be honest, a nation that was formed through land theft. Then in 1967, attacked all of its neighbors and stole more land. And they did a peace deal with Egypt. Here we go, the interruptions.
Please, Rabbi, allow Cenk to finish.
He doesn't know history.
Allow Cenk to finish.
1967, Gamal Abdul
Rabbi, allow Cenk to finish. Please, Rabbi, you'll have your turn after this. Allow Cenk to finish. Allow Cenk to finish. You'll have your time to respond after this. Please, go on, Cenk.
So after they attacked all their Arab neighbors in 1967, and you could all look it up, it's a fact, they then stole the Sinai Peninsula, the Golan Heights, West Bank, Gaza Strip. They brutally occupied those areas for 58 years. They claim they're a democracy while they keep 5.5 million Palestinians as hostages and prisoners. They don't have any rights. And then they do this comical trick of, oh, we left Gaza. Oh, if anyone objects to anything we're doing, we'll just murder, this 61,000 of you. We'll put you in a concentration camp. We'll level the whole place. But you guys have independence. Does it look like Gaza has independence? So this guy keeps telling you to believe things that are so obviously not true. So, but now, since he can't defend what the Israeli government is saying, he's making up these things, these fanciful things about a vote for the Palestinians in Gaza. Are you kidding me? I would love a vote. I would love a vote. And guess what they would vote for? They would vote for an independent state. And guess what would happen next? Israel would murder them and take their land, which is what they're doing right now. So Israel is not a democracy. Israel does nothing but propaganda. Here we go again.
Hamas to control Gaza.
But
how many times do I have to
that.
tell
We
you?
gotta go to the shower.
No. Here's the words. You want Israel.
What else am I supposed to do?
Netanyahu never said he's going to occupy Gaza. He said he's going to occupy Gaza until he dismantles Hamas. That's what he said. Israel does not want
everybody's going to leave
from Gaza.
Are you really this much of a liar? You would say that they're going to leave after they occupy all of Gaza? Israel never leaves. Israel's a bloody imperial colonial genocidal government. The current government of Israel is a bunch of terrorists.
You won't let me speak I'm now going to speak.
I won't let you speak.
Cenk just said that Israel stole land. There was a 1936 Peel Report Commission where the British divided the land. The Palestinians rejected. There was a
British gave Palestinian land. One colonial gave another colonial power Palestinian land. I don't give a goddamn what the British thought of how the Palestinian land should be stolen and taken by the Israelis.